Chapter 370. Once again, Thales sensed something in surprise. Time slowed down. In his slow-motion vision, he could see everything clearly. Nicholas shouted. His face was filled with shock and anger. Monty, on the other hand, strode forward with a fierce expression. He maintained the posture of extending his right arm and rushed towards the teenager. 3 throwing knives spun in the air in front of his right arm and flew towards Thales. As he stared at the 3 flying knives that he could not avoid, Thales' heart trembled. What to do? Looking at the unfavorable situation before him, Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The air entered his lungs smoothly, breaking down and flowing, turning into energy in his blood. Wait a minute. Thales' pupils moved. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He had just inhaled a mouthful of air, which took at least half a second. But everything in front of him, but in the slowed down time, there was no change? Thales exhaled again. He was surprised to see that the throwing knife in front of him had only moved less than an inch forward. As expected, his heart shook. This time, his breathing just now was slightly faster than the surrounding, slow movements. So, it's not just my mind that has become faster. Thales stared in shock at Monty, who was charging towards him. Is this the Sin of Hell's River's new ability? But the feeling of weakness that followed made Thales realize that as he breathed faster than in slow motion, the Sin of Hell's River in his body began to deplete rapidly. The power of eradication that he had accumulated with great difficulty after he recovered was almost empty. Obviously, the new ability did not come without a price. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Thales cleared his mind and made up his mind. Not dodging or retreating would consume too much of his power of eradication, so he could not do it. Instead, he used Hell's senses to calculate the flying knife's trajectory, wind direction, and how the other party would dodge it. Then, Thales gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. The next moment, time returned to normal. Thales' vision blurred. He felt pain in his left hand and right shoulder, and the crossbow in his hand trembled at the same time. Clang! The crossbow of time dropped to the ground. Chee! This was the sound of a crossbow bolt entering flesh. Be careful! Nicholas' furious roar traveled into the air. Thales fell to the ground in pain. The increasingly intense soreness and hunger in his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Before his eyes, Monty had long since lost his balance and fell to the ground. Damn it! The Raven of Death cursed unwillingly. He pressed down on his left thigh with a pained expression. An arrow had penetrated deep into his flesh, and the shaft of the arrow was trembling. The weak prince trembled. Enduring the pain, he pulled out the short throwing knives from his arms and shoulders. He was still in a state of shock. In the nick of time, he had escaped death. This reaction and accuracy. By the side, Nicholas stared at the prince in surprise, as if he did not know him anymore. You still had this trick up your sleeve? Thales panted. He could not be bothered with the fact that his hand was still bleeding. He grabbed his crossbow and scrambled away from the spot. Leave Monty's attack range. The frightened prince ran to a safe area and wiped the sweat off his forehead with lingering fear. He only felt that he was hungry, and the soreness was unbearable. So, you finally stopped pretending, didn't you? Your loyalty doesn't only belong to the Secret Intelligence Department, right? As he spoke, Thales could no longer hold it in. He staggered to the side of the warhorse Monty left behind, took out a bag of jerky, and stuffed it into his mouth. This was probably the aftereffect of using the Sin of Hell's River to stimulate his vitality just now, when the teenager tore off a piece of jerky with his mouth full of food. Monty raised his head and glared at Thales in anger. Damn brat. Thales bit off the lid of the leather water skin and swallowed the jerky with the help of the water. He then smiled as if he was deep in thought. I see, I was wondering, so he already knew about the Raven of Death. You were the one who told him. Monty endured the pain in his thigh and had a fierce look on his face. What? You know about Adele and Merc? Thales shook his head in resignation. He felt that his stomach had at least filled up a little. So, he only found out about the Archduchess' birth from you. The Secret Intelligence Department planned to rescue me through you. He also found out about this through you." As the prince spoke, the Raven of Death's gaze became even fiercer. The Star Killer was even more puzzled. Thales thought of something and furrowed his brows. "So, he came because of this, to use me to break out of the situation. Damn it." The prince swallowed the last mouthful of food. There was a rather vexed and indignant look on his face. To think that I was fooled by him. I thought that I was tricked into coming out, and I regretted it for a long time. Nicholas' dissatisfied question came from the other side. "What are you talking about, young prince?" Thales ignored him and only shook his head. Thales' face was filled with displeasure, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. "As far as I know, there is only one person in this world who hates me so much that he doesn't want me to speak." Thales' face was filled with displeasure, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. "As far as I know, there is only one person in this world who hates me so much that he doesn't want me to speak." The Prince of Constellation sighed. "So, in the end, this is a fight between him and me. So, Raven of Death, Triple Agent." Thales gave Monty a friendly and amiable smile. "Send my regards to King Chapman." Nicholas was stunned. And Monty, who was on the ground, became even more ferocious. He pounded the ground fiercely. F***CK. Finally, the three of them tore off the last bit of their disguise under the sun and exposed themselves to the other two people's gazes. In the next second, Thales walked slowly to Nicholas' steed and took out the luggage on the saddle. There were food, water, and money pouch. He transferred them to his own steed. The Star Killer's expression changed. "Hey you, shoo." Thales raised his index finger to his lips and interrupted him in displeasure. He also stuffed the last piece of bread Nicholas gave him into his own saddlebag. Then, before the other two people's widened eyes, the prince listened attentively, followed the sound, and walked into a crack in the rock. He led out another horse, Monty's steed. F***. Monty's face turned pale. "Shoo." Thales shook his head in displeasure. He flipped over the bag of arrows in front of Monty and stuffed them into his luggage. "The supplies and belongings for 3 people should be enough," he said to himself. He bent down in front of the stream and filled 3 water skins. The 2 men beside the rock and on the ground were too injured to get up. They could only watch Thales do all of this. "Damn it, brat, come up here if you dare." Monty dragged his heavily injured thigh strenuously and said fiercely, "I'll definitely." Thales did not let him continue. The teenager smiled and shook his head. "How about this? I'll tell you a story." The Star Killer and the Raven of Death looked at him ferociously. It was obvious that they did not want to hear any stories. But the prince was still at ease. He said leisurely, "One day 2 men passed by the land of barren rocks. Each of them dropped something and they panicked." Thales walked forward step by step. He walked to a corner and bent down. At that moment, a prince suddenly appeared. He extended his hands to the 2 men kindly and asked, "Don't panic. Come, take a closer look." "What you dropped." Nicholas and Monty's expressions changed. Thales straightened his back and walked to the 3 horses. He raised the 2 legendary anti-mystic equipment with a smile. "Is it the blade in my left hand, or the crossbow in my right?" Time seemed to have stopped. Both of them stared at Thales. The prince himself did not seem to feel anything. He even happily swung the rising sun saber and the crossbow of time in his hands. A few seconds later, Nicholas was furious. He glared at Thales and gritted his teeth. F***CK. Monty's gaze was hostile. He tacitly took over the Star Killer's words. "Your mother." This time, it was Thales' expression that changed. "Wrong answer." Thales stopped smiling and frowned. That prince said angrily, "You're all dishonest." Thales shook his head seriously. "These things." He first tied the rising sun saber to his waist, then hung the crossbow of time on the saddle. He flashed a bright smile. "They're obviously mine." As he stared at their expressions, Thales happily untied the reins, stepped on the stirrups, and got on his steed. The horse did not resist his ride. It seemed that ever since Silver Shadow Man gave him that blessing at the foot of the mountain, horses rarely rejected him. Thales snorted, looked at the sky, and smiled in a relieved manner. You know. Thales exhaled and touched the quiver on the saddle. I can raise the crossbow now and shoot all of you to death here. Nicholas said coldly. Try it. Monty was silent and focused on dealing with his leg injury. Thales rode on the horse and looked at the two heavily injured men in front of him. He suddenly smiled. No. The prince shook his head. Do you know what's the difference between me and you? The Star Killer and the Raven of Death paused slightly. Thales looked at the Star Killer. Nicholas, 6 years ago, I was indeed the one who brought disaster to Dragoncloud City and brought you the humiliation of the White Blade Guards, but I was also the one who led you in counterattacking and chased Lampard out of Dragoncloud City. Nicholas snorted coldly. Our enmity is indeed a little complicated. When Thales talked about the past, he felt a little sentimental. But it's okay. During the 6 years I was in Heroic Spirit Palace, we should have settled all our enmity. So, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Nicholas looked at him coldly. In your dreams. Thales snickered. But his expression immediately became stern. He extended his hand and drew out the rising sun saber. But this saber. Thales stared at the golden saber in silence. Nicholas' expression tensed. The next moment, Thales suddenly raised his hand and threw the rising sun saber far away. Nicholas and Monty were both shocked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the saber fell beside Nicholas' feet. The Star Killer stared at the saber under his feet in a daze. He did not react for a long time. What are you doing? Nicholas raised his head and asked through gritted teeth, pretending to be generous. No, I'm not that noble. The bones in my body that you broke are still hurting. Thales sighed and straightened his face. But this is the proof of the battle between you and Tolja, and also the weapon you used to protect Dragoncloud City. Your real enemy is not me, especially after I leave. Instead of wasting time and energy on me, why don't you think about how to take back the saber that belongs to you? So, protect her well. Thales revealed a faint smile. Even if it's for Dragoncloud City. Nicholas' expression froze. The prince turned to the Raven of Death. Monty, we haven't known each other for long. Thales looked at the man laboriously breaking the crossbow bolt, a little amused. I have to say, no matter what your original intentions were, it's all thanks to your skillful scouting skills that I was able to escort me out of Dragoncloud City's pursuit. Monty furrowed his brows tightly. Thales sighed. But you shot me a few throwing knives just now, then? The prince patted the crossbow on the saddle and revealed a mischievous smile. I'm not returning this crossbow to you. Monty's expression changed. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth and cursed, *CK off. Ha! Thales laughed heartily. Nicholas watched all of this and curled up the corners of his lips slightly. A few seconds later, Thales slowly stopped laughing. You said that you live in the dark, and to survive, you don't care about who you're loyal to, but you remind me of someone. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his gaze was profound. A damn Camion. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth. Go to hell. Believe me, Lampard is not a good employer. He's too harsh on himself. Thales pointed to the east and shifted his gaze. So, one day in the future, when you're at your wits' end again, why don't you come to me? Maybe I'll give you a good price. Monty's gaze shifted. Thales stared at him seriously. Remember, this is a promise from me, Thales Jadestar. Monty did not speak. So farewell. The prince shrugged and bared his front teeth at the two of them. Let's part ways. The moment he finished speaking, Thales swung the reins and whipped the other two mounts, driving them away. Wait. Thales' arm froze for a moment. Monty panted and raised his head. The desert is very dangerous. Heat, lack of water, sandstorms, getting lost, enemies, any one of these can kill you. Thales frowned slightly. I'm the only one who knows how to contact the person from the Secret Intelligence Department in the desert. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, Why don't you tie me up and bring me along? I'm already so injured anyway, at least don't leave me here. Thales pondered for a while as he listened to his words. He turned his head to look to the south. There was only endless barren rocks on the horizon. "If you ask me," Nicholas said coldly, "you'll definitely die if you enter the great desert alone." "But bring him along?" The Star Killer said sarcastically, "You'll die even faster." Monty glared at him. "What do you think? You'll give me a good price?" The Raven of Death stared at him. "Then how about we start now?" Thales sighed. "All right, your words make me hesitate." Monty's eyes brightened. But Thales smiled again. "But someone told me that there's a good way to overcome my hesitation." Monty's expression froze. "That is," Thales waved his hand at him cheerfully. "Don't give yourself the chance to hesitate." The next moment, Thales' expression was solemn. He lashed the reins on his horse's body. Asterisk clip-clop, 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 asterisk as the sound of the horse's hooves rose, the Prince of Constellation galloped towards the endless horizon. He left Extet's borders completely. He ran towards his freedom. Only the two of them were left staring at each other in bewilderment. It felt like a long time had passed. Monty sucked in a sharp breath. He dragged his injured thigh and looked at Nicholas with a solemn expression. "Damn it." Monty stared at the rising sun saber by Nicholas' feet and frowned. "You're really close to him?" The Star Killer also stared back at him coldly. The next moment, Nicholas endured the pain in his shoulder and exerted force in his legs. He kicked the rising sun saber into the air and grabbed it with his right hand. The Raven of Death grunted in pain and fell limply on the rock behind him. The Star Killer took a deep breath and swung the golden saber accurately. He used the hot blade to cut open the arrow and freed himself from the rock. Nicholas gritted his teeth and staggered forward. "Tell me, old friend." His right hand trembled slightly as he held the saber. He pointed at Monty on the ground. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. "Do you want to barbecue, or cut it raw?" The Raven of Death stared at him with an embarrassed expression. "Can't I?" "No." Nicholas walked in front of him and interrupted him coldly. Monty sighed and closed his eyes in resignation. Nicholas slowly raised the saber. At that moment, asterisk whoosh, asterisk the sound of wind came. A figure suddenly appeared behind the Star Killer. Nicholas' expression changed. He immediately turned around and swung his saber. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas was shocked. His blade missed its target. There was no one behind him. The figure disappeared. But before the Star Killer could react, that figure appeared next to him again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Star Killer's arm clashed with the ambusher's fist. The ambusher was not fast, but the accuracy and angle of his attack were far beyond Nicholas' imagination, especially his next punch. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the ambusher hit the wound on Nicholas' left arm. Irk. Nicholas gritted his teeth and grunted. His movements became sluggish, and the enemy punched him again, hitting the arrow wound on the right side of his chest. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Star Killer's arm trembled. The saber fell from his hand, and he knelt on one knee. But Nicholas no longer had the energy to care about his saber. He was breathing heavily. He recognized the enemy in front of him in shock and anger. He remembered his skills, his figure, and his... Nicholas raised his head abruptly. "You..." At that moment, the Star Killer lost his composure like never before. His face was ferocious, and he cried out in anguish, "You!" But in the face of such raging hatred, the other party did not respond. He only shook his head slowly. "When you eat, you use your right hand, right?" His voice was hoarse, and his tone was low, as if he was talking to himself. Nicholas shuddered slightly. He stared at the newcomer. The resentment and hatred in his eyes seemed to want to drown the entire world. He roared as if he wanted to shout until his throat broke, "It's you!" But in the next moment, the enemy's hand struck the side of his jaw. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas' angry and indignant roar came to an abrupt halt. Under the heavy blow, the famous Star Killer fell to the ground in a dejected manner. He lost consciousness. Under the setting sun, the ambusher who knocked Nicholas down with one move slowly turned around and faced the Raven of Death. But at that moment, Monty stared at the newcomer with a dumbfounded expression, as if he had forgotten his pain. You. He only stared at the uninvited guest in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. A few seconds later, Monty sighed and closed his eyes. It's you. When did you come? The newcomer was silent. He did not answer, and he did not pay any attention to the dying raven of death. He only raised his head slowly and looked towards the south. The first rule, the ambusher said slowly. Monty suddenly opened his eyes. What? The raven of death stared at him in surprise. So, you've been following us since then? And I didn't notice it all along the way? He sized up the newcomer in shock. The ambusher did not speak. It was as if he should not speak. I understand now. Finally, Monty sighed and shook his head, as if he had been relieved. How could Spiky and his Archduchess guards catch up to me? So you were the one who lured him here. You didn't have the confidence to defeat me, the Raven of Death said dejectedly. So, you lured him here on purpose and waited for us to both be injured. Monty laughed in a seemingly mocking manner. He lowered his head desolately and did not speak anymore. The ambusher was still silent. A few seconds later, the uninvited guest slowly opened his mouth and repeated his first sentence. The first rule? This time, there was a strange undulation in his voice. Monty frowned. What? In the next second, the ambusher suddenly attacked. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he struck Monty's neck with his palm. The Raven of Death did not even have time to finish speaking before he fell to the ground and fainted. The ambusher did not even look at the Star Killer and Nicholas on the ground. Instead, he slowly turned around and looked towards the south. He looked towards the end of his field of vision. Chapter 371. Early in the morning, somewhere in the desert. When the first rays of dawn pushed aside the darkness on the horizon, a monster, who was tightly wrapped in clothes and thick cloth, moved in the shelter under a huge rock and climbed up clumsily. But it did not wake up naturally. In the darkness, the monster stretched out its thick limbs and yawned tiredly. It peeled its head and face out of the thick cloth and took a deep breath. The sky was bright. The teenager, who was wrapped in clothes, stretched his hand out of the huge rock in a hazy state. A gust of cold wind immediately blew past his palm, making him shudder. It's really cold. Thales, who had wrapped himself up tightly, shivered and rubbed his hands together. He touched the fire he had painstakingly started with flint and dried twigs last night, but it had been extinguished at some point in time. He shook his head with lingering fear. Next time, I can't spend the night on such a high sand dune. The wind is too strong, even with rocks to shelter me from the wind. So the prince thought, and leaned against the rock behind him in a daze, in the dim light of day. He looked at the endless desert from afar. It took him 30 seconds to completely wake up from his drowsiness. During Thales' 6 years of studying in Dragon Cloud City, almost every scholar who was lucky enough to go to Heroic Spirit Palace to teach the 2 students with prominent statuses would describe the Great Desert as hot, scorching, or other similar words. The truth was, only half of the time, it was deadly hot. The other half of the time, its nights were cold enough to store ice or freeze Thales to death. Damn it. Thales shrank his body and thought resentfully, they must have heard it from someone else. Serves the Northlanders right for not being able to enter the Great Desert. Thales sighed with emotion. He raised his gaze and took in the small canyon under the huge rock, as well as the endless sand dunes not far away. Nature was the most wonderful painter. Under the crimson horizon, the rolling sand dunes were dyed golden. The curves were elegant and smooth, like the buttocks and back of a beauty lying lazily on her side. It gave people an indescribable sense of gentleness. However, Thales was the only one who knew the merciless truth hidden under this refreshing and beautiful scenery. The sun rose, and the coldness of the night gradually disappeared. There were still a few hours left before the scorching heat of noon. This was the precious time he had to travel. Thales opened his luggage and checked his inventory. A piece of cheese and 2 rolls. And the last bag of water. He sighed. Thales pursed his dry lips and suppressed his slight hunger. He stuffed the cheese back into his luggage. He took out what was left of the bread and silently chewed on it in the quiet morning to replenish the energy he needed for the morning. Before he found another water source, he couldn't eat too much, as it would make his body water deplete faster. When he thought of this, the pressure in Thales's heart suddenly increased. Thales got up and dug a sandpit not far from the camp. He uncovered a piece of sackcloth and took out a few stones from it. He was glad to find that the bottom half of the stones were cold and wet. The prince treated them like lovers. He happily opened his mouth and sucked on the moisture on them. The taste was a little strange, but he could get some water from them without using up precious water. Why not? But water shortage was not the only threat. Thales tested the temperature around him and quietly took off his clothes to keep him warm for the night. He tied up his luggage and extended his hand into the bonfire, which only had a little bit of warmth left. He blackened the upper half of his face, especially the area around his eyes. When Thales, who had been walking in the endless desert for a day, realized that his vision was starting to blur, the panic in his heart almost overflowed his chest. Then he remembered this method. It was said that the Northland hunters in the day before the bitter cold winter would occasionally use this method to avoid snow blindness that could be caused by wandering too long in the white snow. Thales dared to swear on his experience in the desert for the past 3 days that this method was equally effective in the desert. After Thales finished blackening his face, he unfolded the piece of sackcloth used to collect water and tied it to the top of his head. He tied his hair and temples tightly. Although Thales did not think that the desert was very hot, even though everyone had told him that the biggest threat in the desert was heat, the headscarf should more or less be of some help, be it to keep out the sun or to keep out the wind. From the leggings to the cuffs, he carefully checked his clothes. He took out the black cloth that Jayla gave him and used it as a mask to cover his mouth and nose. Only his eyes were exposed. He carried his luggage and the crossbow of time, grabbed 2 tree branches that he used as walking sticks, and confirmed that the direction in which the sun rose was to his left. May everything go well today. Let me find a water source, or help. With that thought in mind, the prince took a deep breath and walked out of the shelter. He was done with his preparations and was just short of wrapping himself up as a surprise gift. The wind immediately blew against his face, bringing with it the coldness of the night. He could not help but narrow his eyes. There was a large sand dune in front of him. Thales carefully circled around its center and searched for a gentle slope that was far away but had a small slope. He tried his best to avoid the direction of the wind and went up it diagonally. He crossed this sand dune and foolishly went up and down in a straight line on his first day in the desert. After climbing over 2 sand dunes, he was panting and his legs were numb. Now, Thales had finally learned his lesson. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk the wind and sand blew against his back. Tiny grains of sand hit the sackcloth beside his ears and made a buzzing sound. Thales used the strength of his walking stick to move forward step by step. When he encountered a high slope, he would take a detour, and when he encountered a gentle slope, he would proceed cautiously. The sun gradually rose, and the cold desert gradually warmed up. Occasionally he would turn his head to look around, but all he could see was yellow sand. He could only hear the wind whistling past his ears. There was no sign of any birds or beasts. Even if there were plants, there were only short shrubs and deep-rooted drought willows. They lay lifelessly on the sand. Thales was still the only person in the vast sand dunes that he could see. There was no sign of human habitation. There were not even animal carcasses. At least they could remind him of the danger here and replace the dreariness with wariness. Thales shook his head and tried to hum a little tune. He thought about some pleasant things. The prince, who had been trapped by the high wall for 6 years, had read quite a number of Wanderer's notes. He knew that in such an extremely harsh environment, the most fatal thing was not the threats from the outside world, but the mental pressure brought about by loneliness and panic. Nothing could destroy a person more than isolation and loneliness. This was Thales' 4th day in the desert. He did not know when he entered the Great Desert. It seemed that there was no particularly obvious boundary between Ekstet's city of faraway prayers and the famous Great Desert. For example, there was a boundary stone with the words Ekstet border, or travelers are prohibited, written on it. In fact, after happily, parting ways with the other two, Thales rode for a day. The first place he entered was the rocky desert, which was almost identical to the land of barren rocks. It was full of exposed rocks. There were huge bedrock everywhere, and the terrain occasionally rose and fell. His field of vision was extremely wide. There were not too many low shrubs, which deceived Thales' eyes, making him think that the great desert was not in front of him yet. I have to continue walking. He tore open the dried meat in his mouth and told himself that he should be able to find someone to receive him at the junction. Thanks to Silver Shadowman's blessing, Thales could sense the direction he was going. He was heading south, and he was gradually reaching the end of the slightly higher rock strata in the north. The vegetation began to decrease, the temperature brought by the sun slowly increased, and his lips became drier by the day. As he traveled further, he no longer saw the bare bedrock in front of him. Instead, he began to see gravel the size of a pot lid and fists. Fortunately, the quality of Northland's warhorse's hooves was excellent, so Thales did not have to suffer the pain of trudging. However, Thales passed by an abandoned settlement that was empty. He shook his head in disappointment when he saw an abandoned well, and the strong Northland warhorses showed a reluctance to continue moving forward that could not be ignored. When the reins in his hands became increasingly difficult to control, the second prince, who had been mumbling about geography along the way, suddenly realized that he had entered an uninhabited area. He had unknowingly entered a no-man's land. Half a day later, rather than wasting his strength to drag a horse that constantly wanted to fall back and force his way forward, Thales reluctantly took the necessary supplies and let the horse go. He broke off 2 thick branches and sharpened them into walking sticks. He used one to carry his luggage and the other to help him walk. He moved forward with difficulty. The ground under his feet was still hard, and the boundless Gobi Desert was still in front of him. However, the wind was getting stronger, and the temperature was getting hotter. As he quickened his pace, Thales frowned and realized that the gravel under his feet was getting thinner. His footsteps on the ground were no longer crisp and clear. 10 hours later, at dusk, he raised his head after he was stingy with water. Only then did he realize to his surprise that regardless of whether he raised his head or looked back, everything around him was already covered in yellow sand. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the Great Desert. Thales stared blankly at everything in front of him and thought so. The problem was, where was the person to receive him from the Secret Intelligence Department? Did he miss someone, or did he go the wrong way? Thales hesitated for a long time as he looked back at the road he came from, but he was at a loss. In the end, he decided to continue moving forward. He would head southeast according to the direction in his memory to look for an oasis and the supply line for the Constellation Army. Before this, Gleeward and Kurtz in Dragon Cloud City seemed to have predicted that he would not stop even if he escaped out of the city. They had long since prepared an outfit suitable for the journey for the prince. Monty's 2 mounts were obviously related to the Secret Intelligence Department. The luggage on the saddle was filled with the necessary items to cross the desert: water, bread, salt, flint, as well as thick clothes and ropes. There were also the 2 walking sticks he broke on the way. Thales felt good for a while after he finished checking his luggage. However, the hellish journey of the next day told him that he was wrong. Thales had underestimated the Great Desert. It was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The loose sand on the ground seemed harmless, but in fact, it was an obstacle that made it difficult to walk. With every step he took, he would sink into a pit. When he climbed up the slope, he would often slide toward his heels. It was even more difficult to deal with than the snowy ground in the north during winter. Thales even felt that he did not walk more than 10 miles on the first day. The wind in the desert was strong and rapid. If Thales was not careful, he would be blown off his feet. There was once when he was climbing up the slope, he was blown off. He rolled and screamed as he went down the sand dune. His 10 minutes of climbing were all in vain. After that, Thales made up his mind to never walk up high slopes or straight-up sand dunes again. It would be best if he walked along the ripples in the sand. If he could not get past the wind would not be able to get past him. The terrain in the desert was not flat. Not only were there undulating sand dunes, he would also encounter huge sandstones and steep canyons from time to time. After Thales painstakingly explored the bottom of a canyon, he felt that it would be better for him to stay away from them. Just like that, he moved forward. The first day, the first night, the second day, the second night, he walked all the way until now. The fourth day in the desert. It was still the fourth day without any signs of human habitation. Step by step, Thales narrowed his eyes and tried his best to move forward. He counted the number of steps he took, and every once in a while he would remove his water skin and take a sip of water to moisten his mouth. He did not know how long he had been walking. The sun was getting higher, and the surroundings were getting hotter. He could even feel that his skin was covered in sweat under his headscarf. Wrapped in his clothes, it was sticky, wet, stuffy, and uncomfortable. But he could not take it off. He could not. Thales resisted the urge to vomit. He held onto his staff and walked down a slope facing the wind. When he was leeward, he turned around and looked around. He could not help but frown. He felt that he had gone astray. Damn it. He cursed in his heart and stuck his staff into the sand. He looked at the shadow cast by the staff on the ground, turned around, found a stone, and placed it on top of the shadow. On the first day after he entered the desert and suffered enough, Thales encountered another problem that made things worse. The amazing sense of direction he obtained after he entered the black track made Thales so happy that he thought that he would never be lost again. However, this amazing ability failed after he entered the great desert. He could no longer sense the terrain under his feet or the direction ahead of him. It seems that no matter how omnipotent the power and existence is, there will still be problems of not acclimatizing to the environment. Thales thought wearily. While the sun was not strong and the sand was not hot, he sat down to rest for a while. How long more do I have to walk before I meet reinforcements? Will I die here? This is bad. F***ck. Thales shook his head and patted his cheeks to calm down his impatience. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Thales told himself, reach the next destination first, then think about the next step. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to find the place. The pressure would be too great and he would break down first. In fact, because he had not seen any signs of human habitation for a long time, there was no communication, and the scenery was monotonous, the prince now felt that he was already a little abnormal. His reaction began to slow down, and his vision began to become fixed. And his emotions became unstable. Thales chuckled and shook his head. No, he could not give up. He had to adjust himself until he found a way out. The funny thing was, on the first day, Thales did not think that the desert was that dangerous. He followed the vegetation that was not very sparse at that time and found a small, shallow pool under a huge rock at dusk. The edge of the pool was full of life. There were even a few jackals gathered in a narrow corner by the pool. They took a sip, turned their heads, and drank water vigilantly but inefficiently. At that time, Thales was overjoyed. He felt that at least he had used his newbie's luck. He happily slid down the sand dune to fill his water bag. When he slid to the edge of the pool, his legs gave way, and his legs sank into the quicksand. The more the panicked Thales struggled, the tighter and deeper he sank. At one point he sank down to his waist. Thales' heart turned cold. At that time, he understood why the jackals gathered in that narrow corner. They were stingy with their water and were unwilling to approach the seemingly wide pool. Only God knew how much despair the teenager felt at that time. If Thales had not used the sin of Hell's River in time to calm himself down, give up struggling, and lay his body flat to prevent himself from sinking, the first heir of Constellation would have long since died in the desert. That day, with trembling hands, he took out the crossbow from his back, tied a rope to it, and shot at a strange tree in the distance. He even shot twice, but his hand was too shaky the first time. Then he pulled himself up while trembling. While the jackals howled in dissatisfaction, Thales occupied their safe corner with lingering fear. He trembled as he filled his water bag with great difficulty. This was the first time Thales discovered the dangers of the desert. Thales, who had rested enough under the sand dune, sighed and brought his thoughts back to the present. He grabbed the second stone and placed it on top of the shadow of the staff, which had moved quite a distance. It connected to the first stone. Thales looked at the path he came from. He frowned and compared it with the line connecting the two stones. It's a little off. I have to correct it. He corrected his direction to the southeast, grabbed the staff he used to orient himself, and set off again. Huff. The sandstorm grew stronger. This was another threat in the desert. Thales gritted his teeth and climbed over a sand dune under the cover of a fishy smell and damp heat. He raised his right palm to cover his eyes and looked for a place with lush vegetation that could serve as a shade and possibly a source of water. Noon soon arrived. He had to be ready for the next step of resting. He still remembered that on the first noon when he entered the desert, he chose to set up camp at the bottom of a large sand dune to rest to avoid the scorching sun and merciless sandstorm. However, when Thales woke up from his afternoon nap, he tasted sand in his mouth the moment he turned his head. Filled with fear and panic, he spat and got up. He was horrified to find that during the 2 hours he had been resting with his eyes closed, the sandstorm had already submerged his legs and would soon cover his hands. If he had slept for another half an hour, Thales learned from then on that unless he wanted to find a free grave in the desert, he should never choose a place that was too low to rest. The prince silently recalled the many lessons he had learned during the past few days of suffering and torture. He found a place to rest, a small tree beside a steep slope. Thales took another small sip of water and continued moving forward. He moved forward with great difficulty. He could feel that the water in his body was rapidly draining away. As the sun rose higher and his surroundings became hotter, the amount of energy and nutrients he needed to move would increase exponentially. Rest, Thales thought solemnly. He forced himself to focus on the goal in front of him. He needed to rest and avoid the hottest few hours. The sandstorm continued. Thales watched as the yellow sand under his feet was slowly peeled away. He finally reached his destination after counting more than 800 steps. He hid in the shade of the tree to avoid the scorching sun. Feeling the rapid drop in temperature, he sighed and took off his headscarf and mask. Thales was ready to take an afternoon nap, but he was not in a hurry to find an empty space. Instead, he carefully grabbed his cane and knocked on the ground to push away the stones around him. It would be best if the stones were further away from him. Thales did not forget that the first friend he made in the desert was a rattlesnake. On the second day he entered the desert, when he was resting under the shade of a tree, he sat down on the ground in exhaustion. He pushed his left hand backward and pressed against a slippery and cold object. That thing quickly leaped up from behind the stone. She bit him on the forearm. Thales was scared out of his wits. The rattlesnake was obviously very dissatisfied with someone disturbing its afternoon nap. If Thales had not just experienced the bone-piercing cold of the first night and wrapped himself up tightly like a maniac, that bite would have probably killed him, although Thales did not know whether it was poisonous or not. Thales recalled the frightening journey that day and subconsciously touched his left arm. The tear on the 3-layered sleeve was still carefully sweeping away the stones around it. Sure enough, after a larger slab-like stone was lifted, a new friend ran out in dissatisfaction. Thales frowned and looked at the black sand scorpion that was half the size of a palm. He looked at its pair of terrifyingly large pincers and inconspicuous stinger on its tail. He extended his cane, ignored its protest, and chased the sand scorpion far away. He sat down, panting, and took out his water skin and the last of his food. Everything in front of him seemed to have not changed. Just as the old crow said, there were only 3 things in the desert: the sun, sand, and sand. Thales suddenly understood why the old crow mentioned sand twice. Everything he saw over the past few days told him that this was a world that was completely different from what he usually knew. A teenager who grew up in the slums of the city and was used to the streets and castles could not imagine such a world. When he recalled the countless dangers he encountered in just 3 days, Thales could not help but shrink his body. Here, the heat was as deadly as the cold. Day and night were both terrifying. Here, life and danger appeared at the same time. The side of the pool, which was the source of life, was often the place where most animals were buried. Here he rarely saw living creatures. Even if he did, their habits had changed a long time ago. The snakes in the desert never walked in a straight line. Instead, they folded themselves into waves and bounced horizontally like springs. The strange lizards dug into the sand, as if they had made up their mind not to go out until nightfall. The rats in the desert did not seem to need 4 legs, because they rarely walked normally. They preferred to touch the air and leap forward. The vultures that occasionally flashed across the sky did not seem to stop. They traveled long distances every day. The color of the spiders in the desert was indistinguishable from the sand. Here he had to be humble. Thales recalled Hick's words. He had to relearn everything, such as the jackals by the pool. From then on, Thales learned to follow the footprints of the animals. At the very least, he would not make any major mistakes. Thales sighed, ate the last piece of cheese, and began to think about the most serious problem he faced. He ran out of food. It was not that the prince had never suffered from hunger before. His life in the abandoned house had never given him the experience of filling his stomach. But he was in the great desert. This was terrible. And his reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. It was not that Thales had never tried to look for fruits from plants. In fact, he had indeed found fruits from a few strange plants on the leeward slope. He could not suppress his hunger until he saw a dried skeleton next to it. My God! Thales touched his forehead in pain. Who knew what else could be eaten in this desert? At this moment, he glanced to the side from the corner of his eye. The unlucky sand scorpion whose nest was occupied had not gone far. It was still poking and knocking on the ground, looking for its next nest. As he stared at the scorpion, Thales touched his hungry stomach and furrowed his eyebrows. Chapter 372. Thales sighed in frustration. In the next moment, Sand Scorpion realized that the destruction of its nest was not the worst thing that could happen to it. Above it, Thales' face was ferocious. He raised his staff and pressed it against the scorpion while he struggled with his thoughts. Finally, Thales swallowed painfully in his dry throat and made up his mind. He took out his JC knife and cut off the scorpion's stinger. As it struggled madly, he ended its life with a single slash. The desert god is merciful. The desert god is merciful. He picked up the sand scorpion that had died a heroic death and raised it before his eyes with an unpleasant expression. Thank you for your sacrifice. You saved the Jade Star royal family and Constellation's hero, he added in his heart. Strangely, Thales felt a lot more relaxed after he said those words. Perhaps it was because they had not spoken for a long time, but when he looked at the unconsciously twitching scorpion, he actually had a feeling that they were communicating. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly realized something. He did not dare to think anymore. He closed his eyes tightly and bit the sand scorpion in his mouth with great difficulty and pain. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk see. The first bite made Thales' face contort in pain. The magical taste and aroma entered his sensory nerves through the taste buds on his tongue and the friction between his teeth. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk the second bite. Fat, juicy, crisp, chewy, and life-saving. Thales desperately thought of these words. He forgot about the strange taste in his mouth and bit the 2 exposed pincers into his mouth. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk it felt like a fruit shell filled with a foul smell. As he chewed, pieces of salty and wet juice exploded from the inside. It filled his mouth and seeped into his throat. Asterisk splash. Asterisk and soft meat with the same strange taste. Should I clean its internal organs first? Finally, Thales resisted the urge to turn his stomach upside down. He twitched and swallowed the thing in his mouth. Feeling the vague strange feeling in his abdomen, Thales wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh. He raised his head expressionlessly and looked at the merciless and emotionless desert again. I'm also a part of the desert food chain. Thales thought sorrowfully. When there was a first, there was a second. Thales searched the sand for stones and chased out a shivering Mr. or Miss Spider. He frowned, but still cruelly cut off its head, put the whole thing into his mouth and chewed. Sizzle, this texture and taste seem okay? If its stomach was bitten open, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that. I was really wrong. Thales swallowed it with tears in his eyes. A few hours later, in the slightly cooler evening, Thales set off again. This time, his footsteps were much lighter. Until the next resting point. Thales caught an innocent, big-bellied lizard in a cave that was not well hidden. This time, he delightfully removed its internal organs. Since it was night time, they had to start a fire, so Thales enjoyed a handful of roasted lizard meat. After the meal, his hunger slowly subsided. In fact, Thales was starting to miss the taste of eating it raw. The moment he ate the scorpion, Thales felt that he was different. It was as if he was instantly accepted by this place. What a pity! Thales touched his stomach and shook his head regretfully. That rattlesnake a few days ago, how could I let it run away? The problem of food was solved. As long as you did not care about enjoyment and taste, human resilience was far beyond your imagination. With a slightly better mood and the same loneliness, he closed his eyes on the fourth night. But soon, on the morning of the fifth day, Thales faced a new problem. He did not have enough water. Thales was anxious as he shook the leather waterskin that could no longer pour out a drop of water. What should I do? Using stones to collect dew at night would not work. At least, it would not last him through the day. As for the water source, Thales tried to dig into the roots of a plant yesterday, but even if he dug 2 meters deep, enough to bury himself alive, there was only sand. At most, it was a little cold. Instead, he sweated a lot. How ironic. To be honest, Thales was fully prepared for the possible high temperature after entering the desert. But the truth was that the prince, who was exposed to the sun, was not worried about the heat, nor was he struck down by heatstroke. Instead, he was worried about food and water. Thales touched his chapped lips and began to frown. Water source. I have to find a new water source. With such a heavy heart, Thales continued his journey under the sun. Soon, the symptoms of dehydration manifested in his body. Thales' mouth became drier and drier. He felt that every step he took consumed a lot of energy. He persisted in breathing through his nose. Gleeward had told him before he left that it could help him retain the necessary moisture. His emotions became calmer and more lifeless. So thirsty, Thales thought in a daze. Every cell in his body was protesting against his master's exploitation. So thirsty. Want to drink water. Water. But not long after, when the sun rose to a tricky angle again, Thales' hands went limp. He did not manage to hold on and fell to one knee on the ground. He began to feel dizzy. The prince's heart immediately rang with alarm. *T. Dehydration? Or heatstroke? Thales shook his head hard to clear his head. In short, he needed to rest. He could not wander around under the sun and waste his energy and water. He raised his head and glanced at the scorching sun with narrowed eyes. Thales was sleepy and thirsty, but he knew that he could not just sit down and rest. The sand under the sun was extremely hot. Increasing his contact with the sand would only make him lose water faster. I need to find the next resting spot, Thales thought in a daze and took the next step. One step, another step. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His throat was burning. His mouth was rubbing. His entire body felt weak. But he could not stop. He could not stop. Thales stumbled to the next resting spot. It was a shade under a dry willow tree to avoid the scorching sun. He rested for a while and recovered his energy in the shade. Thales even began to seriously consider whether he should live on his own urine. But at this moment, Thales raised his head. He was on a high slope, overlooking the plains below him. He was stunned. At the end of the horizon, far away in his field of vision, a glimmer of light appeared. The prince stared into the distance in a daze. As he watched the ripples of light reflected in his field of vision, his heart trembled uncontrollably. That's a lake? Thales stood up abruptly. He could not help but use hell's senses to confirm the distance in his field of vision. That's right. It's the reflection of the lake. There's a lake in front. There's a water source. The prince, who had survived a desperate situation, suppressed the excitement in his heart. But he did not even wait for the sun to completely set before he set off impatiently. Based on his experience over the past few days, although it was in his field of vision, It would take him at least an hour to travel such a long distance. An hour? Just an hour. Thales took a deep breath and strode forward. He swung his staff and walked towards his hope. 1 step, 2 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 1,500 steps. He climbed over a sand dune and another. A shrub and another shrub. Very soon. Seeing that he was getting closer to his goal, Thales became more and more excited. Water. Oh my God, huh? I'm saved. Thales laughed in his heart. His emotions fluctuated. There's no disaster for the desert god. There's no disaster for the desert god. He thought, that's right. The desert will never send disaster for no reason. Raphael was right. The weak are afraid of disaster. In the desert, only by abandoning weakness can one. However, Thales gradually became anxious. He did not know how long he had been walking, but he knew the number of steps he had taken. It seemed like it had been more than an hour, right? Thales gritted his teeth and licked the blood on his dry lips. He persisted and continued moving forward. His whole body began to ache, even numb, but he could not stop. Thales stared at the water source in front of him and moved forward desperately. I can't stop. Why isn't it there yet? Finally, the sun slowly sank and dusk arrived. His surroundings became shady and cool. Thales panted hard and supported his body in waves of dizziness. But his heart was also cold. There was no other reason. In his field of vision, the water source in front of him, the lake in front of him, the hope in front of him, it disappeared. There was only sand. Thales trembled and looked at the empty scene on the horizon in front of him. He trembled and shook his head hard. He felt his vision begin to blur. The dazed prince instantly reacted. What he saw during the day, what he longed for, and what he tried his best to reach. It was not a lake. It was not a lake. It was an illusion. It was also known as a mirage. The next moment, the prince's vision turned black and he fell into the desert. He lost consciousness. He sank into deep darkness. Mr. Wu, we have finished collecting evidence for this accident. We have studied the surveillance video of that day and the scene, including possible brake marks and eyewitnesses. All the evidence shows that. We are still looking at her medical records, including her mental state. That is why we are here today to make a statement with you. But you better be mentally prepared. No, Mr. Wu, please don't be agitated. After all, you are still in bed. Maybe, we are just saying that it is possible. Everything is still under investigation. He did not know how long had passed. It felt like a lifetime. Or an instant? Maybe, Mr. Wu, your girlfriend took you for a ride that day, maybe to suicide. In the next second, Thales trembled violently. He hurriedly took a breath and shouted, waking up from the boundless darkness. His heart palpitated. Oh. Take it easy, kid. You are seriously dehydrated. A fussy male voice reached his ears. Come quickly. He's awake. Thales opened his eyes while trembling. What he saw was a glaring bonfire. There was also a bustling crowd around him. Is it nighttime? Thales thought in a daze while he was extremely weak. As he woke up, the bustling sounds around him grew louder. Teasing, noise, and conversation. It was so noisy that his head hurt. A long and narrow face squeezed into his field of vision. It was a red-haired man in leather armor with freckles all over his face. He looked to be in his 20s, and he was a little dirty. His eyes darted around, and he looked rather comical. Oh my God! I knew that you would come back to life. The red-haired man was in high spirits. He rubbed Thales' face hard, causing the latter to feel dizzy again. Con, we can talk to him about the reward for saving him. Move aside, quick rope, stop shaking him. An old man's voice came from afar. There was a lot of dissatisfaction in his tone. You're not helping. The owner of the voice seemed to be quite dignified. As he spoke, the noise around him slowly died down. The man named Quick Rope also stopped shaking him. The old voice came again. Thales felt his head being lifted up, and something hard was shoved into his mouth. The moisture in his mouth made him slightly confused. Wait, water. Thales thought of something. It's water. He struggled subconsciously, snatched the water bag with both hands, and sucked the liquid inside with all his might. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Thales held the water bag in his hand tightly like a madman. Oh my God! Water, water. He had never felt as if water was a gift from God as he did at that moment. Slowly, sip by sip. The dignified and old voice was very gentle. He supported Thales back while holding the water bag gently, controlling the speed at which Thales drank. You have just recovered. You cannot drink too quickly. Finally, a few minutes later, Thales let go of the water bag and leaned back, exhausted. He saw the owner of the old voice clearly. It was a bald man with a rough face. He was in his 30s, had a fine stubble, and was dressed in leather armor, just like Quick Rope. His eyes were deep, and he was staring at Thales with a thoughtful expression. Thank you, Thales said weakly and laboriously. Under the night sky, the bald man named Khan smiled under the light of the fire. Very good, you look much better. At that moment, hey Big Khan! A sharp voice tore through the air, like a germaphobe who saw a cockroach. There was a commotion in the area again. The third voice sounded rather slippery and old. It came from afar, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I heard that you were a busybody again and picked up a piece of trash on the road. I'm protesting against you. Although I respect you, you have to understand the risks of this journey and prioritize our safety. Thales frowned slightly. He saw the red-haired man named Quick Rope, who was the first to enter Thales' field of vision, sigh. He said to the bald Khan with a bitter expression, Oh my God, it's that profiteer Seth. He's here again. The bald Khan raised his head and frowned slightly. I'll go negotiate with him. And you keep an eye on him, Quick Rope, Khan said faintly. His old voice gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Wait for Louisa and Old Hammer to come back and take over. Khan stood up. Thales only then noticed that the man in his prime was burly, and the diagonal belt on his body was full of tools ranging from knives to ropes. Leaving the range of the firelight, he moved towards the acerbic voice. Thales struggled to get up and leaned against the luggage on his back. He looked around and was surprised to find that the fire in front of them was not the only one. There were a few other bonfires around them, and there were many people surrounding each bonfire. They were dressed differently. Some of them had their faces covered with scarves, some were protected by leather armor, some were covered in trinkets, and some were sitting in a pile of miscellaneous items, gesticulating as they talked. Many people looked at him curiously. Further away, more than 20 camels knelt on the ground and rested, chewing happily. Thales stared at the strange camp in a daze. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired, freckled young man named Quick Rope. The man was also staring at him with interest. Where am I? Thales asked with difficulty. He felt that his tongue was heavy. Quick Rope was slightly stunned. Where are you? He scratched his freckled nose, then his eyes darted around. He grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and rubbed it away from his hand. Of course you're in the great desert. Did you sleep too much? Thales thought of something when he saw the sand in Quick Rope's hand. I'm still in the desert. But, Thales stared at Quick Rope and mumbled, So, who are you? Who are you? When he heard this question, Quick Rope's eyes lit up. The expression on his face changed rapidly, and he instantly changed a few times. Who are we? He seemed to be hesitating. Thales looked at him suspiciously and urged him to speak with his eyes. After a while, Quick Rope finally made up his mind. He put away his hesitation and answered happily and decisively, We. The young Quick Rope was beaming with joy. He said something that stunned Thales. Chapter 373. Selling swords? Thales' mind was in a mess. He was wrapped in a blanket and had just regained some of his energy, but he felt as if he had just been scooped out of ice water. Selling swords, what's that? He stared at the smug Quick Rope in a daze. At this moment, a loud and powerful female voice came from behind Thales. Mercenaries. We are mercenaries. As for selling swords, that's what some people call us. It might be intuitive, vivid, and easy to understand, but except for rookies who just entered the profession, we usually don't call ourselves that. It's just like how merchants don't call themselves asking for money, and apprentices don't call themselves scroungers. Women who can't find a man and men who can't find a woman won't call themselves unwanted. The expression of the excited quick rope, who just entered the profession, instantly turned gloomy. He made a face at Thales. Thales could not help but notice that even though the other party spoke the lingua franca, his pronunciation was difficult, and his pronunciation was high. Many of his accents and tones were very different from the Northland lingua franca he was familiar with. They also did not match the accent he had in Eternal Star City. He turned his head around. 3 masked warriors who were dressed in light armor appeared in his field of vision as they stepped on the sand beneath their feet. They looked travel-worn. When the others saw them, they made way for them. They walked into the bonfire, and one by one, they took off their masks and headscarves to block the wind and sand. One of them was a young man with slightly darker skin. His entire face was painted with unknown black stripes. He carried 2 cross scimitars on his back, and the hilts of the scimitars protruded from each of his shoulders. His gaze when he looked at Thales was filled with vigilance. The other was a gray-haired warrior in the prime of his life. He put down a frightening warhammer that had spikes on its head. He stared at the warm bonfire with a contented expression on his bearded face. The last one was the owner of the loud female voice. She was a female warrior with chestnut-colored hair of medium height. Her facial features were regular and plain, but there was a hint of weathering in them. Her back was straight, and her bandaged arm was always pressed against the sword at her waist. The 3 of them walked into the small camp together and each found a comfortable spot by the bonfire to sit down. The hammer-wielding warrior even happily stroked Quick Rope's hair, causing the latter to protest in dissatisfaction. "By the way, I'm Louisa Dante." Louisa, the female warrior who spoke, put down her longbow and untied the saber at her waist. She grinned lightly at the weakened Thales. "I'm glad to see that you're awake, child. You're very lucky. Not every trapped loner can survive in the desert." Her smile was bright and warm, giving people a good impression. Thales was slightly stunned, but he immediately returned her a grateful smile. Mercenaries. He had heard of these people. In fact, he had encountered similar targets before. 6 years ago, when he first arrived at Mindy's Hall, there was a small team of people who were instructed, or deceived, by the Duke of Iris Flowers to probe the royal estate that was visited by the king in the middle of the night. In the end, all of them perished. But that was all. In the chaotic downtown area of Eternal Star City, there were many people who were willing to sell unusual labor in unusual and often illegal ways for a few silver coins. Debt collectors, prostitutes, pickpockets, killers, swindlers, bounty hunters. As long as it did not affect the protection fees and did not cause trouble, the Black Street Brotherhood often turned a blind eye to their own people taking up private work. Even the 6th house, where Thales was, had once taken up the work of making a ruckus on the street for a few copper coins. But within the high walls of the towering capital, Thales had never seen the pinnacle of this trade. The people who sold violence purely for money were full-time mercenaries who only appeared in bardic poems and rumors. It was said that they would usually only rush about in remote and desolate places far away from the law, in unstable borderlands, or in war-torn countries where the flames of war were raging. They would look for employers, point their blades at those who had no grudges against them, and then take the blood-stained rewards from the hands of those who had power and influence. There were even fewer mercenaries in Dragon Cloud City, where the people were valiant and they worshipped martial arts and heroism. Almost all the men in their prime had served in the military, and killing enemies and fighting were their pride. Even old men in their 70s could swing their axes fiercely for more than 10 rounds. Who would be willing to rely on a stranger's weapon? As the political center of Eternal Star City, there was no need for mercenaries. Dragon Cloud City, which was self-reliant, did not need mercenaries either. But here, Thales stared at the long and short equipment these people wore. They were suitable for both long and short distances. They were completely different from the professional or conscripted soldiers who pursued a single function. He turned his head slowly and looked at the dangerous desert under the howling cold wind. He looked at the few bonfires in the distance, at the unknown darkness beyond his field of vision, and at the camel team who were kneeling and resting in a circle outside the camp. He suddenly understood something. So, the female warrior untied her sword and patted the sand off her body. She looked at him expectantly. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at her politely. So what? I told you my name, boy, and as a courtesy and a response, Louisa smiled as usual. Oh, I'm sorry. I am, Thales only reacted then. He hurriedly pushed himself off the ground and tried to sit up, but he felt his vision go black and his arms go limp. Whoa, take it easy. Quick Rope quickly caught Thales, who was about to fall, and put him down gently. He made a fuss about nothing. He made a fuss and said, "You can't stand up yet? When you were discovered, you were lying face down in the middle of the road. Half of your body was buried in the yellow sand, and you looked like an inconspicuous sandstone. If it weren't for Dean's sharp eyes, a team of 23 Bactrian camels, each weighing 800 to 900 pounds, would have trampled over you." Relax, boy. The hammer-wielding warrior stroked his beard. You're out of danger, and we have the whole night to listen to your self-introduction. Thales glanced at him gratefully, then turned to Louisa. My name, the prince could not help but be stunned. It had been a long time since he formally introduced himself to a stranger. In fact, whether it was when he was a child beggar or when he was a prince, he did not need to introduce himself. In the former, no one cared about his name, but in the latter, everyone knew his name. Thales could not help but feel a strange sense of absurdity as he looked at the other people's curious gazes and their unfamiliar and distant gazes. Waya. His voice rang weakly by the bonfire. My name is Waya. The others looked at each other. So, Waya. Louisa stared at him intently. How did you end up in the great desert? Thales tried his best to make himself look more believable. I was unlucky. In fact, very unlucky. Thales sighed. My father, when he was still alive, was a man with a bit of power. Unfortunately, he made enemies in the north. When he couldn't protect me anymore, the enemies sent a few bad-tempered thugs after me, the kind with sharp knives. I could only escape to the south. They forced me into the great desert all the way. Thales knew that he looked terrible, but he also knew that the other party must have seen his luggage. He had to have a good reason to explain why a 14-year-old boy would carry a crossbow, a satchel of arrows, and a dagger into the great desert alone. What's more, they had saved his life. Louisa looked at the hammer-wielding warrior, and they nodded at each other. Quick Rope's eyes lit up. Wow, your enemies must hate you very much to be able to make you run to the great desert out of fear. Thales nodded quietly and said dejectedly, I didn't expect life in the great desert to be so difficult. I couldn't even last 4 or 5 days. Enemies? Thales raised his head curiously and found that the person who interrupted was the young warrior with a face full of black tattoos. He sat by the fire and stared coldly at the prince while he wiped his blade. So you have enemies chasing after you. Of course, trouble always comes with it, he said softly with an expressionless face. Thales did not know how to answer for a moment. You can put away your fierce face, Mickey. Louisa cast a displeased glance at the black-tattooed man named Mickey. She seemed to have a problem with his attitude. I know what you're worried about. This child is not a desert bandit's undercover or spy. Thales was shocked. The man who was wiping his scimitar paused for a moment. No, you don't know what I'm worried about. Mickey's face became serious. If you knew, we wouldn't have been hired by that profiteer, and we wouldn't have come here. Dean knows, but he doesn't listen to me. Louisa curled her lips. Thales watched their argument curiously. The bearded warrior laughed and raised his hands to smooth things over. Relax, buddy. There's no need to pull a long face all the time. He turned to Mickey and pointed at the weak Thales. But you saw it too, Mickey. He almost died there. No desert bandit group would send a child who was dying of thirst to be a spy. There's nothing to rob in Tormorden's caravan. We'll be safe. In fact, we didn't run into any desert bandits or exiles along the way, and you know why. Thales smiled weakly. Mickey snorted. That's what I'm worried about. Mortals try to use their power to interfere in the desert, but the desert god has never forgiven them. Mickey's gaze became more and more solemn. He glanced at the sky. This means that we're in trouble. Thales had a sudden thought. The strong warrior laughed out loud. Ignore Mickey. He's just like that. Locals are always prejudiced against travelers, and they're also paranoid. The bearded warrior snorted nonchalantly and turned to Thales. Let's talk about other interesting things. Thales was stunned. He glanced at Mickey. Locals? At this moment. So, you're a Northland noble who was forced to flee to the Great Desert? Louisa said faintly. You know, your accent is very much like a Northlander's. I guess so, Thales answered carefully. Yes, he could only say that. His 6 years in Dragoncloud City allowed him to easily imitate a Northland accent without even having to deliberately imitate it. Very good, Northlanders. I like Northlanders the most. Maybe we should let Dion come and talk to his fellow Northlanders. The middle-aged warrior beside them laughed. At this moment, Quick Rope slapped his thigh. Noble. Quick Rope rubbed his hands excitedly. His eyes sparkled. Very good. Now, we can talk about the issue of remuneration. He looked at Thales happily and beamed. You know, young Mr. Waya, I saved your life from being buried in the sand. Thales was slightly startled. Yes, thank you. But at the same time, he noticed that Louisa, the strong warrior, and the young man with black tattoos all rolled their eyes towards the outside. Quick Rope straightened his back with a proud look on his face. So, according to the rules of the desert, I saved you. In other words, I will automatically own all your property, including the ownership of your person. Quick Rope coughed, put his hands on his hips, and said seriously, So, Waya, you're mine now. Thales was completely stunned. Do you understand? In the next moment, a palm the size of a pot lid slammed into the back of Quick Rope's head from behind. Asterisk slap. Asterisk. Quick Rope's scream even startled a camel in the distance. Watching Quick Rope scream, Louisa and the strong warrior laughed. Even the gloomy Mickey curled up the corners of his lips. Thales looked at the person who appeared behind Quick Rope in surprise. If this brat continues to talk nonsense like this, you'll definitely be right to deal with him like this. A familiar and experienced voice joined the conversation. The bald man, whom Thales had met once before, returned to the camp with a cold expression and sat down beside Louisa. Following him was a strong man with a handlebar mustache and a two-handed greatsword on his back. He did not say a word. The others made way for them. It was obvious that they were all in the same team. Quick Rope raised his head with tears in his eyes. I'm not wrong, the person who saved him has the right. The bald dean snorted and interrupted him. But this is the desert, not the sea, and the person who saved him is not you. Just ignore him. Louisa sighed and averted her gaze from the pained Quick Rope. She shook her head apologetically at Thales. This rookie used to be a sailor before he joined the profession. That's why we like to call him Quick Rope. He doesn't know anything, but he always likes to bring the rules of the sea here. Quick Rope raised his hand in protest, agitated. But a sea made of sand is also considered a type of sea, right? Quick Rope looked aggrieved, but the response he got was a piece of bread thrown at his face by the hammer-wielding warrior. Thales watched the group of people fooling around with a dumbfounded expression. The hammer-wielding warrior revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth under his beard and smiled at Thales. Hello, unfamiliar Waya. You can call me Old Hammer, because I'm in charge of wielding the hammer in the team. Thales nodded. The one with the stinky face is Mickey. You should see how he wields his twin blades. He's our clairvoyant and guide. Mickey, the man with black tattoos, snorted softly. And I believe you've already met Quick Rope. This Camion sailor is in charge of telling jokes. Hey! Quick Rope struggled to break free from Old Hammer's big hand and protested. Jokes are also very important, okay? Old Hammer did not care. He stuffed the bread into Quick Rope's mouth. You know Dean. The silent one sitting next to Dean is Furnace. He's a strong man from the land of thorns, and he's in charge of killing. Furnace, the man with the two-handed greatsword, nodded at him. Thales greeted them in a friendly manner. There are still 5 people on duty outside, and this lively girl in front of us. Poor Quick Rope pulled the bread out of his mouth with all his might. He took over Old Hammer's words and swung his arms at Louisa. He said vividly, "Louisa Dante, our beautiful, adorable, good at fighting, charming captain, but unfortunately a little bad-tempered." Louisa's face turned slightly red. Thales raised his eyebrows. Quick Rope looked at his slightly embarrassed captain, then turned to the bald man. He rolled his eyes. "And Big Dean, our beautiful, adorable, charming captain, but unfortunately a little bad-tempered captain, is the one who dreams of marrying him." In the next second, Louisa's gauntlet hit Quick Rope's forehead. "Shut up." Louisa twisted her face fiercely and glared at Quick Rope with gritted teeth. Thales saw that the others lowered their heads and continued with their work as if they did not hear him. Old Hammer began to pick at his beard again. Furnace continued to drink his water. Mickey finished wiping the second blade and went back to wiping the first one. The bald Dean, who was one of the protagonists of the dispute, coughed awkwardly. "Did I say something wrong?" Quick Rope raised his head in dissatisfaction. "You are our leader and captain, the much-loved Louisa. No one can deny that you formed this team and carried Dante's greatsword on your back." Dean never objected to this. Louisa's face darkened even more. "You know, I'm not talking about this." "Then, which one do you think I'm talking about?" Another of Louisa's gauntlets flew from the air in response to Quick Rope. Thales watched their interaction with widened eyes. He suddenly felt that the great desolate desert wasn't that terrifying. Dante's greatsword. Thales nodded and mulled over the name of this mercenary team. So, the female warrior is the leader of these mercenaries, named after her surname. But, Dean coughed again in the midst of the noise. His gaze returned to Thales. You've just recovered." He handed Thales a piece of bread and a water skin. Water can prolong life, but it can't fill your stomach. Thales took the food with a heavy heart and forced a grateful smile. "Thank you." The man looked at Thales and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Waya, we've kept your things well. They're in our luggage. A certain profiteer really wanted to take your money pouch and crossbow, but we stopped him." Dean gestured at another bonfire with his chin. Next to the fire, a man dressed like a country bumpkin was bargaining fiercely with someone else. Thales hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you. You've saved my life. I'll repay you for that." "I swear I will." Quick Rope's face lit up. I knew you were a good friend, Waya. I'm a coward." His mouth was stuffed with bread by Old Hammer again. "But where are you going?" Thales took a bite of the bread and looked at these people's faces. It was difficult for him to let down his guard. "Actually, can I hire you?" The mercenaries looked at each other. The prince said tentatively, I have a few relatives in Constellation. They're very rich." The mercenaries looked at each other again. This time, Thales saw worry in their eyes. Only Quick Rope's expression changed. He stuttered in the bread in surprise. Without any expression on his face, Mickey reached out and stuffed the bread in his mouth even tighter. "Constellation?" The man with the black stripes snorted. Louisa twitched her eyebrows and smiled. "You know, Waya, we've already accepted a business deal. We're going to send this merchant group too," but the bald Dean raised his hand gently, and Louisa immediately stopped talking. Thales noticed this detail. Dean sighed. He looked at Thales with a calm and shrewd gaze. "Listen, Waya, I can see that you have concerns." He went straight to the point. "Don't worry, we won't touch your belongings, and we won't endanger your life." Thales felt a chill in his heart. "This is the Great Desert, so I won't ask about your surname and origin, including how you offended your enemies. We're not interested in those things, and they won't be able to chase us here. Saving you is just an obligation in the desert." Dean stroked the stubble on his face. "So you don't have to worry." Thales frowned slightly. Dean's words were obviously quite prestigious in the group. Once he said this, even Mickey, who was hostile towards him, did not say anything else. Only Quick Rope, who pulled the bread out with great difficulty, raised his hand with a long face. What about our remuneration? No one paid attention to him. I just want to ask about a few other things, Dean said solemnly. Why, you came down from the north. Fales was a little baffled and a little nervous. Right. Dean muttered to himself and pressed his fingers on his knees. The others waited patiently for his question. And you didn't run into Constellation's army along the way? Fales frowned. No. Dean's expression changed slightly. Extet and Constellation didn't fight in the desert? No, Fales said flatly. At least, I didn't see it. You didn't run into desert bandits? No. Once he said this, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like the road ahead is smooth, Louisa said happily. Guys, we're very lucky. We're on the right path. Quick Rope chuckled and punched Old Hammer, but he was pushed back by the latter's great strength. Fales looked at them in puzzlement. He did not quite understand. But Dean seemed to be very cautious. He continued to ask, But you didn't run into any tribes that gathered at the oasis? I didn't see many oases, and I didn't see any tribes. You didn't run into any exiles. What are exiles? You didn't run into grayskins either? I mean orcs. No, I was alone from the beginning to the end. Dean did not speak again in the face of Fales' question. Strange, the desert shouldn't be so calm, Dean muttered. I have to discuss this with Tormorden again. What's wrong? Louisa asked in concern. Dean shook his head. It's nothing. Hopefully, I'm just worrying needlessly. He seemed to have finally finished asking his question and nodded at the others. So, can you send me to Constellation? The prince looked at Dean, knowing that he was the backbone of this team. It doesn't have to be too far. Just go to Western Desert, to Bladefang's Dune. As I said, I have relatives there, the others laughed. How unfortunate, poor Waya. Old Hammer smiled faintly. A few days ago, we just came out of Bladefang's Dune, and that place is Constellation's territory. Obviously, we won't go back so soon. Fales' heart sank. Even if I promise you a high reward? Fehesso family. Dean shook his head. This time, Louisa was the one who answered Fales. The female captain sighed and said, You have to talk to Tormorden about this. He's our employer, and this is also his merchant group. I guarantee that he won't agree, no matter how much money he offers, just like us. But, let's put it this way. The female captain shrugged, tilted her head, and looked around. The day before we departed, Constellation issued a ban in Bladefang's camp. Within a month, no one is allowed to enter the Great Desert. Fales was stunned. Constellation's ban. So that's, Louisa shook her head. Obviously, they want to send their army into the desert to fight, no matter who they fight. Just like the Desert War 9 years ago, and the occasional purge campaigns after that. Anyone? Fales thought about the word. But all of you still came in? Yes. Louisa coughed. And do you know why? Fales gave her a puzzled look. Business, Waya, business. Quick Rope rushed to answer, beaming with joy. Seth Tormorden, that damned profiteer, wanted to take advantage of the ban to secretly make a fortune in the desert. Blocked trade routes mean higher prices for goods, and more lucrative long-distance business. The silent Mickey raised his head. There's an even greater risk. Fales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. Dean sighed and explained, I know that you want to meet your family as soon as possible and get rid of the threat, Waya, but... The bald man stroked his stubble and sighed. Once we run into Constellation's army, Tormorden will not be able to keep his goods. He will also go to prison. As for us, Dante's greatsword, who he hired, no matter how lucky we are, we will still have to pay a huge fine. If we are unlucky, we will be chased out of Bladefang's camp. From then on, we will no longer have to take on any business there, nor will we have to take on any business related to that place. Fales could not help but frown. So, Dean said faintly, do you think that our employer or our team will be willing to return to Constellation before the ban is lifted, and even deal with Constellation's officials? Fales understood, and he sighed as well. Then, where are you going? Dean and Louisa exchanged glances. A second later, Dean lowered his head and smiled. Now, aside from the increasingly tense alliance of freedom and the city of faraway prayers, there is only one place left. It is a place where merchant groups who venture through the desert from Constellation can earn the most profits. Chapter 374. Thales carried his luggage and dragged his body, which had just recovered from a serious illness. He panted as he walked behind the camels of the merchant group. Even though the sand under his feet was still a hindrance to walk on, even though his skin wrapped in sackcloth was still stuffy and uncomfortable, even though the scorching sun was still merciless, the teenager's heart was much calmer. There was no other reason. I'm telling you, Kant, I'm really telling you. The rookie mercenary, Quick Rope, walked beside the camel in front and said something excitedly to Kant, the burly man from Northland, who was also in Dante's greatsword. What I'm talking about is definitely something that will earn you nothing. Think about it, the work we do is very dangerous. It's the same as tying our lives to our waistbands. After we pee, we have to pay attention to the frequency when we shake our D*ck. We're worried about whether we'll shake our heads off. Maybe one day, we'll run into something tough and we won't be able to go back. Then your wife and daughter will cry to death, and you'll be poor and depressed. F***cu Quick Rope. Kant, who was already impatient, carried a two-handed greatsword and stepped over a piece of gravel. He rolled his eyes at the chattering Quick Rope in disgust. Didn't your mother teach you not to curse others? Thales raised his head and looked at the camel caravan in front of him. He looked at the merchants talking to each other in front of the caravan, and the mercenaries patrolling on horses in the distance. He could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. Compared to a person who had no hope, it was better to trudge painfully in the desert alone and imprisoned. To be able to see signs of life, run into people, and hear the sounds of people talking to each other, whether they were happy or dejected, that's great. Quick Rope shook his head vigorously. I'm just making an analogy. But think about it, if you take out this money and place it with Tampa, if you go back alive, he'll return 99% of the money to you. If you die, Tampa will pay your family 10 times the money. Then wouldn't your death be very meaningful? Hey, don't, good Kant, handsome Kant, don't hit me. I'm just making an analogy, hey, don't. Thales shook his head. He moved his feet and averted his gaze from Quick Rope, who was being beaten up. Looks like you've recovered quite well. A mercenary who had just returned from patrolling had a thick headscarf over his head. He dismounted from his horse beside Thales and walked so that the horse, which had been running endlessly under the scorching sun, could rest. But you've just recovered after all. There's no need to force yourself. You can stay on the camel's back. Big Dion took off his headscarf, revealing his smooth head. He then tied a battle axe behind his shoulder. Thales smiled at the bald mercenary. I think it's good to do some restorative exercises. I think what he meant was... Mickey rode behind Big Dion expressionlessly without even looking at Thales. If you fall again, we don't have time to waste on a burden. Thales watched awkwardly as Mickey rode past them with a face full of colors to change shifts with his companions. I don't think he likes me. He couldn't help but frown, looking at McGee's back. Obviously, you can't turn everyone into your fans. Dion watched his companions walk into the distance with a pensive look on his face. Especially Mickey. Based on his past experiences, Mickey is very vigilant. Before he gets to know someone, he suspects every stranger. Thales forced a smile. It was the third day after he was rescued by the merchant group. Dante's greatsword was a mercenary group that was neither too big nor too small. The short warrior, Breeze, who was in charge of scouting the way, fell asleep the moment he returned. Hubert, the former blacksmith from Steel City, smiled shyly. Haken, the big-bellied Arabian, politely asked Thales if he was married. If not, he wanted to introduce one of his 7 unmarried sisters to Thales. Kant, the Northlander, had a gruff voice, liked to slap people's shoulders, and whistled all the time. He cast a glance at Thales before he ran off to pee. Quick Rope, Old Hammer, Mickey, Furnace, Big Dion, and the leader, Louisa Dante, At least on this journey, they had 11 professional mercenaries who took shifts day and night to protect this small merchant group of 20 people and 23 camels as they safely crossed the desert and headed towards the famous Tower of Eradication. Thales sometimes found it strange. Is this small number of people really enough to protect the merchant group? Of course, we don't have enough manpower to deal with bandits with only a few dozen members, Dion told him. But the fact that there are armed merchant caravans is enough to answer a lot of questions. Are the bandits willing to take the risk to fight against 11 fully armed professional assassins like us? Maybe they can win, but they'll definitely pay a heavy price. They don't have many people left, and the next time they rob us, it might be their doomsday. This is our purpose, and also the mercenaries' way of survival. Deterrence is more important than fighting with our lives on the line. After all, we're not a suicide squad. Of course, that's excluding those 100-man groups who specialize in fighting wars. At that time, Dion shook his head. Thales was grateful for their help and shelter, especially after they encountered the terrifying sandstorm the day before yesterday. His vision was so gray that he could not even see his own fingers, and the shrill sound of the wind beside his ears was frightening. Thales could not even hear his own words clearly. He could only desperately cover his head and hide. The howling and whistling sand was even more terrifying than blades. It desperately attacked everything that was exposed to the air, and crawled into all the gaps that could be crawled. The force was so great that it almost cut through Thales' flesh and skin. Fortunately, the experienced merchant group hid in a shelter, and they managed to survive the crisis with the help of the camel group that had formed a circle around them. Thales then understood that it was all thanks to the desert god that he could walk for 4 whole days in the terrifying Great Desert before he fainted, and when he was rescued, the side effects were just a little dehydration, mania, and desert hallucinations. When he thought of this, Thales smiled at Dion. "Thank you, Dion. You saved my life, even if I'm a stranger and possibly a spy for the desert bandits." Dion paused for a moment before he smiled softly as well. He hung the horse on the hook of a camel in front of him, and purposely lengthened the rope to prevent the camel's scent from affecting the horse. Taking care of each other is the creed of us merchants and mercenaries who rely on the desert for a living. Dion exhaled and felt a little sentimental. "Many years ago, Waya, I was like you. Of course, at that time, I was much older than you are now. I was at the end of my rope, and I was alone in the desert, struggling at death's door, waiting for death in despair." He shook his head. "It was Louise's father, old Dante. He was the one who used his passion and persistence to redeem me from the hands of the ferrymen of Hell's River, even though they themselves were in a terrible state at that time. People have to rely on each other, Waya. This is what Dante told me. A person cannot survive alone in the great desert." Thales nodded as if he was deep in thought. "I see. So you entered Dante's great sword and relied on each other," Thales said quietly. "That's why you saved my life, even if it was very risky." Dion looked at the sand dunes in the distance and nodded slowly. "In the great desert, if we do not help each other, we will only be devoured by the desert." The bald mercenary patted his steed. "You have seen the sandstorm, and in the face of the most terrifying black sandstorm, even enemies who fight to the death must find a chance to coexist and escape. Don't worry, Waya. We can get along well during this journey, and you will definitely be able to return home and to your loved ones. You will be able to let go of your worries." Thales sighed. "Thank you." Dion smiled and did not say anything. "Yes," Thales said quietly. "I have no other choice. Drought, heat, sandstorms, and cold. If I leave the group alone, I will die in a few days in this merciless desert. In comparison, this merchant group has experience, supplies, protection, and a clear route. Following them is undoubtedly the right choice. I can only make plans after I reach their destination." Thales sighed secretly in his heart. They have to return to Blade Fang's dune and western desert, right? Thales, who was in a daze, paused and almost crashed into the camel in front of him. The teenager then realized in shock that the merchant group had stopped. "What's wrong?" Thales craned his neck to look at the camel group in front of him, but he could not see clearly. He could only ask Dion, who was beside him, in puzzlement. But Dion only furrowed his brows and did not answer. "Dion, you have to come and see this." As the unique muffled sound of horse hooves stomping on the sand rose, the mercenary pathfinder, the short breeze, galloped past many confused merchants and anxiously stopped his horse in front of Dion. He said anxiously, "Louisa found something in front of us." Dion's expression changed. The bald warrior picked up his single-edged battle axe and got on his warhorse with a solemn expression. "Mickey, quick rope, grab your weapons, get on your horses and follow me. Can't stay where you are with Schubert. Stay alert and pay special attention to the back slopes of the sand dunes on both sides." His orders were decisive and swift. The mercenaries obeyed and acted without hesitation. "What's wrong?" Thales clutched the crossbow of time nervously and watched the serious-looking mercenaries ride past the merchant group and head in another direction. He was not the only one who was puzzled. The other people in the merchant group whispered to each other in bewilderment. Thales even saw someone with pale faces unload their goods and get on their camels. They looked like they were ready to run if anything went wrong. Around 10 minutes later, Mickey and Quick Rope returned, but their faces were a little gloomy. The merchant group continued their journey. Dion and Louisa went to look for the leader of the merchant group. "They have to discuss this." Under Thales' indirect questioning, Quick Rope pulled a long face and whispered to the teenager, "We found a small camp not far away. But the people in there are all dead." Thales was horrified. "How did they die?" Quick Rope led his steed forward with the merchant group gloomily. "They were killed." Thales frowned and looked suspiciously at the uneasy Quick Rope. "What? Who did it?" "I don't know. That's why I'm worried." But Quick Rope immediately rolled his eyes and looked at Thales with a smug look in his eyes. "This is your first time in the desert, right, Lucky Waya?" Quick Rope sighed and coughed, pretending to be experienced. "Apart from temperature, drought, and of course, sand, there are two well-known threats in the desert." He moved his head closer and said mysteriously, "Orcs and barren bone people." Thales' expression froze. "They usually gather in their own tribes, have their own livestock and territories, and migrate throughout the 4 seasons. When they encounter threats, they move out in groups." Thales subconsciously tightened his grip on the crossbow of time under his armpit. "You mean the ones who killed those people were—" "No, no, no." Quick Rope shook his head, looking very experienced. "Even if you're unlucky and fall into the hands of a slightly larger tribe, you might not necessarily die. Based on experience, the barren bone people will estimate your value, and the orcs will weigh you before they decide whether they want to F***ck you or sell you, or if they want to F***ck you before selling you." "Based on experience?" Thales stared at Quick Rope with a strange expression on his face. "Sell?" Thales coughed and repeated, "Sell to where?" Quick Rope flashed a happy smile. "Do you know Caligri?" "Caligri?" Thales was slightly stunned. He felt like he had heard of this place before. When he spoke of this, Quick Rope's eyes lit up. Caligri, the legendary desert city. Some people say that it's a fortress that's difficult to attack in the depths of the desert. Some people say that it's a large camp formed by several tribes that migrate according to the seasons. Some people even say that it's an ancient underground city that has existed for thousands of years and was occupied by the people of the desert. Some even say that Caligri is the playground of some evil dragon in the desert. It likes to watch people kill each other there. Thales was completely stunned for a moment. "There's a dragon in the desert?" However, Quick Rope just waved his hand impatiently. "Don't interrupt me. In short, Caligri is the most mysterious, lively, and dangerous place in the desert. The barren bone people and orcs are frequent visitors there. Legend has it that Caligri has a close relationship with a few large tribes in the desert. Once you're captured, whether it's the barren bone people or the orcs, they will sell you there and turn you into a slave. You'll become someone else's property. Before you can move, they will make you fight, prostitute, and do anything that can earn you a profit to please the important people in the desert." But Quick Rope's gaze became stern, and he suddenly changed the topic. "Whether it's the organized orcs or the barren bone people, They're not the biggest worry of the desert merchant groups. At least they have order and their own rules, no matter how inconceivable those rules seem. Sometimes, some tribes even welcome merchant groups to visit. Quick Rope narrowed his eyes and raised his index finger. But what if you run into desert bandits? Outlaws who have fled into the desert from the outside world, scum and lunatics who are already at the end of their rope and have nothing to lose. Quick Rope's expression became very scary. Then pray to the desert god or sunset and bright moon. They don't know what it means to be soft-hearted, to be captured, and to be merciful. Thales looked at him anxiously. But Quick Rope was not done yet. Or worse, if you run into exiles. Quick Rope narrowed his eyes and nodded. The barren bone people and orcs are the most dangerous existences in the desert. They were exiled by their tribes because they made mistakes, and they have to walk alone. But don't forget, these people were trained in large tribes. They are powerful, experienced, and terrifying warriors. Walking in the desert is like taking a walk in their own home. After they lost the protection of their tribes, they gradually lost their principles and rules. They were tortured by the scorching sun and sandstorms all year round, and they became cruel, vicious, and tyrannical. To survive, they had to band together, and they even worked with desert bandits. But the threat they posed was far greater than that of ordinary desert bandits. Quick Rope's expression and tone rose and fell as he spoke. He looked vivid and lively. His voice became gloomy. They often have no bottom line. To survive, they can even do things that are beyond imagination. Things that are beyond imagination? Thales muttered, such as? Quick Rope's face tensed up. He took a deep breath, shrank his neck, and said a few words in front of Thales in an extremely mysterious manner, cannibalism. Thales' breathing froze. So, the rumors that people have been spreading about cannibalism in the desert, and that children are even sold into the desert to be eaten by barren bone people or orcs. It's true. Quick Rope looked at him coldly. Or at least part of it. Why, the desert is very dangerous. A well-behaved person might not be able to breathe tomorrow. Quick Rope's voice was filled with melancholy. The fear of death occupies our bodies and minds all the time. So, to overcome this fear, we have a way. Thales stared at him in a daze. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Quick Rope coughed. Let me tell you, there's a tavern owner named Tampa in Blade Fang's Dune. He promises that as long as you deposit a sum of money in his place, if you return alive, he will return 99% of the money to you. If you don't return alive, at this moment, slap. A woman armed to the teeth suddenly appeared behind them and slapped the back of Quick Rope's head. Arg, Louisa! Quick Rope, you brat! The leader of the mercenaries, Louisa Dante, angrily slapped Quick Rope's head, causing him to cover his head and scurry away. Stop messing around with your crooked ways to make money whenever you see someone. Also, Chapter 375. Finally, before nightfall, the master of the caravan announced that they were going to set up camp and rest under Dean's signal. Under the setting sun, Thales tried his best to help the mercenaries with things that he could, such as setting up tents and trying to make himself look less burdensome, even though he was clumsy because he had never done such things before. The only consolation was that Quick Rope, who had just joined the profession, was not much better than him. After half an hour of not knowing what to do and making mistakes, Thales and Quick Rope, a layman and a newbie, finally set up 3 crooked tents for the mercenaries before the people on shift came back. The mercenaries' tents were set up at the back of the slope. Thales could tell that there was quite a gap between these warriors who worked for money and the people they wanted to protect. While the merchants dismantled their goods, they subconsciously glanced at the mercenaries' weapons, as if they were afraid that they would pounce on them at any moment. They even set up camp far away from the mercenaries, which made the latter's tents stand out. But the fear of danger made these protected merchants not dare to be too far away from the warriors, so a funny thing happened. The mercenaries' tents were set up in one spot, while the other tents of the caravan surrounded the mercenaries. They maintained a certain distance and spread out in a fan shape, while the camels surrounded them again. If someone looked at these tents from the sand dune, they would definitely think that they looked like shells. Thales, who was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, and Quick Rope, who was still in high spirits, were the first to sit down by the tent. They watched as Mickey, Hubert, and Dean started a fire in front of them, then sat down in the camp one after another. The nearest supply point should not be far away. The weather has been good for the past few months, and the water source has not been moved much. Breeze is searching. We should be able to find it soon. The leader of the mercenaries, Louisa Dante, who had rushed back from the front of the group, sat down comfortably in the camp and untied her weapon. Dean nodded. Tell everyone to be alert and sleep early tonight. Dean touched his smooth head and frowned as he thought about something. I want to leave early tomorrow, just in case. Louisa raised her eyebrows. No problem. She turned to the other mercenaries. Did you hear that? Hubert and Mickey nodded, but did not speak. Of course, understood, Quick Rope responded quickly, beaming with joy. Does Madame Dean have any other orders? The only reply he got was a kick of sand from the cold-faced Louisa. Oh, Captain. I'm talking about Dean's madam. That's the new nickname I gave him, not you. Quick Rope held his head pitifully, until a furious Louisa gave him a second kick of sand. Thales watched the conversation between Louisa and Dean with a puzzled expression. Judging from the current situation, Dean's position in the group was quite high. Even Louisa listened to his suggestions seriously and carefully, almost to the point where she would listen to everything he said. Is it really as Quick Rope said? Louisa likes Dean so, but I'm still worried, Dean. Old Hammer frowned. He led his horse into the camp and settled it down. That small camp today, Dean sighed. I know. I told Tormorden that I'll talk to him again. Old Hammer frowned. But you know what kind of person Tormorden is. How are we supposed to negotiate with him? Dean shook his head. Think of something. Thales pretended to be absent-minded as he massaged his aching legs and feet while he listened to their conversation attentively. At this moment, an oily voice traveled into their ears. The mercenaries and Thales turned their heads around. What do you want to negotiate with me about? A man with glossy hair and gorgeous embroidered clothes approached them with a big belly. His eyes sparkled on his cheeks, making him look like a piglet. His footsteps were a little pretentious, as if he was deliberately walking on a stage. Sep Tormorden, Dean sighed, and said to the greasy, stiff man, we were just talking about you, our generous employer. What brings you to our camp? Oh, my hard-working warriors. The master of the merchant group, Seth Tormorden, raised a pot in his right hand high with a hint of arrogance. He said with a firm accent, of course it's a reward. A good knight will never let his steed go hungry, and a good general will never let his soldiers go hungry. Thales frowned. If I'm not wrong, Tormorden sounded like someone from Eternal Star City. The mercenaries looked at each other. No one paid attention to the master of the merchant group. Tormorden's smile was a little stiff. His raised arm was a little sore, and he could only put down the pot gently. He coughed and reminded everyone, this is Sarah Dukedom's wine. A small token of appreciation for your hard work over the past few days. The mercenaries looked at Dean in unison. We're still working. We can't drink, the bald mercenary said politely and coldly. Tormorden's expression froze for a moment. Very good, Dean. I'll tell my connections in Blade Fang's camp about your professionalism. You know, I'm very familiar with all the major merchant groups, and I'll tell them that when the people in Blade Fang's Dune camp want mercenaries, they should look for you. I'll also tell Baron Williams about your diligence. The master of the merchant group maintained his faint smile and looked at Thales. Oh, child, I'm glad to see that you've recovered. What's your name again? Thales, who was suddenly called, was slightly stunned. He smiled unnaturally. Thank you, master. Tormorden. I'm Waya. Tormorden sighed. Ah, Waya, what a good name. You know, a few days ago, I hesitated for a long time about whether I should save you. You know, child, I'm not a cold-hearted bad person, but I have to take care of this small merchant group that concerns more than 10 families. Any decision I make might affect the livelihood and future of a certain family. Should I save a person who is unrelated to me, or should I put my other loyal friends in danger? This is a difficult decision. Tormodin closed his eyes and shook his head a little. Hey, my great-grandfather was also a noble. You might not know this, but he worked under the King of Constellation. Mindes III always reminded my great-grandfather that as nobles, not only do we have to shoulder responsibilities, but we also have to be kind. This sentence became our family motto, and it was passed down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather. My grandfather always reminded my father, and my father always reminded me. So, in the end, I still decided to keep you in my group, child. Tormodin looked at him with a serious expression. You have to thank King Mindes III, child. Because of his teachings, I made this difficult decision, and you, who were in a difficult situation, obtained a new life. As he stared at the indifferent Tormodin, Thales's face twitched. He nodded as if he understood. Behind him, Quick Rope made a vomiting gesture. You speak as if they are very close. Tormodin's ears twitched. What? Nothing, Master Tormodin. Quick Rope reacted quickly and smiled brightly. As expected of the descendant of nobles, you're the best. Tormodin smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Louisa could not help but giggle. So, Dean sighed and interrupted the awkward conversation. Seth, you don't need to bribe us with wine. Why don't you just say, what brings you here? Tormodin furrowed his eyebrows a little, as if he was not satisfied with Dean calling him by his name. The greasy merchant Tormodin clasped his hands together and raised his chin higher than his ears. I'm thinking about what you said yesterday, Dean. What's going on? What do you mean by, go back? The mercenaries furrowed their eyebrows. They were surprised and bewildered. Thales's curiosity was also piqued. Go back? What's going on? It's exactly what it means, Seth. Dean shrugged as if he was not bothered by what Tormodin said. You saw the camp in the morning and those corpses. We should give up on going to the Tower of Eradication to avoid potential danger, or at least take a detour. Tormodin's lips twitched a little. Give up? He sucked in a deep breath. From what I know, Dean, and from what you've seen, it's just a small camp where a few desert bandits are hiding. Tormodin remained stern and arrogant, and he listened humbly. Is there a need for that? This will seriously affect your reputation, and you also know that for us, some goods have a time limit. You saw those camps? We all saw it. Dean interrupted him rudely. The bald mercenary glanced at his companions and furrowed his eyebrows. The people inside, regardless of whether they are desert bandits or not, are all dead. They died not far away from us, and their bodies are covered in wounds caused by various weapons. The mercenary's expressions became terrible. Quick Rope even widened his eyes. This is not an isolated case. Along the way, from the land of Fiststone to Lizard Mouth, there have been no less than 5 places like this. There are not only desert bandits, but also small groups of unidentified people. I suspect that there are also merchant groups among them. Dean turned to Thales. And you've met Waya. According to him, there was no one on the road from the north. It was as if the desert bandits and exiles who had spread across the desert had all disappeared overnight. Thales nodded. Thales thought of something. What you disappeared? Dean said faintly. So, I sincerely suggest to you, no, I strongly suggest to you, Seth, that we stop moving forward. Tormodin took a deep breath, as if he was trying to maintain the last of his poise. In the next second, Tormodin raised his head abruptly and punched his own palm. I don't understand. Desert bandits, exiles. Isn't it better for these scum who bring disaster to the region and obstruct the trade route to die? Tormodin gritted his teeth. We have one less thing to worry about, and I have to congratulate all of you, Big Dean. Because of their deaths, your job has become much easier. Eliminating their threat, isn't that the reason why I hired you, the professional bodyguards? What do you think, honorable warriors? Tormodin turned to the others. The mercenaries did not speak. Dean heaved a long sigh. He looked as if he was exasperated that the mercenaries did not live up to his expectations. No, you don't understand what I mean, Seth. The bald mercenary gritted his teeth and said, "The desert bandits' corpses in the camp were all found not far away from the camp. This means that they were killed when they were fleeing the camp in a hurry. They ran into an enemy they could not defeat, so they did not even think about fighting back. Once they discovered the enemy, they could only run for their lives." "But they did not run away," Dean said solemnly. "More than 20 armed, experienced, and merciless desert bandits. None of them ran away." Tormodin was slightly stunned. Dean raised his eyebrows and said, "Listen to me, Seth. Turn back and find another way to ensure our safety." Master Tormodin's expression remained the same, but he kept rubbing his hands on the fabric of his clothes, revealing his emotions. "He didn't tell you about the matter of us returning directly, right?" He turned to the female warrior. "Captain Dante, what do you say?" "We'll say whatever Dean says," Louisa answered firmly. "He represents the entire team." Thales could not help but notice that the other people's expressions were the same, as if they were used to this scene. Tormodin could no longer maintain the indifferent expression on his face. He rubbed his hair in agony. It was only then that Thales noticed that Tormodin's hair was sparse. He was bald. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dean, tell me, why should I take the risk of being banished from Blade Fang's dune on this trip?" Dean shrugged. "You want profits." "Yes, profits." Tormodin seemed to have found a way to vent. He raised his index finger and said fiercely, "Damn profits. So many eloquent and calculative merchants have been buried in the desert, but we still come one after another, because this is the only thing that supports us to take the risk to step into the desert. Profits, profits." He widened his eyes, as if he wanted to seek a consensus from everyone in his field of vision. First, Extet and the Alliance of Freedom are going to war. Second, Constellations want to seal off the desert. Do you know what this means? It means that the entire supply line has been cut off because the Northlanders are going to war or the Constellations are going to go crazy. The road from the Golden Passage to Extet will be sealed off, and the passage from the desert to Constellation will also be blocked. Tormodin seemed exasperated. "Do you know, soon, a bag of 200 ounces of marijuana produced in the Long Corridor Archipelago will be sold for 5 tormans in Constellation and 20 rikris in Northland. Even after deducting the consumption of inferior currency and foreign exchange, we can still earn nearly 70 to 80 King Shalon. A bottle of fine wine from Sarah Hill is priced at 45 Kaler in the Southland market. If we walk some distance, we can sell it at the Tower of Eradication for a high price of 80 Shalon silver coins. A fine velvet from Sword Lake is sold for 20 Tabiso in Olumbia, and in the north of the desert, we can sell it for dozens of rikris. A barrel of eternal oil, an everlasting lamp. All the goods you can imagine, as long as you come to the right place, you can earn a profit. What's the logic behind this? The supply and demand of the market. I dare to bet on the reputation of the Tormodin family for generations that in the next month, the price of the goods in the south will increase in the north, and the goods in the east will be sold out in the west. Where else can you find such a good opportunity? And now that we've come this far, you're suggesting that we turn around, return to Blade Fang's dune, and obediently let the Constellations confiscate our goods?" The mercenaries looked at each other. Dean shook his head, unmoved. "If necessary, losing our goods is better than losing our heads." Like a deflated balloon, Tormodin slumped down. "As you said, Master Tormodin," Dean added, "this is a difficult decision." Tormodin looked like a defeated rooster. His face drooped. "Can someone tell me what's going on up ahead? Is it so serious that I have to give up the benefits of the entire merchant group?" Dean shook his head. "I don't know. If I have to say, there's someone in Seth." "Someone?" Dean nodded. His gaze was extremely solemn. "Someone. Someone is in the desert where we are. They are hunting down all living things in a large area, in a large scale, and in an efficient manner. Even the sandstorm couldn't stop the massacre. It's not far ahead of us." Chapter 376. For a moment, Thales thought that Tormodin was about to cry. Under the firelight, His upper and lower lips collided back and forth. His small eyes, which rested on his cheekbones, blinked in a daze, and the greasy hair on his forehead swayed slightly. But the master of the merchant group sucked in a sharp breath and stabilized his shaky image. Tormorden's cheeks curled up, and he squeezed out an extremely ugly smile. "All right, do you know what this reminds me of?" Tormorden coughed, and the necklace around his neck swayed continuously. "During those war-torn years, my great-grandfather once fought under the command of the virtuous King Mindes III. His Majesty told him during the banquet that the more difficult the situation is, the more confidence we have." Quick Rope covered his forehead in pain and mouthed, "Here we go again." Thales noticed that quite a number of people in Dante's greatsword made similar movements. But Dean continued to stare at Tormorden calmly. His expression remained the same. "Now, it's time for all of you, no, for all of us, to have more confidence." Tormorden tightened his belt, and his protruding belly swayed in the air with great elasticity. He seemed to think that this would give them more confidence. "All right, Dean, my dear Dean, you know that I've always admired you, so I think that you can increase your commission a little more," Dean smiled. "You didn't hear me. What we lack is not confidence, but safety. This is not because we're trying to raise the price of our goods." Dean smiled very politely, as if this was just the most ordinary negotiation. "We can't go any further. God knows what's waiting for us ahead. The corpses in the camp are very fresh. Even the yellow sand did not manage to bury them in time. This means that we're only one step away from unknown danger. If you ask me, we should have considered turning back yesterday morning." Tormorden was slightly taken aback. "Dean, you're the one who promised me that we could come this time." The merchant's chest began to rise and fall. He widened his eyes and stared at Dean. "You can't let me return empty-handed and suffer a loss. If that happens, I won't even be able to afford your commission." Quick Rope's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, I suggest that you deposit a sum of money with the tavern owner, Tampa. If you return empty-handed like this, then he will repay you." But before he could finish speaking, the Northlander Kant fiercely covered his mouth. With tears in his eyes, Kant danced and struggled helplessly. The situation will always change. Dean could not help but laugh at Tormorden. "So, what you're saying is, compared to that, if we die outside, we don't have to pay the commission?" Tormorden's face froze. He wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he raised his finger and stared at Dean intently. His eyes were filled with uneasiness, anxiety, and anger that he did not hide very well. "This also concerns your reputation, Dante's great sword." The caravan owner could no longer control his temper. "What kind of mercenary is this? What kind of bodyguard is this?" He yelled in exasperation. "I humbly asked you to come out, generously paid, and provided you with good food and drinks. I didn't even say anything about you picking up trash on the way, wasting resources, and increasing the burden on the caravan." Thales raised his eyebrows. Thales raised his eyebrows and scratched his head. He picked up the trash along the way. What happened to being a virtuous king? What happened to shouldering responsibility and having a warm heart? And all of you took the deposit, and the thing you're best at is giving up halfway and betraying your employer? All of Bladefang's Dune will know. As soon as he said this, the mercenary's expressions changed. "Let me tell you, I originally planned to praise you in front of Baron Williams after this trip and try to lower your taxes and venue rental fees. Now, should I go back and tell the Baron or other people in the same line of work that you peed your pants because of a few corpses? You don't even have the most basic qualities." But Tormorden was interrupted. "You should never doubt your guide and protector in the desert, fatty," Mickey said coldly while he sat by the side. The wrinkles on his face were a little ferocious. "You think too simply of the desert. Trust me, why don't you think about the coffins of those who sleep eternally in the desert? They're made of yellow sand, free of charge." Tormorden was slightly stunned and subconsciously shrank back. "Also, if you're really familiar with Baron Williams, Master Merchant, so familiar that you can decide our fates with just one sentence, why are you still afraid of going back to Bladefang's Dune?" Old Hammer said faintly from the other side. "Quick Rope, who had finally broken free from Kant's grasp, snickered. Or maybe you can bring up the matter of your noble ancestors drinking with the king. Maybe the Baron will be shocked, and he will eagerly compensate you for your losses? Tormodin was rendered speechless. He could only point at Mickey and Old Hammer. You, all right, boys? The silent captain, Louisa, coughed and raised her hands. Like a peacemaker, she smiled and said, we don't have to be in such a deadlock. I promise you that we'll have a good way to solve this, right? She smiled and looked at Dean, signaling him with her eyes. Finally, Dean sighed and rubbed his bald head. All right then, let's, find a middle ground. Tormodin looked as if he had found his savior. He looked at Louisa gratefully. Captain Dante, I knew you're reasonable. Louisa waved her hand. If we walk 20 or 30 miles in a certain direction, we'll run into a remote oasis foothold that very few people know about. A small tribe is stationed there, Dean said softly. We know their chief. In fact, we're very familiar with each other. We call each other brothers and talk cheerfully. They should have migrated nearby by now. Mickey snorted coldly. You can trade some goods there in exchange for some specialties from the desert, replenish your water supply and food, and at least sell off some of the goods you've accumulated. Then, you can decide on your next step. What do you think? Tormodin was slightly taken aback. Wait, a tribe of barren bone people? They're nearby? When he heard this, Thales was shocked. The water skin in his hand trembled a little. His surprise was the same as Tormodin's. Barren bone people? A familiar face appeared before his eyes. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was that person's red eyes. But Dean did not let him continue. If you're worried, Seth, that tribe, they know the situation around here like the back of their hands. At least, they know it better than we do. Ask them, and we'll know what's going on right now. Whether there's a terrifying killer in the desert, or whether the desert bandits are killing each other out of boredom, then we can decide whether we should continue moving forward or... Tormodin waved his hands anxiously. But those are barren bone people. Those man-eating bastards. How do you know? How can you guarantee that? Mickey stood up slowly and went to stand in front of him. Because that's the tribe I came from. The warrior, whose face was covered in black stripes, tapped Tormodin's belly gently. Don't worry. Mickey clenched his teeth. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow. As a man-eating bastard, I'll tell them in advance that you can't eat them. The master of the merchant group's face was pale. He was so frightened that he took a step back and fell to the ground. Quick Rope snickered. Thales was stunned. Barren bone people. Barren bone people? He stared at Mickey, especially at the latter's eyes. But they were a pair of normal brown eyes. Barren bone. Tormodin subconsciously looked at the other mercenaries, but found that they were all looking at him with worried expressions. He could not help but shudder a little. Nearby. Now, you know why we can come and go as we please in the desert. Dean sighed. This is our greatest secret, Master. We have a barren bone person as our guide. Tormodin shuddered again. Louisa helped Tormodin up and gave him an apologetic smile. Then, we'll go to that tribe tomorrow. A smile instantly appeared on Tormodin's face. Ahem, I understand now. The master of the merchant group chuckled, and he looked a little forced. We'll go back tomorrow. Tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, he scrambled out of the camp. He looked like there were 8 hungry wolves chasing after him. Dante's great swords laughed in a relaxed manner. Thales sat in the corner and did not say anything. But we all know that there's no barren bone tribe there. Old Hammer shook his head in resignation and patted Mickey, who sat down again. And that's the supply point we're supposed to go to according to our plan, isn't it? That's right. Dean shrugged and gestured at Tormodin's back with his chin. But he doesn't know. Carefree laughter rose in the camp again. The problem is solved. We don't have to search those corpses in fear anymore. To be honest, I can even recognize a few of the exiles among the dead desert bandits as people from the Sherilyn tribe. Some of them had at least 20 flash marks on their bodies, and they won 20 battles. They might even be in Supreme class. Dean sighed. It's hard to imagine what killed them. Louisa smiled gently at him. Don't worry, We'll go back tomorrow. Thales quietly shrank in the corner and looked at the group suspiciously. His gaze swept past Mickey from time to time. Louisa noticed Thales's gaze. Don't mind me, Waya, and don't be too surprised. I know what you're thinking, Louisa said in a considerate manner. Barren bone people have green faces and fangs, and they eat human flesh. Everyone's gazes turned to him at the same time, and it immediately made Thales feel very awkward. Old Hammer even started laughing out loud. The female captain shook her head. First of all, that so-called barren bone tribe doesn't exist, and we're not going to any tribe as guests. Quick Rope flashed his white teeth. I was just joking. Thales forced himself to twitch the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat and felt that he should say something. All right, of course, but you just said that Mickey is. Louisa smiled and said, That's right, Mickey is a barren bone person. Do you see the lines on his face? Those are war marks, one of the proofs of a barren bone person. Obviously, he doesn't eat humans and barren bone people don't. No, not all of them. Mickey snorted softly. He seemed to be quite disdainful and his gaze was cold. It's just that the tribe I belong to doesn't eat humans. Thales was stunned again. Damn you, Mickey. Old Hammer snorted and took a bite of his food. Every sentence sounds like you're telling a ghost story. Thales still felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was in someone else's camp, but Louisa's smile made him feel much better. But Dean stared at him with a contemplative look, and it made the prince feel rather uneasy. He turned to Quick Rope. So, what I've heard. Oh, forget what you've heard. Old Hammer sighed and swallowed his food. Madness, brutality, cannibalism. The people outside the desert always describe this place as, some people are too lazy to differentiate, and they can't differentiate, so they hastily end things and spread false rumors. They call the humans who are forced or willing to make a living in the desert barren bone people, and they even include the desert bandits and thugs from outside the desert. Thales' eyebrows rose and fell as he listened. He came to a slight realization. Of course, I doubt whether any of them have ever seen the truly troublesome and terrifying barren bone people. Old Hammer snorted softly and said, Even in the Desert War, the real barren bone people aren't people you can meet whenever you want to. Dean opened his mouth. His calm voice caused everyone to slowly quiet down and listen to him. I know your confusion, Waya, and I also know how the rumors about the barren bone people spread outside. But you don't have to be afraid. The desert is huge, and the barren bone people aren't a simple and distinct race. The bald mercenary gestured politely at Mickey. Their history might not be much shorter than the desert, and their species might not be fewer than the animals in the desert. Some tribes are vigilant and xenophobic, some are happy to entertain guests, some are cruel and warlike, some are friendly and peaceful, some have a small population, and some are so powerful that they dare to wrestle with the orcs, and even go to the borders of the two great countries to enjoy the scenery. They are all different, and that's how it is. Thales nodded as if he understood something. But I heard that the barren bone people all have red eyes? At that moment, Mickey raised his head. His gaze was cold. Red. Under the other party's hostile gaze, Thales thought of something. Did I say something wrong? That's what many soldiers heard too, Dean said with a smile. Obviously, they haven't met the real barren bone people, or they haven't met many. But this time, Mickey cut him off. No, the red-eyed barren bone people do exist. The barren bone man raised his head. The black patterns on his face were faintly discernible in the firelight. He looked at Thales. You've seen them before? His tone was aggressive. Thales scratched his head. I've seen those who have heard of them, Thales stuttered for a moment. Just like you. Mickey stared at Thales, and his gaze did not shift for a long time. Only a small number of barren bone people have those eyes, he said slowly. Even the other mercenaries were listening to him seriously. They are the descendants of the ancestors. In your words, they are probably the nobles of the barren bone people. Quick Rope popped up again. Are you sure they're not albinos? Old Hammer slapped him from behind, causing Quick Rope to howl in pain. Thales ignored Quick Rope, who was fooling around, and asked in puzzlement, Descendants of the ancestors? Mickey narrowed his eyes and answered his doubts. It is said that they are the origin of the Barren Bone people. They are the bloodline left behind by the first generation of Barren Bone people who settled in the desert. No matter which tribe they are in, they will be given preferential treatment. They are born to be the tribe's priests. Fales frowned a little in his heart. The Secret Intelligence Department cadre with dark red eyes, Raphael Lindbergh, is the so-called descendants of the ancestors? The origin of the Barren Bone people? Quick Rope cut in at this moment. But I heard that those red eyes are proof that the Barren Bone people made a deal with the demons? Mickey frowned. Demons? Fales was shocked again. Yes, I heard from the old sailor that the demons who live underground are evil, terrifying, sinister, and chaotic demons who constantly think about causing trouble on the surface. Quick Rope raised his hands and said in a ferocious manner, "Legend has it that the Barren Bone people are a race abandoned by the gods." Quick Rope pretended to be serious. Legend has it that the Barren Bone people are a race abandoned by the gods, so they made a deal with the enemies of the gods, the demons in hell, and became the demons' servants on the ground. They obtained the power to stay in the land of the dead for a long time, and became an existence in the great desert that is second only to the orcs. They are an existence that people fear just by hearing their name. So, this world is very dangerous. As the saying goes, fate is unpredictable. Fales curled his lips awkwardly. He knew what Quick Rope was going to say. Fortunately, before Quick Rope could continue, Old Hammer slapped his words and his face into the sand. Come on, rumors stop at the mouth of the wise. Almost all the Barren Bone people worship and believe in the desert god. They even built sacred altars and influenced a large number of outsiders. They have nothing to do with the demons. Just ask Mickey and you'll know, Old Hammer said quietly. Mickey shrugged. Quick Rope raised his head indignantly and spat out a mouthful of sand. How do you know? You've seen them before? How do I know? Old Hammer put down the food and smiled. I didn't tell you, did I? I'm a constellatiate. I was born in Western Desert Hill, in Brave Soul's Fort. So, I've seen them before, and I've seen quite a lot of them. Fales raised his eyebrows. It had been too long since he heard of these familiar names in Constellation. When I was young, I was a soldier of the Fakenhas family. During the Bloody Year, I was called to guard Blade Fang's dune. During the Desert War, I also followed the king's army into the desert and fought in the Battle of the Altar. That was a great battle. Old Hammer showed a nostalgic expression. But from then on, I realized that I could only swing a hammer, and I couldn't feed my family with the meager rewards from farming and recruiting soldiers. I wanted to enlist in the regular army of the royal family. I heard that their salary was higher. Quick Rope blinked in surprise. Fales also stared at her in a daze. This bearded man is actually a veteran of Constellation, but fate makes fools of me. In the end, I still ran over and became a mercenary. Old Hammer turned his head and chuckled. Then I became brothers with a Barren Bone man. I'm not close to you, Mickey, who was beside him, answered coldly. Who said that? Old Hammer laughed out loud and hugged Mickey fiercely. He used his elbow to strangle Mickey's neck and shook him back and forth. I'm your savior. Damn it, let go. Mickey's expression was unpleasant. He looked as if he had just eaten shit, but he did not get angry or flare up. He only struggled desperately. But he can't save your life every time. Quick Rope sighed and spread his arms, pretending to be helpless. So I suggest, Mickey, that you save some money to the tavern owner. Arg. This time, no one needed to remind him. Kant the Northlander pressed Quick Rope's head into the sand. I'm sorry. The leader of the group, Louisa, pressed her head in resignation and pretended not to see the rowdy mercenaries. She smiled embarrassedly at Fales. This is our daily life. You know, they're usually under a lot of pressure. Fales was dumbfounded as he stared at the friendly mercenaries. The atmosphere in this group suddenly gave him a sense of novelty. This was the most harmonious group he had ever seen. The child beggars in the abandoned house could only tremble in helplessness. The private soldiers in Mindy's hall could only obey coldly. Nicholas' white blade guards were full of brotherly camaraderie, and whether it was Gilbert, Yodel, Gines, or Putre, there was always an indescribable sense of alienation between them. If I'm talking about the closest, Thales thought of Ida, Waya, and Ralph. He suddenly felt that the way they got along was quite similar to the people in front of him. Quick Rope spat out the sand in his mouth for the second time and gritted his teeth. Bah, I got it. Maybe the desert god has always been a demon from hell? Be careful with your words. Mickey broke free from Old Hammer's embrace, and his expression turned cold. In the desert, many people die from heat, hunger, and thirst, but even more people die from lack of respect and excessive arrogance. Quick Rope winked at Thales and gave him a look that said, "Here we go again." Old Hammer laughed. "Come on, Quick Rope, stop spreading those hearsay rumors. A wandering poet who passed by the scouring path once swore to me that there's a great dragon in the desert, and her nickname is Heartwarming Lady. Great dragon, do you believe it? Those legendary things used to deceive children are even called heartwarming." Quick Rope's expression changed. "But dragons are not legends." Thales joined the discussion softly. "It is said that Extet was built by the great dragon, and the nobles and rulers of Dragoncloud City are proud of it." Yes. Quick Rope found a supporter, and his morale was greatly boosted. He said confidently, "There are people from the north in the tavern. I heard them say that 5 or 6 years ago, a great dragon descended upon Extet, descended upon Dragoncloud City, and fought against the legendary Calamity." Thales coughed softly and lowered his head to focus on dealing with his water skin. "Calamity? You still believe in this?" Old Hammer laughed happily. "Are you sure that you didn't run into the priests of Dark Knight Temple? Those nagging drama queens?" They're just a bunch of drunk Northlanders. You know how they are. They start babbling nonsense after drinking a few cups of horse piss. Who knows if they saw a great dragon or a winged mammoth? Maybe they're just making up some legends to cover up the death of the king. Hey! This time, Kant, who had been silent all this while, raised his hand in dissatisfaction. "Don't forget that there are Northlanders here. Hammer, when it comes to things you don't understand, you should at least maintain a little bit of respect." Sitting by the side, Dean watched his companions chat. He only smiled to himself, like a father watching his children play around. "We're still in the desert. Maybe we're unlucky and we'll run into that heartwarming girl tomorrow? Then I'll *CK her." Old Hammer shrugged. "Since I was young, my dream has been to become a dragon knight." Louisa snorted disdainfully. "Before that, finish your food, dragon knights. And Mickey, and you, Quick Rope, don't think that you can slack off just because you're a rookie. Then, go outside and take shifts with Breeze, Furnace, Haken, Palka, and the others. Hey, what about Dean? He has to take shifts too." Quick Rope raised his hand in protest. "Why don't you urge him?" Dean shrugged. Louisa flashed a mysterious smile. When he saw his captain's smile, Quick Rope felt a little panicked. As for Dean, he's already worked hard today. Whether it's checking out the surroundings or negotiating, Louisa said gently. "So, my dear Quick Rope, sleep less today. Take his shift." Quick Rope wailed. The mercenaries laughed. The camp was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Thales took a bite of his food and watched their interaction quietly. Suddenly, a sense of tranquility and comfort rose from the bottom of his heart. This is what it means to be a mercenary. They seem pretty good? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes on him. Thales thought that it was Mickey, who was rather unfriendly towards him. But he was wrong. It's not a barren bone man. It's Dean. The bald mercenary looked at him quietly. With a strange gaze, he sized up Thales, who was eating. Chapter 377. The prince took another bite of food and immediately felt very uncomfortable. Dean was still staring at him, as if he was very interested in how he ate. "What's wrong?" Thales swallowed his food and suddenly wanted to ask. But he did not. Fortunately, Louisa suddenly spoke and diverted Dean's attention, relieving Thales of his discomfort. "I feel like we've offended him, Dean. You know Tormorden." Louisa sighed with a worried expression. Damn it, can you believe it? We tried to save his life, but we offended him. It's okay. This is the last time we work for him. Dean sighed and said, after this trip, we won't take any more business from Tormorden. The last time? Quick Rope closed his eyes and exhaled. Desert God, bless us. I've had enough of that guy. He keeps talking about how he knows so-and-so. The last time, huh? That's even worse. I can already imagine how he's plotting against us behind our backs, Louisa said sarcastically. I told you, we shouldn't have come. Mickey looked at Dean quietly. It's my fault, brother. Dean smiled apologetically at the barren bone man. We shouldn't have gone north. The bald mercenary's eyes were burning. Don't worry about Tormorden. I think it's time for us to leave Bladefang's Dune, even though we didn't plan to stay for long. This sentence made all the mercenaries stop what they were doing and look at Dean in unison. Thales could not help but be curious. This bald mercenary seems to have the charisma to attract attention the moment he opens his mouth. Leave Bladefang's Dune? You mean, leave our current base? Old Hammer repeated in surprise. The mercenaries looked at each other, seemingly surprised by this suggestion. Louisa asked cautiously, leave? What's your consideration? Dean shook his head. First, the Alliance of Freedom wants to go to war, then the Constellations sealed the border at Bladefang's Dune, and then this happened here. I don't believe these things have nothing to do with each other. The bald mercenary took a sip of water and looked at the camps in the distance with a worried expression. Whether it's Bladefang's Dune or the Western Front Line, this land is no longer suitable for mercenaries. Quick Rope raised his hand in confusion. Wait, why don't I understand? The Alliance of Freedom, sealing the borders. What do these things have to do with being a mercenary? Shut up. Old Hammer glared at him sternly. Listen to Dean and learn from him. Quick Rope blinked with a confused look on his face. Thales was also watching Dean with interest. It's been a few years. The city of Faraway Prayers has not sent any cleanup teams into the desert to protect the trade routes. I heard from Raymond, who specializes in doing business in the West, that even the patrolling cavaliers are becoming narrower and narrower, Dean said quietly as he stared at the sand under his feet. And now, the Alliance of Freedom dares to openly challenge them and the Northlanders. This means a lot. Kant the Northlander snorted coldly, seemingly very dissatisfied. Dean sighed. It's not just the city of Faraway Prayers. Prestige Orchid Region has also shrunk its line of defense. Korak, who specializes in running that line, told me that it has been a long time since we saw Extet's forest protectors from Western Pine Forest to Endilus. Instead, we would occasionally run into Constellations sent by Overwatch City to encircle the land. Quick Rope scratched his head and tilted his head. So what do you mean? Everyone shot daggers at him in unison, blaming him for butting in. But Dean did not mind it and smiled. Obviously, the influence and presence of the Northlanders in the desert, whether it's the city of Faraway Prayers or Prestige Orchid Region, is weakening. These things clearly show that the Great Dragon intends to retract its claws, and Extet is declining. When Thales heard this, he could not help but have a thought appear in his mind. So, why? Quick Rope looked shocked. Why can't I see it? Politics, right? This time, the person who took over the conversation was unexpectedly Old Hammer. He shook his head with a disgusted expression. 6 years ago, Extet elected a new king. Thales' heart sank. The day 6 years ago appeared before his eyes. That head. That crown. That girl. Dean sighed slightly. Yes, I guess that's the reason and whereabouts of the army at the borders of the city of Faraway Prayers and Prestige Orchid Region. Perhaps the new king, who killed his brother and seized the throne, is a much greater threat to the archdukes than the desert border, so they have no time to care about the affairs on the sand. Kant snorted. Kinslayer. Dean nodded, frowned, and continued to speak. The forces of power in the desert, whether it's the large orc tribe or the barren bone tribe, will definitely notice the Northlanders' retreat and the changes at the northern end of the desert. Without the threat of an organized army, they will try to head north to fill the gap left by Extet and fight for resources and space to survive. The bald mercenary drew lines in the sand. Thales could somewhat tell that it was a map. At the same time, the decline of the kingdom of the Great Dragon will free up the Constellation's hands. The western battlefront may expand, but it may not. But judging from their blockade this time, the possibility of the former is higher. Quick Rope was stunned as he listened. The others were about the same. Most of them were confused. Only Louisa continued to look at Dean seriously. When he saw this, Thales suddenly understood where Dean's position in the team came from. Dean furrowed his brows and said with a cautious expression, regardless of whether it's the large tribes moving north or Constellation expanding west, it's not something a small mercenary group like ours can handle. Our business will decrease, our journey will become more difficult, and there will be more accidents. We can't stay at the northern and eastern ends of the desert for at least 5 years. Old Hammer snorted in resignation. Hey, in the end, we're still not strong enough. If we were an elite group of 100 men like Blood Whistle, but Dean cut him off in an unquestionable manner. No, then we'd become cannon fodder in the conflicts between tribes or wars between kingdoms. We die even faster. Old Hammer smiled awkwardly. Then, where are we going? Quick Rope widened his eyes. Back to the south, back to where we came from, the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea? Dean shook his head to show his disagreement. Sarah Dukedom, Norton Dukedom, and Quell Dukedom are facing the same problem as the northern end of the desert. The same logic applies to Extet's decline and internal strife, followed by Constellation's revival, even if Blade Edge Hill suffered the most damage. Without the threat and hindrance of the Great Dragon in the north, Constellation will definitely try to restore their influence and hegemonic privileges in the neighboring countries in the southwest. And in the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, in the free world where merchants, thugs, rogues, killers, bounty hunters, free knights, and mercenaries thrive, the smuggler's paradise, the duty-free paradise, the sword arena, and the countryside of death. Guess who will be the first to suffer? Thales breathed slowly and digested the knowledge in front of him step by step. The information these mercenaries obtained was not the same as Little Rascal's view of the world in the study. Quick Rope was almost confused. It's so complicated. So, where are we going? To put it simply, Dean's expression was serious, and he was lost in thought. We have to find a place where the powers and forces of power are equal and wary of each other. It'd be best if their strength is greatly damaged and they're locked in a stalemate. That way, we can find business and opportunities, but we don't have to face the disaster of a large-scale war. Louisa nodded. So, where is Dante's greatsword pointing? Dean smiled faintly and pointed at the map on the sand. It's still this matter. Extet will temporarily decline, and the Golden Passage and Camus Union will also be affected. Camus Union has always been full of internal conflicts. Once Extet falls into internal strife, Vine City, which is related to Dragoncloud City by marriage and has seized the right to speak in the Union for more than 10 years, will be the most affected. On the other hand, the pressure on the 4 northern cities in the north will decrease sharply, and they will welcome a period of rise. The 4 northern cities led by Goodflow City, Valir State is the only coastal community, and even the southeastern states, represented by Sandlast, who have been stable for a long time, will welcome a period of small strife with Vine City, who has lost its strong support. We don't know what the internal strife in Camus Union will be like, but people like us are the most indispensable in the strife between merchants. And the small countries around Camus Union, such as Maplehorn Coast, Koyalunk, and Northern Sea Kingdom, will also have a lot of opportunities. Speaking of Goodflow City, Thales remembered the impressive marquis from Dragoncloud City who abided by the spirit of the contract. Dean continued, Vine City has declined, so Camus Union has lost the motivation and strength to touch the West and the Turundi shared rule. Alumbia Kingdom will not let go of this opportunity. They have been looking forward to taking down the Turundi shared rule before Camus Union infiltrates them, but that could be a peaceful political evolution or a bloody war of conquest. If we go there, our future will be uncertain. As for the Golden Passage, I won't talk about the Alliance of Freedom and White Mountain, and I'm not sure about Grand Banquet Hill and Wild Vast Mountain. Lever is sandwiched between Camus Union and Alumbia Kingdom, so I can't say for sure. But a mercenary from Steel City told me that Enlenzo Dukedom's Archduke Shida is not in good health. You can imagine that his children will start a tug-of-war over the inheritance rights. The various cities and states around Dragon-Kissed Land may be reshuffled due to the turmoil in their suzerain's country, but Camus Union is busy with internal strife. Constellation wants to retake the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea and Alumbia Kingdom. I'm guessing that checkpoints, leaking, and even small-scale bandits and rebellions will appear. The merchants won't like it, but that's an opportunity for mercenaries. Dean raised his head, but to his dismay, he found that most of the people were staring at him with puzzled expressions. Even Louisa was frowning. But Thales's clear gaze made the bald man slightly startled. Dean cleared his throat, returned to the present, and pointed at the ground. So, Camus Union or Dragon-Kissed Land, let's choose one. The air became quiet. Although I don't understand what you're saying, it sounds very impressive. Quickrope's face was full of admiration. He spoke in a crude language that no one knew whether it was slang from the sea or the desert. Are all mercenaries so awesome nowadays? Thales also stared at Dean seriously. Forget about everything else, just based on this knowledge alone. No wonder. Dante's great sword. No wonder they can confidently venture deep into the desert. No wonder they can gather this group of strange warriors who each have their own strengths. Louisa snickered. I don't know about the others. The female captain stared at the bald mercenary with an indescribable gaze. But he's just that awesome. Dean coughed again, as if he was a little embarrassed. We're mercenaries, Quickrope. If we want to survive, we don't just rely on strength or luck. He laughed, and it was inevitable that he felt a little awkward. We also need to be cautious and shrewd when it comes to judging the situation, meticulous observation of information, and a reputation for being well-connected. Thales listened quietly. The life of a mercenary. I see. At this moment, Mickey suddenly moved. He quickly stretched out his hand and scooped up a large handful of sand from the ground. Thales and the group of mercenaries were shocked. The sand fell from the Baron Bone Man's fingers. F***CK. This was the first time Mickey cursed. He looked at the thing in his hand, clenched his teeth, and looked ferocious. When the sand fell off, Thales saw clearly that it was a small lizard in Mickey's hand, and it was still struggling. Yes, a lizard. Wait a minute. Thales realized that he recognized this species. He could not say that he knew this species of lizard. It should be that he ate this species of lizard a few days ago. Under the firelight, the lizard was blood-red in color and covered in white stripes. There were also sharp, soft thorns on its skin. It waved its limbs and tail in pain in Mickey's hand. Beautiful, Mickey. Old Hammer laughed happily. Even a cat catching a mouse isn't this. But his voice came to an abrupt halt. No. At that moment, when she saw the lizard clearly, Louisa's face showed disbelief and fear. My God, this is... Thales looked at Old Hammer in confusion, then at the other mercenaries. He found that most of them had solemn expressions, except for Quickrope, who had just joined the profession. Don't panic. Dean's voice made everyone calm down. At least we're all here. The prince's gaze returned to the pitiful red lizard. Thales was full of questions. Isn't this just a lizard? Even though its color is a little rare, is there a problem with it? It can't be poisonous, right? Thales quietly touched his stomach. Wait, there shouldn't be any poison that will only take effect after a few days, right? It can't be, right? Quickrope's expression froze and he pointed at the lizard. I think I heard Tampa mention this before. Red skin and white stripes. That's... His face was pale. Yes. Mickey said coldly, bloody thorn lizard. An ominous sign. When he said this, everyone's expressions became even more unpleasant. Bloody thorn lizard? Thales thought of something. He seemed to have heard the name of this animal somewhere before. Where exactly? But he could not remember it at that moment, so he asked directly. Ominous? This was Thales, who was confused. Old Hammer sighed and shrugged. He looked at the hazy moonlight in the sky. This lizard is a specialty of the desert. Once there isn't enough food, they will call out to each other at night and gradually gather together. He did not continue speaking. His face was full of worry. Thales asked tentatively, "Will they work together to hunt?" Mickey shook his head. There was a fierce look in his eyes. He slowly enunciated each word clearly in his barren desert accent. Thales only got used to the difficult common language after listening to it for a few days. They will start to hunt each other and prey on their own kind. Thales was stunned. The barren bone man said coldly, "Only the last surviving bloody thorn lizard can fill its stomach with its companions' corpses and get through this difficult time where food is hard to find." Thales widened his eyes and looked carefully at the struggling bloody thorn lizard. "This is," Louisa sighed, "devouring its own kind to survive. Out of all the living things in the world, what kind of creature could do such a terrible thing?" Thales was stunned. "Unfortunately," Dean sighed and said, "I only know one. And they are living under the skin that is no different from you and me. That's why the bloody spike lizard is one of the most ominous creatures in the desert. The desert god created it to warn us about what we should do in the desert. The desert god will not bring disaster to us, but the mortals will bring it upon themselves. If they eat their own kind, they will be punished by heaven." Mickey frowned and said firmly, "It means the most terrifying and sinister thing in the desert. It's even worse than the crow that represents misfortune. Those who see it may have bad luck, and those who eat it will have a rough life." Thales stared at the lizard in a daze. "Those who eat it? No way? This is superstition, right? Wait a minute. It must be superstition, right? Some unreliable metaphysics or something. It must be crack. In the next second, Mickey mercilessly exerted force in his hand and ended the ominous creature's life. Thales, who was immersed in his panic, was shocked again. The barren bone man dug a sand pit with a cold gaze and placed the bloody thorn lizard's carcass inside. If the desert god does not bring disaster, the world will. If the desert god is merciful, the desert will be forgiven. He chanted something and buried the sand. Quick Rope sighed and patted Thales, who looked a little dazed. "Ignore him. The barren bone people are always strange." The atmosphere in the group instantly became gloomy. "Don't be nervous, everyone." Louisa coughed and attracted everyone's attention. "It's already dead. We just met it once. Even if there were some twists and turns, it's nothing. Besides, that's just a legend. Besides, no one is stupid enough to eat it." When he heard this, Thales touched his stomach with a stiff expression. "Go take shifts, I'll go too," Dean said with a calm expression. "Trust me, cheer up. At this moment, wait." Mickey suddenly said with a serious tone. Thales was stunned again. Dean frowned. "Why, this bloody thorn lizard?" Mickey gritted his teeth and stared at the half-buried bloody thorn lizard. "It didn't come here for no reason. Mickey, that's just a legend." Old Hammer sighed. Mickey raised his head abruptly. "No, it was buried in the sand. It fled in fear." The barren bone man's face was unprecedentedly solemn. "And this means," in the next second, Mickey lay flat on the ground. He buried the side of his ear in the sand and did not move. "Everyone be quiet." Dean raised his hand and whispered in a show of great teamwork, "Let him listen." In an instant, everyone in the camp quieted down. Even Quick Rope covered his mouth in fear. Only the noises from the other camps could be heard in the distance, like a hazy background noise. "What's wrong?" Thales stared at them in a daze. But even though he had never been a mercenary before, he understood their actions in a short while. A few seconds later, Mickey jumped up. The barren bone man reached for his dual blades. His tone was urgent, and his expression was ferocious. "Someone is approaching from all directions, and their footsteps are very heavy." Before he finished speaking, Dean's expression changed. He grabbed the battle axe beside him and shouted at the sky. "Be on guard." His roar was very loud, and it was especially loud in the night sky of the desert. The entire merchant group fell into silence at night. In the next second, the merchant group's camp was in chaos. It was noisy, bustling, and all sorts of sounds could be heard. But on this side, before Thales could react, Dante's greatswords jumped up from the ground. Even Quick Rope did not fall into a disadvantageous position. They pounced on their weapons. Kant drew his two-handed sword in a domineering manner, Mickey drew his dual blades, Old Hammer untied the sackcloth wrapped around his hammer, Schubert raised his hammer and large shield, Quick Rope drew a machete with a handguard, and Louisa threw down her quiver and drew her long sword from her waist. With their backs to the bonfire, they spread out in a united formation. Thales stood up, pulled the crossbow of time in a flurry, and began to load the arrows. "What's going on? Enemy?" Dean asked calmly as he stared at the sand dunes behind him and the terrain in the distance with his axe in hand. "I'm not sure." Mickey shook his head. His tone was hurried and he was still panting. "I can't see the sand clearly at night, and the transmission of sound through it is very bad. So they took advantage of the fact that they were about to surround us and our sentries, confirm the steeds first." Louisa's expression was contorted. She gritted her teeth and drew the sword from her waist. She shouted hoarsely, "Send a signal to inform Breeze and the others," but she did not manage to finish her sentence. Thales felt a chill in his heart. In the darkness, a shrill sound suddenly rose. Asterisk. Kant the Northlander fell backwards as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He roared and stabbed his greatsword into the sand. He steadied himself and trembled slightly. The sharp-eyed Thales saw a long arrow with a sharp tail appear on the Northlander's shoulder. "Enemy attack!" Dean roared and swung his axe to block an arrow. Bang! Clang! In a few seconds, the mercenaries either dodged or blocked the arrows. Amidst the sounds of sand rubbing against each other and the sounds of metal clashing against each other, they blocked the first wave of arrows. But countless screams and pained howls came from the merchant group's camp. "No! It hurts." "This is..." Thales listened to the familiar voice in his ears in shock and anger. He felt as if he had returned to the battlefield he hated the most. In the next second, Old Hammer steadily flung his Gretamer away. With great force, it collided head-on with a weapon that came attacking from the darkness. Thud. As the deafening sound tormented Thales' eardrums, he saw to his surprise that the strong Old Hammer swayed and took 3 steps back. He knelt down on one knee and panted in pain. Enemies. Countless enemies. As if they had agreed on this beforehand, they suddenly appeared from the endless darkness. Schubert's shield went up in time to block the enemy's next attack. Schubert roared in anger and intended to call for his companions. "Let's get rid of this first." But he soon realized that his plan would not come true. Almost at the same time, all the mercenaries ran into the enemy. Mickey gritted his teeth and shouted. He swung his sabers and parried a weapon that was thick and long. It looked like a saber but also a sword. But before he could counterattack, he rolled on the ground in a disheveled manner. Sand filled the air, and he avoided a large stick that came crashing down on the ground. "They're professionals." Louisa calmly worked with Dean's axe. She swung her long sword and used her nimble body to deal with the 3 enemies with great difficulty. "Don't panic. 2 people in a group. Formation." Thales tried his best to remain calm. He gritted his teeth and finished knocking his crossbow by the bonfire. He then raised his crossbow and looked around. How could this be? How could this be? The bonfire was stirred up by the sudden battle. It flickered between bright and dark. The enemy's figures could not be seen clearly, but they were indistinct. They shrouded the small campsite and pounced towards Dante's greatswords. Quick Rope screamed. His machete was pushed back by the enemy with great force. The poor rookie fell to the ground. Fortunately, Kant boldly pulled out his long arrow and replaced his position. He swung his greatsword to force back an enemy who wanted to seize the opportunity to attack. Thales instantly used Hell's senses. "Oh my God!" He broke out in cold sweat as he watched everything in front of him. Asterisk ding. Bang. Asterisk crully. Screams of pain could be heard without end. The stench of blood filled the air. Raging battle roars and the clashing of weapons rang through the dark night with a hazy moonlight. There was even a frightening animal growl that came from not too far away. It was followed by terrifying chewing sounds, as if teeth were tearing flesh apart. Damn it! Damn it! With the help of the sin of Hell's River, the tensed prince broke free from the misdirection of the fire and the deception of the night. He clearly saw 40 to 50 sturdy and tall figures on the sand. They seemed to have attacked the merchant group's camp and everyone from different directions and angles at the same time, from the sand dunes, the flat ground, the back slope, and from different directions. There were even non-human creatures with 4 limbs on the ground and long tails swinging in the air. They attacked like fire. Ants gathered together to attack. They killed mercilessly. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the sound of wind came at him from behind. Asterisk ck. Thales gritted his teeth. He lowered his body and avoided an axe strike at a speed he had never experienced before. The wind from the axe cut through his hair and cut open his forehead by an inch. Damn it. Damn it. This is a fight to the death. Thales tightened his grip on his crossbow in shock and anger. The enemy's crude curses traveled into his ears, but he could not hear them clearly. The power of eradication surged into the prince's thigh. Thales took a step and widened the distance between them. He quickly turned around to face the enemy. He aimed the crossbow of time at the tall opponent's chest and pulled the trigger. Asterisk shing. Clang. Asterisk with a loud noise, the enemy swayed in pain. His attack stopped, and his axe drooped down powerlessly. Thales trembled, but it was not fear and panic. He had lost most of those things in his countless encounters with danger. The unfair battle with Nicholas made him feel the cruelty and directness of fighting with his life on the line. Instead, it was his instinct when the sin of Hell's River filled his body, and it was his desire to fight. The prince sucked in a sharp breath, decisively tossed aside his crossbow, and took a step forward. In the cold wind, countless grains of sand rubbed against the soles of his shoes. He retreated. The familiar dagger, which was as familiar as his arm, instantly appeared in his palm. After the battle with the Star Killer, his power of eradication had improved a lot. Even his reflexes during battles had improved significantly. The sin of Hell's River was constantly igniting his blood. He knew that he was in a desert. No one would save him. Only battle. Kill him. Kill him. With a speed that he had never imagined before, Thales instantly pounced on the enemy who was bending over and enduring the pain. He exerted strength in his legs and used the momentum to climb up. Then he thrust his right arm forward. Chi! The dagger ruthlessly stabbed into the enemy's neck. Ah! Thales roared and spun the dagger with all his might. He felt the wet, sticky, and scalding blood that flowed down his arm. He hated this feeling the most. The feeling he hated the most. It reminded him of that fateful day. That day he was also like this. A next moment, Thales felt a great force coming at his chest, and he felt a sharp pain. Bang! Under the tremendous force, the prince was thrown onto the sand. Intense pain and chest tightness came at the same time. Oh no! This thought surfaced as Thales breathed in pain. The huge enemy howled in pain. Blood gushed out of his neck, but he did not seem to feel it. He pulled the single-faced great axe from the ground. It was almost as long as Thales, and the ferocious, wide, and thick blade took up half of the handle. Thales, who was still trembling from the heavy fall, could only stare helplessly at the red and black great axe. This is bad. This is bad. He thought in pain and breathed laboriously. His body had not recovered, but it was difficult for him to move. Sell. The tall and strong enemy roared at Thales, who was on the ground. It was as if he wanted to shout with all his strength. Above Thales, he swung his arms over his head and raised the great axe high like an executioner. He shook his head madly, and red blood splattered on the sand. Sel riche. Sel? Sel riche? This sentence, Thales felt a chill in his head. Where have I heard this sentence before? The next second, the ferocious blade of the enemy's axe swung down mercilessly. At that moment, his face was facing Thales. The moment he saw the enemy clearly, the prince was stunned. This face? What kind of face is this? The enemy's large face contorted and trembled in pain. His skin was dark gray, his forehead was wide, his hair stood tall, and his eyes were small. The muscles on his cheeks were connected together, and they shrank violently under his gray, rough skin. The wings of his nose were practically two thin slits. Only a black, gaping mouth could be seen. It opened in the air, and as it roared, it revealed its terrifying, sharp teeth. Savage, ugly, and chaotic. This was the only description Thales could think of. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk as the enemy roared, the terrifying blade of the axe sliced through the air, fell to the ground, and went straight for Thales' chest. In the darkness, the sounds of battle seemed to have become much more indistinct. In the end, Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the descending great axe in despair. No, the prince thought in despair. It is not him. He is not human. It is it. It, mother f asterisk king bastard. Under the night sky, Old Hammer's angry and sorrowful roar exploded on the ground. His tone was shrill, and his attitude was resolute, as if all the hatred and pain in the world had been gathered there. It's the gray bastard. Chapter 378. The wind from the axe stirred up sand and dust. Thales had no choice but to close his eyes. But in the end, he managed to escape the fate of being cut in half. At the critical moment, a single-edged battle axe swung from the direction of the bonfire. With an earth-shattering roar, it slashed into the orc's unprotected armpit. With an earth-shattering cry of pain, red blood gushed out from the orc's body, drenching Thales' face as he panted in pain. It was salty and pungent. With this slash, the orc's crude great axe flew out of its hand. With a momentum that could split the earth, it sank deep into the sand and sank into Thales' left shoulder. The tall orc roared in an unfamiliar language. It turned around and swung its arm, which was as thick as a human's thigh, at the owner of the battle axe. But the man nimbly dodged it. "Get up!" The bald mercenary, Dean's powerful voice rang out. It was extremely clear among the murderous shouts around him, and it made Thales feel refreshed. There's no time to rest. The power of eradication flowed to the teenager's back and chest, making his chest feel a little better. Thales turned over and climbed up the orc's great axe with trembling hands. He used the force to get up, wiped away the blood on his face, and recovered his numb limbs from the shock. The orc whose neck had been pierced by Thales was still as violent as ever. It did not care about the blood gushing out from the wound on its neck and armpit. It only roared in a language that Thales could not understand and pounced on Big Dean. The calm mercenary held the axe with both hands and looked like he was going to charge at the orc. But the moment he got close, he rolled to the side and nimbly dodged the orc's fierce pounce. "Hura, Nedalius!" The orc howled in exasperation and turned around. As it pounced on Thales in a frenzy, the orc's blood splattered and watered the dry land. Dean stared at the orc's feet, but he did not fight it head-on. He only used his body and footwork to feint attacks to avoid two of the orc's powerful attacks. It was like a bird avoiding a ferocious leopard. The orc's blood flowed slower and less. Finally, Thales was gratified to see the orc panting harshly. Its body swayed slightly, and its movements became sluggish. Dean did not let go of this opportunity. He burst forth in an instant and rushed to the side of the orc like a whirlwind. He waved his axe and chopped off the ugly head. The headless body swung its several-foot-long arms for the last time and collapsed on the sand. Thales sighed in relief. "You saved me a lot of trouble." Dean panted as he pulled Waya up. He tossed the spare one-handed sword at his waist to the young man and kicked the sturdy corpse. "But remember, Waya, don't get entangled with them. Orcs don't fall immediately after they're injured, and the more injured they are, the more they counterattack, the more dangerous it is." "I know." Thales gritted his teeth and took the weapon. I'm sorry, someone taught me, but when it comes to actual combat, in the classrooms of the Northlanders, even though the Holiness Exorcism campaign had passed thousands of years ago, the tall, strong, and fearless foreign species were still their eternal enemies. In the entire Extet kingdom, the Sentinel region in the far north was the most aloof archduke's territory. When facing the common elected king, they were even exempted from paying a large portion of taxes. This was used to build an elite troop that was as famous as the White Blade Guards, the Glacier Sentinels. It was all because the Stustel family had been shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the 38 Sentinel lands and guarding against the Glacier Orcs north of Queeker for generations. Since the founding of Extet, more than 20 common elected kings had led their armies to the north to provide support and fight against the Glacier Orc tribe that crossed the border to the south. Whether it was the military training that the responsible Northland nobles received since they were young, or the regular training that the conscripted soldiers of military age received, how to fight against the orcs was a compulsory course. The guards in Heroic Spirit Palace all said that before Nicholas got that nickname, he had already followed behind King Nuven in the 38 Sentinel lands and proved that he had the combat power to be on par with the orcs. However, when he faced the delicate Archduchess and her dagger, which looked more like a thread being threaded through a needle, the Star Killer, who had a lot of experience in fighting against the orcs, could only vent his frustration of not being able to use his talent on his second student. After all, the Prince of Constellation did not have the chance to go to the north. For example, he would use his great axe to push Thales down countless times, or beat him up mercilessly even after Thales yelled for him to stop countless times, all in the name of, "This is the power of the orcs." However, Thales did not expect that in his first battle against the orcs, he would still forget Nicholas' teachings. Thales stared at the headless corpse with lingering fear. He thought about the irresistible strength it had used to throw him with the wound on its neck. What kind of race is this? Compared to their terrifying distant relatives who were entrenched in the north, the orcs who wandered into the Great Desert after the Battle of Eradication might be slightly different, but they were still similar in many aspects, such as their huge bodies, astonishing recovery abilities, resistance to pain and heat, terrifying explosive power, and their infamous near-death counterattacks among the humans. It was said that the famous Iron Blood King died from the last slash of a dying orc under his feet. Dean did not say anything. He only punched Thales' chest. The worry between his brows did not disappear. "Be careful." As Louisa shouted urgently, Dean pushed Thales away. A fierce spiked mace smashed into the sand between them, stirring up sand. This was not the only threat on Dean's side. He turned around and parried another orc's irregular machete, using the momentum to dodge. Thales steadied himself and saw the owner of the spiked mace clearly under the moonlight. It was an orc with blue paint on its face. There was a hideous scar over its left eye, and the hair on its head was tied into a short braid. It wore more armor than the previous orc, and it was slightly bigger. Its height was almost 1.5 times that of an adult human. It glanced at the corpse on the ground, then opened its mouth to reveal 2 rows of tightly clenched teeth. It first looked at Dean, who was entangled, then at Thales. "Sell." The orc in front of him spoke slowly with its rough voice cords vibrating. "Luma, saw, sell." Thales could not discern the orc's expression, but it did not affect his ability to judge its emotions. The orc's fresh blood on his face was a little sticky. The prince endured the stench and got into position with his sword. "Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs." This was what the awkward Glee Ward told Thales before they parted in Dragon Cloud City. Thales now had a deep understanding of this. Almost every one of them was 7 to 8 feet tall, or even taller. Their strength was astonishing, and their movements were swift. The weapons in their hands were heavy and crude, but when it came to efficiency, they were not any worse than human weapons forged with excellent quality. They were superior to humans in every aspect in terms of size, strength, and physique. It was hard to imagine how the miracle of thousands of humans defeating 20,000 orcs was created during the Holiness Exorcism campaign 2,000 years ago. Thales clenched his teeth. In the distance, Louisa used a 2-handed sword and agile footwork to drag down 3 enemies with great effort. Mickey agilely rolled on the sand and moved swiftly. His blades danced in the air, confusing the vision of multiple enemies. He used the debris and obstacles to fight and move as he tried to get closer to Louisa. Schubert, Old Hammer, Kant, and Quick Rope had their backs against each other as they struggled to fend off the orcs surrounding them. The others were not so lucky. Although the merchants also had their own weapons, their skills were obviously not comparable to the mercenaries. Under the suppression of the orcs in terms of both quantity and quality, the merchant group suffered heavy casualties, and the screams of pain still lingered in the surroundings. The battle cries continued, but the orcs no longer concealed their ambush. Their unfamiliar language and majestic voices rang through the sand dunes. Waya, there's one more thing that's crucial to fighting against the mixed breeds. Dean panted and swung his axe at the enemy to make them retreat. Never be alone at any time, even if it's one-on-one. Under the moonlight, two tall and strong gray figures slid down from the sand dunes. They raised their weapons and rushed towards them. Go and meet up with Louisa. I'll cover you. Thales nodded nervously. Run. Almost at the moment the teenager ran, the orc with blue paint on his face roared and swung his club at him. Fruka! But Dean did not let him have his way. He parried the mace in the air with his battle axe. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as he listened to the howling wind behind him, Thales resisted the urge to turn his head around. He desperately summoned the sin of Hell's River and rushed back to the bonfire at an astonishing speed. He pounced on the ground and took out a shield from Schubert's luggage. The moment he raised his head, he saw a majestic figure raise a scimitar at him. His sword style, which he had practiced countless times, was activated instinctively. Raise your shield and aim it at your enemy. There are only two situations in which you can put it down. You die, or the enemy dies. The teachings that had never faded during the past 6 years rang in his ears again. Iron body style. The scimitar struck the shield violently. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a terrifying bang and impact rose, and a terrifying force surged towards him. At that moment, Thales had the misconception that this attack was almost enough to break the city wall. His feet slid backwards continuously in the sand, and the shield in front of his arm trembled violently. But Thales stood still. Based on his habit, from the moment he raised his shield, his center of gravity was ready to receive the attack, and his feet were ready to deflect the force. This habit in the Northland Army's sword style had always been looked down upon by many people. From Nicholas to Waya, they all thought that Thales' defense was too rigid, too conservative, and lacked agility and speed. There was no room for him to counterattack. But the moment he was about to receive this slash, Thales suddenly understood. In a fight against the orcs, there was no chance for him to be agility and speed. Compared to human opponents, the terrifying strength of the orcs concealed too many things. Their fatal blow would tear apart one's moves the moment they came into contact with each other. It would distort one's movements, and it would render all your flashy and imaginative follow-up reactions worthless. If one lost their composure in the first round when there was a great disparity in strength, Selka. The orc roared and moved. Thales subconsciously swung his arm and changed into a counterattack. He turned around to deflect the force of the impact and moved to the side of the orc. This was another characteristic of the sword style that had been criticized a lot. Are you in heat? Who are you twisting your butt for? That big stallion? Or the Archduchess next to him? These were Nicholas's harsh words when he kicked Thales to the ground during one of his classes. The prince took a deep breath and lowered his body. The power of eradication surged into his right hand, and he launched his first attack since the battle began. Asterisk grip. Asterisk the blade of the sword cut open the orc's unprotected back knee, and blood gushed out. It was the second attack style of the Northland Army's sword style, the heel breaker of the flank attack. Thales subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. The orc cried out in pain. Its left leg was slightly out of sync, but its attacks became even fiercer. Thales forced himself to calm down. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he surrounded the orc's injured leg and used his small body to fight while retreating. His shield and the orc's scimitar clashed 3 times, and the impact made his arm numb. The power of eradication flowed freely through his entire body. His hell senses not only reflected his enemy's every move in his mind, it also reflected the situation in the distance. Dean was surrounded by 3 orcs, and Louisa had broken through one of her opponents and was rushing towards him. Finally, Thales seized the opportunity. After another iron body style, his long sword shot upwards like a rattlesnake, and he pointed at the orc's chest during the gap between its attacks. The orc's skin was rougher and harder than he imagined, but the enemy's charge helped Thales. The prince gritted his teeth and felt both his shield and long sword tremble. Shing. A warm, slippery liquid gushed out, flowed along the blade of his sword, and onto his arm. Hurrah! The orc whose chest had been pierced cried out loudly. Its face contorted, and it became uglier. Thales, who had learned his lesson, knew that the situation was bad. Without hesitation, he pulled out his long sword and pounced to the side. In the next second, bang. The bonfire beside him was violently smashed by the enemy's desperate slash, and sparks flew everywhere. The orc did not manage to advance any further. Louisa appeared from the darkness beside him and chopped off its saber-wielding palm. Beautiful! Louisa avoided the dying opponent and let the orc roll around in pain as it was burned, its chest pierced, and its hands severed. She hammered the ground beside her violently, and blood flowed non-stop. First time seeing an orc? Thales shook his head. Having relaxed, he felt numb and pain all over his body. Second time. The first orc had already been killed by Dean. But they did not have time to chat. Louisa had not only brought reinforcements, but also 2 more orc opponents. The wind howled, and Thales instinctively rolled again. But he had used up a lot of his stamina, and his movements were not very accurate. The enemy's heavy sword still brushed against his shield. Thales felt his left hand tremble, and he immediately lost his balance. His face fell to the ground, and he could not help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of sand. Damn it! Gines had told him that if he fell on the battlefield, it was equivalent to. Thales turned around and watched as the heavy sword continued to attack him. At this moment, a figure crashed into him from the side, and the sword-wielding orc was sent flying a few meters away. It was the big-bellied Hakon. Louisa! Hakon, who had saved Thales' life, was sweating profusely. He held a frightening hammer, and when he swung it around, he continuously forced a few enemies to retreat. Thales struggled to get up, and nodded at him gratefully. Breeze is down, and Furnace is also dead. Hakon, who was covered in wounds, did not have the time to respond to Thales. His face was filled with hatred. The gray mixed breeds know that they are sentries at the perimeter. 8 or 9 of them surrounded them, F***ck. The female captain cursed in a delicate voice and slashed at an orc's shoulder armor. Swoosh. A long arrow came flying, and it shot down an orc who wanted to attack Louisa. They realize that we are the key and they are coming over here. The archer, Pangjia, followed behind Hakon. He looked anxious, and there were not many arrows left in his quiver. I ran into the gray mixed breed's godly archer. That guy didn't even manage to take 3 hits from me, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. In the next second, a coarse black arrow with a ferocious tail feathers drilled into Pangjia's chest with astonishing force, and came out from under his armpit. Thales shuddered violently. Damn it! Father was right. The archer stared in shock at the arrow that pierced through his chest. What's the use of having an accurate shot? Pangjia spat out the words with great difficulty, and fell down powerlessly. If I can't kill him, I still lose. Pangjia! Louisa's shrill cry rose. F***ck those bastards. Thales looked into the distance in disbelief. On a sand dune under the moonlight, an orc with lips painted white coldly put down a terrifyingly large and heavy black bow, and began to deal with the injuries on his body. There were 3 shining long arrows on his body. But they no longer had the time to care about their fallen comrade. Another group of orcs surrounded them from afar. Thales raised his shield with all his might, and dashed behind Louisa in just a few steps. He blocked an attack for the furious and shocked Louisa, but he was knocked off balance by the strength of the orcs. This won't do. Their combat power is not on the same level at all. If this continues, he was about to turn around and call out to Hakon, but, careful! Thales cried out in alarm. Hakon's hammer pushed back an orc who wanted to pounce on him. While he was panting, an orc's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, a familiar mace crashed against Hakon's weapon and knocked him to the ground. Thales wanted to rush forward to save him, but the orc beside him attacked again. The orc who knocked Hakon down had a familiar blue paint on his face. He lifted the dizzy Hakon and glared at Thales fiercely. His eyes shone with a hatred that even the other races could recognize. Fruka! In the next second, Thales watched in horror as the blue-faced orc seized Hakon's head. It was like it was grabbing a chick, and with an angry roar, it shoved Hakon's head against its chest armor. With great strength, the collision between the skull and the steel let out a strange, terrifying sound. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Thales shuddered. No. Hakon. Dion's roar came from behind the blue-faced orc. Just like that, the Arabian Hakon, who once wanted to marry his sister to Thales, had his head change shape. It turned into something red and white and it shot out. He slid limply to the ground and he did not move. Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs. This sentence echoed in Thales' mind again, and it made him extremely horrified. So, Fruka! The blue-faced orc roared at Thales ferociously. He swung his sticky left hand and hit his chest armor, which was covered in brain matter and blood. He walked towards Thales step by step, but he turned around halfway. Bastard! Dion roared and pounced on him. His battle axe clashed against the orc's mace. I'm your king enemy. Thales shook his head and chased away the fear he felt just now. But the massacre did not end. The bloody smell of swords and blades continued. The orcs' battle cries did not weaken, but the merchant group's screams and cries of surprise had become fewer and fewer. Behind you! As he roared, the Northlander Kant, who was covered in wounds, pounced on Dion. He knocked him away and helped the bald man block an axe strike from behind. Under the pursuit of several orcs, Old Hammer and Quick Rope rushed over while panting. They broke through the encirclement and met up with them. They took the place of Thales and Louisa, who were gradually losing their strength. How are the merchant group and the others? Louisa, who had been surrounded, finally had a rare chance to catch her breath. How are they? Schubert is gone. Old Hammer turned around and dodged a heavy blow. He gave a simple report of his comrade's death. Quick Rope's voice trembled as he took over Old Hammer's words. He brought up the rear for us. Louisa stomped her feet in pain. There was no time to mourn for her comrade. There are no more merchant groups. Mickey, who was in a disheveled state, ran towards them from behind and said anxiously, I'll go look for horses. If we don't break out of the encirclement, we'll all die here. Old Hammer swung his weapon without any regard for his life, temporarily forcing 4 enemies in one direction to take a few steps back. Damn it! Louisa panted in pain. During the battle, Dean's voice became a little distorted, but he seemed to be persisting in thinking. Archers, armor, weapons, and fierce beasts. They launched a sudden ambush at the same time, and they had organized tactics and arrangements, and with this scale, these gray mixed breeds. The bald mercenary gritted his teeth and shouted, They are not exiles. They are tribal warriors, regular warriors of a large tribe in the desert. Thales was slightly stunned. A large tribe? An orc's tribe? At that moment, a strange sound traveled into their ears. Asterisk screech. Asterisk, careful! Dean shouted angrily. With a feint, he moved past the enraged blue-faced orc and shouted at Kant. Lizard soldier. Thales felt his skin crawl. A huge, non-human figure with 4 limbs on the ground twisted its body and let out a strange cry. It charged swiftly towards them from the sand. In the next second, a huge, grayish-yellow lizard the size of a human jumped in front of Kant. The scales on its body could be seen clearly. It crashed into the mercenaries' formation and bit Kant's arm. It dragged him and spun him around, causing the Northlander to cry out in pain. Thales gritted his teeth and went forward. He stabbed the monster with his sword, but it was sliced open by its scales. Kant endured the pain and swung his left arm in an attempt to shake off the lizard soldier's bite. This was his final effort. Another orc seized the chance. Its heavy straight blade drew a piercing whistle in the air and split open Kant's right chest. The Northlander's right armpit was clearly chipped by the crude weapon. Splat blood gushed out and died. Thales, who was beside Kant, read. Old Hammer swung his sledgehammer in grief and indignation to repel the owner of the straight blade. Dean roared shrilly. He kicked the bonfire, and the burning firewood fell on the lizard soldier's body. Quick Rope screamed. He grabbed all the firewood on the ground and threw it at the monster in the desert. The lizard soldier finally could not endure the flames. It let go of Kant's arm and retreated into the darkness. But Kant, who had half his body cut in half, only had the strength to tremble. He fell limply on the ground and soon stopped moving. Louisa's face was covered in tears. She grabbed her long sword and pounced on the enemy again. The lizard soldier's charge was disastrous. Dante's great swords were thrown into disarray. Quite a number of orcs took the opportunity to attack. Without support from the flanks, everyone instantly fell into a predicament where they had to fight one against many. Thales found himself facing two orcs at the same time. In the face of their great strength, he was almost in a desperate situation. The sin of Hell's River never stopped, and with the Northland military sword styles timely dodging and unloading of force, he was barely able to withstand the chilling power. The situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. The prince blocked left and right under the threat of the axe and greatsword. His shield groaned, as if it was about to shatter at the next moment. Thud. A loud sound rose. Quick Rope flew a few meters away and fell on the ground, unconscious. This is bad. Thales bit his chapped lips. The hope in his heart was fading away bit by bit. The sounds of fighting became softer. The merchant group had fallen completely silent. The only people who were still fighting in Dante's greatsword were Dean, Louisa, and Old Hammer. Mickey, who went to look for his horse, had long since disappeared into the crowd of enemies. Hold on. Louisa's voice traveled through the encirclement and traveled into his ears. It sounded very bad, but she was still trying her best to motivate them. Believe in Mickey, he's a barren bone man, the beloved of the desert. Hold on. Believe? Thales took a step back and avoided a fatal sword slash in a disheveled manner. Believe in what? He breathed in pain. The sword and shield in his hands trembled because of the many clashes. Through Hell's senses, the teenager could sense that there were more and more orcs around him. Most of them had their weapons raised and were quietly waiting at the periphery. Perhaps they would rush forward to replace their companions when there was an empty spot, or perhaps they were waiting for their victory out of arrogance. As he stared at the increasing number of enemies around him, Thales began to believe that his luck had probably come to an end. He knew that his opponents were too strong, be it in terms of numbers or strength. They had almost no chance. He was only fighting with the instinct that had allowed him to never give up over the years. The sin of Hell's River seemed to have reached its limit. Bang. A heavy blow came from not far away. Old Hammer fell to the ground with a pained cry. Damn it. Thales sighed in his heart. He rolled strenuously, only to find that he had rolled to the feet of another orc. A chill ran down his spine. It's that blue-faced orc. It lowered its head, its expression as ferocious as ever. In the next second, the spiked mace struck the ground. Bang. Thales threw his shield away. Dragging his aching body, he dodged the attack in a disheveled manner. He knew that these beastmen's attacks were fatal to humans. As for the chance to increase the sin of Hell's River? Forget it. In a battle of this intensity, there would not be a chance for him to not die, as Black Sword had said. There was also no chance for him to bleed and activate his mystic energy. Once he was hit, he would immediately know whether the ferryman of Hell's River was a legend. Thales struggled to get up, but before he could steady himself, a machete struck his sword. Clang. Under the great force and his unstable movements, he could not withstand the blow. The long sword slipped out of his hand, and he fell again. The weapon fell on the sand with a dull thud. It's over. Thales trembled. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. Compared to Gines, Waya, and even Nicholas and Monty, who I've fought against before, this level of battle, he turned over with great difficulty and saw the blue-faced orc in armor approaching him. It bared its ferocious teeth at the prince and slowly raised its spiked mace. "Furka," the orc said coldly. "Damn it." Thales' consciousness was a little muddled. "Furka, what does it mean? Did I learn it in Dragon Cloud City's classes?" Dean and Louisa's angry shouts still rang in his ears. Thales panted laboriously. He touched his surroundings, wanting to find anything that could cut through the blood. But he failed. In the next second, the spiked mace fell. Thales closed his eyes. "Little rascal. Remember, learn the orc language well. Otherwise, I won't even know why I died." At this moment, thud. There was the sound of steel colliding. Sand and dust flew everywhere. Thales broke out in a cold sweat. He opened his eyes abruptly. The enemy's weapon missed its mark and hit the side of his head. Thales' heart had not calmed down yet. He stared at the scene before him in a daze. An extremely thick and sharp iron fork was stuck in the gap of the spiked mace, causing its trajectory to deviate. The iron fork was connected to an even thicker wrist without a palm. It looked as if it had been melted into the bone. The blue-faced orc seemed to be very displeased that its slaughter was stopped. It turned to the owner of the iron fork and the owner of the arm that had been cut off. "Nasser!" The orc roared madly. Even the blue paint on its face wrinkled. It was agitated. It pointed at Thales on the ground with its left hand. "Sell, Furka." But the owner of the iron fork only shook its head slowly. Its right arm, which was connected to the iron fork, still held the spiked mace. It did not relax at all. An unfamiliar word came out of its deep voice. "Soriano." Thales watched them negotiate with a dumbfounded expression. "Soriano," the owner of the arm with the iron fork repeated flatly. "Soriano, Satusal." The blue-faced orc seemed to be very angry. Its breathing became rougher, and its gray skin trembled slightly. But the owner of the iron fork arm seemed to be very different. A few seconds later, the blue-faced orc roared and reluctantly put away its weapon. It glared at Thales fiercely, and its tiny eyes were filled with hatred. Thales lay stiffly on the ground. He felt that he was about to lose control of his overused body. The blue-faced orc raised its head and roared at its surroundings. "Ne, Kendall." In the next moment, as if they had received an order, all the orcs, regardless of whether they were fighting or not, put down their weapons and took a step back. Even a fierce beast like the lizard soldier was bound tightly by two orcs with ropes and suppressed. The orcs spread out and revealed Louisa, who was panting while leaning on her sword, and Dean, who was supported by her arm. The owner of the iron fork was also revealed. Thales saw it clearly. It was another orc. Another special orc. The armored blue-faced orc was already huge, but this orc was even bigger than the former. It was even as tall as two people. That was not its greatest characteristic. It was its skin. This orc's skin was pure black, much darker than its companions around it. It had a thick layer of snow-white fur on its shoulders, and it looked like some kind of fierce beast. Black metal armor was hidden under the fur, and it was obvious that its status was very high. There were 3 parallel, hideous scars on its forehead that extended to the bridge of its nose. They looked like claw marks. Its lips were light gray, and the hair on its head was even more exuberant. Thales frowned. "It's the leader?" But the remaining mercenaries cried out in surprise. In the next second, the pure black orc leader curled up its black lips and raised its thick left hand at them. Its palm wrapped tightly around a human captive's neck, allowing him to struggle in vain. No. There was a slight sobbing tone in Louisa's voice. Dean sighed. "Mickey." The barren bone man who had his neck strangled trembled. His expression was unfocused, and his hands were powerless to climb up this special orc's huge arm. He could not resist at all. Thales shook his head in despair. It's over. The orc let out a sound that sounded like it was laughing. It threw the weak Mickey to the ground, then raised its broken wrist and aimed the pitchfork on it at the remaining mercenaries. In the next moment, the pure black orc spoke slowly. What shocked Thales and the two mercenaries was that the words that came out of the orc's mouth were fluent in the common language of the Western Peninsula with a desert accent. Humans. The orc's deep voice seemed to cause the sand to tremble. You fought very bravely. You took away the war souls of 4 of our tribe's warriors and won our respect. Louisa widened her eyes in surprise, while Dean furrowed his brows. There were dozens of orcs around them, and they stood in a black mass. They held weapons in their hands and stared at the mercenaries with murderous intent. But they held their breaths in silence. No one made a sound. Therefore, I guarantee with the honor of Shattered Stone Tribe that as long as you surrender to me, your companions, including this Sereno, will die. It gently kicked Thales, who was under its feet, and said solemnly and sternly, Therefore, I guarantee with the honor of Shattered Stone Tribe that as long as you surrender to me, your companions, including this Sereno, will live. Thales moved slightly. He remembered that he was here. The pure black orc's word, Soriano. During his lessons in Dragoncloud City, there was also a similar word in the language of the Glacier Orcs, although the tone and suffix were not quite the same. It meant, Chapter 379. In the chilly desert night, the orcs who successfully ambushed the merchant group panted heavily and held their torches high. They mumbled in a language that was slightly similar to the Glacier Orcs' language. They walked back and forth in the messy camp, searching for their spoils of war. And in the camp of the merchant group's master, starting from Dean and Louisa, Old Hammer, Quick Rope, Mickey, the human captives who surrendered had their heads in their hands. They lined up in a line and were escorted by fully armed orcs to the enemy's leader. Thales was among them, and he followed behind Dean. Perhaps it was because of his age and size, but Thales was not escorted by an orc in a rude manner like the others. Even so, when he walked past the ferocious-looking foreign species on the sand, the gazes and weapons of the enemies on both sides still made him feel a chill down his spine. The murderous aura and appearances of the orcs made him feel rather uneasy. Almost every warrior had a lot of new and old wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they were brave warriors who had been through hundreds of battles. They looked at the group of captives with disdainful eyes and deliberately tapped the weapons in their hands. As the weapons clanged, Thales could not help but remember the scene 6 years ago when the diplomat group walked past the Northland Infantry Regiment under Broken Dragon Fortress. They were just as nervous and suffocating. But they were even more desperate than back then. Aside from the dozens of orc warriors, 3 unique orcs stood in front of Tormorden's goods and watched the captives approach with cold eyes. Thales was not unfamiliar with them. There was a cold-faced orc with white lips and an abnormally large black bow on its shoulder. It was the one who killed the mercenary, Palka, with 1 arrow during the battle between the sharpshooters. There was a ferocious creature who carried a great sword, had a bare upper body, and had bulging muscles. Its forehead was painted black. It stroked the wound on its chest, and there was a terrifying, ferocious smile on its face. The Northlander, Kant's death was attributed to his horizontal slash. There was also the ferocious orc who had blue paint on his face and was stroking his spiked mace. It had been chasing after Thales since the beginning of the battle. Now, its gaze had never left the teenager, and its sharp teeth were grinding against each other in hatred. It mouthed to the prince from afar, Flaka. The blue-faced orc clenched his fist and tightened his grip on his spiked mace. Flaka. Flaka again. Thales mumbled quietly. He had a bad feeling about this. But these 3 different fellows couldn't hide the elegance of their leader. The pure black orc with a broken arm was draped in a rare snow-white fur. He lowered his head and looked at the iron fork on his right wrist. He casually sat on a large pile of goods, as if he had blended into the silence of the surroundings. He waited for the arrival of the captives under the illumination of the torches. Its different posture and height proved its status. The captives were brought in front of it one by one and lined up horizontally. The rude escorts pressed or kicked them, forcing the defeated to kneel before their leader. Thales sighed softly and knelt down in the sand. Under the night sky, the half-naked orc carrying a great sword next to the leader let out a huff and signaled his subordinates to throw a torch over. It raised the torch and roasted the wound on its chest. Amidst the merchant's gasps and the sizzling sound of the flames, it sighed with satisfaction. After the wound was healed, the orc walked step by step past each of the kneeling captives, illuminating their faces. Thales narrowed his eyes because of the light and the heat. The leader, who sat on the goods and stared at the iron fork, slowly raised his head and looked at his spoils of war. There were more people who survived in the merchant group than he imagined. At least 8 or 9 people knelt among the captives. They also had their arms crossed and shivered under the orc's gaze. Perhaps it was because the battle started too suddenly and the enemy's ambush was too successful. Those who picked up weapons were basically killed mercilessly in the first round. The others who did not have time to arm themselves were soon scared out of their wits by the horrifying battle situation. Under the ferocious faces of the orcs, their bleeding weapons, and their terrifying roars, they curled up on the ground and raised their hands to surrender. Thales, who saw their expressions clearly, dared to say that these merchants had probably never seen so many orcs in their lives. The flames were scattered by the cold wind. In the face of the ferocious faces of the orcs, the captives' hearts were like dead ashes. The frightening silence lasted for a long time. During that time, the night wind and cold, accompanied by the noise of the looters in the distance, added a hint of sadness to the scene, as if it was an execution ground. Outsiders. Finally, the pure black leader spoke. Between his twisted and terrifying lips, his accent in the lingua franca was as smooth as ever. It was so fluent that it was hard for people to believe that it was spoken by an orc. "You are here. Who's in charge?" There was a commotion among the captives kneeling on the ground. Many of them subconsciously turned their heads. Thales saw from the corner of his eye that the big-bellied Tormodin was also kneeling on a remote side of the group with his hands over his head. But the wealthy merchant group owner, whose ancestor was acquainted with the virtuous king, who was so arrogant that he could not stop talking about business, was no longer there. What was left was a pitiful man who could not stop shivering. Tormodin seemed to be frightened by the appearance of the orcs. He just shrank his head back and did not even dare to raise his head. The fat Tormodin knelt on the ground and trembled like a sieve. He tried his best to curl up his muscles and bones, as if every inch of his body exposed in the cold wind would bring him losses. He did not make a sound in the face of the leader's question. The pure black orc leader looked around at the captives and sneered with a sonorous voice. So, outsiders, you don't have anyone who can speak to you who can negotiate with me, even if I have to start thinking about who to keep and who to kill." These words made many of the captives tremble even more violently. This is an orc who is proficient in the human language, Thales thought. This is rare. And according to Dean, they are not exiles who are scattered and alone, but from a large tribe? When he thought of this, Thales noticed that Dean, who was beside him, sighed. The latter moved his knees and prepared to stand up. But before the bald mercenary could do anything, there was a slight commotion on the other side of the group of captives. "We surrendered, and you promised to spare our lives, orc." An armored girl put down her hands and stood up in an eye-catching manner among the kneeling people. She straightened her back and looked at the enemy with a calm expression. Thales heard Mickey curse softly on the other side. "I am." In the dark, Louisa's expression was a little gloomy, but her voice was extremely clear and steady. "I am the leader of this group, Louisa Dante." "Unarmed," she said softly, "you can negotiate with me." The commotion happened again. But this time, the ones who caused the commotion were the gruff orc warriors. They whispered to each other in a roaring voice. The pure black orc's facial features moved slightly. It changed its sitting posture, placed its elbows on its knees, and leaned forward. It seemed to be very interested in this woman who stood out among the crowd. "I only promised the lives of this person and that Sereno." The orc pointed at Mickey and Thales with the iron fork on its wrist. I did not include the other outsiders, and you. The three orcs below the leader looked at each other in pairs, bared their teeth, and let out deep laughter that sounded like the howling of a cold wind. Look, my holy guards are laughing. The leader turned to Louisa with a smile. The people outside the desert have fallen to the point where they let a powerless female lead them? On the other side, Old Hammer and Mickey let out soft curses. In the face of the orcs' gazes, Louisa calmly inhaled. Then you could have given me a weapon and an opponent. I can prove to you which one is more powerless, your promise or my sword. The beast man who was bare-chested and holding the torch gasped for air, patting the wound on his chest and saying something. The leader responded to it, causing many orcs to laugh. It turned its head. You do not need to prove it, brave warrior Louisa Dante. I know very well that many females in the world are much more terrifying than males. Louisa froze for a moment. And according to my loyal holy guard, Lucana the Unstoppable, the pure black orc said slowly, he acknowledges your strength. That strike you gave him was so painful that it pierced into his bones. Louisa glanced at the greatsword-wielding orc and noticed that it was baring its sharp teeth at her. The leader continued to speak with great interest. He also said that if you were an orc, then he would take you home right now and treat you as his most cherished wife. He would protect you with his blood and sword, and protect the strong children you give birth to with him until his war soul completes the desert god's test and returns to the land of his ancestors. Mickey cursed under his breath. But Louisa only sneered. But I am a human. The leader nodded. But you are a human. You cannot become one of us. The pure black orc gestured at Lucana with its chin. So he had no choice but to eat you. Eat? Thales felt a chill in his heart. For some reason, he remembered the sand scorpion he ate. And the bloody thorn lizard. Louisa sighed. This is considered racial discrimination. The leader seemed to be amused. It opened its mouth and let out a series of terrifying laughter. Is this a normal situation? Thales whispered to Dean, who was beside him, do all the orcs who capture humans first play a joke on them before they heat up the cauldron and cook them? I don't know. After all, Dean's lips did not move. There are not many people who can return alive after being captured by orcs to tell stories. Thales shuddered a little. Louisa raised her head. So, was it you? The female leader fearlessly faced the orcs who were glaring at them. Kill those desert bandits. People who hunt and kill all living things in the desert on a large scale. The leader narrowed its eyes. So you discovered it. Its deep voice rang out. Those corpses. Dean frowned a little. Louisa nodded. There are quite a number of powerful individuals in those camps. There are even exiles from large tribes, but they were unable to fight back. The female team leader looked around at the dozens of orc warriors around her. I'm guessing that it was you who used numbers, battle tactics, and formations. You used the brave warriors of the tribes, who were almost like an army, to slaughter them alive. Just like tonight for this surprise attack, you even removed your heavy armor and came with light equipment just to catch them off guard. Dean sighed softly beside Thales' ear. She is trying hard to make herself look stronger. It is said that orcs, especially people from large tribes, respect the strong and warriors. They value honor. The orc leader smiled. It raised the iron fork on its broken wrist and pointed at Louisa. Very good. Is there anything else you want to say? Louisa took a deep breath, nodded and continued, Shattered Stone Tribe, I know you. The leader did not move. Louisa spoke without fear in the face of the leader and his 3 terrifying subordinates. You are one of the 8 great tribes under the Dragon Skeleton King in the desert. You suffered great losses in the desert war and had no choice but to flee to the depths of the desert. But why? Why did you take the risk to leave the depths of the desert and come to a place so close to the Constellation's forces? Why did you go around killing people like crazy? This is not in line with the rules of the desert. Even you. The leader smiled again. Compared to his subordinates, especially his 3 so-called holy guards, this orc smiled more often and more frequently. It was also more unsettling. The rules of the desert? Very good. You can live, woman. The orc leader nodded slowly, ignoring the sword-wielding orc Lasana's roars of protest. For your good fighting skills and knowledge. As for whether you will follow us back or, we will see. What about the others? The others must prove their worth. The orc leader turned his head and swept a sharp glance at the captives with his yellow eyes. And the reason why I attacked and captured all of you is because I want to know one thing. The mercenaries frowned at the same time. What is it? Louisa asked, puzzled. In the firelight, the orc leader narrowed his eyes. More than 10 days ago, I received a report. It stepped on the sand and straightened its huge body that was as tall as 2 men. Many people, whether they are barren bone people, orcs, desert bandits, or small tribes and groups, are fleeing from the north and the east. Fleeing? Doubt rose in Thal's heart. This doubt also spread to the captives, but the situation in front of them made them have no time to think about it. The orc slowly walked to the leftmost side of the captives and passed each of them step by step. As they watched this ferocious creature approach, many of the merchants trembled in fear. Thales swore that he could even smell the faint stench of urine. I am very puzzled. What made these scumbags dare to ignore the majesty of the dragon skeleton throne, forget the terror of the desert god's altar, and flee into the depths of the desert, into the orcs and barren bone people's territories, into the private plots of the 8 great tribes and the 5 great tribes, and into the dangerous forbidden zone that everyone in the desert knows about. And according to these refugees, the pure black orc walked past Tormerdin, who was lying on the ground and looked like a trembling caterpillar. Not long ago, a group of thousands of elite cavaliers entered the desert. Beside Thales, Dean held his breath. Thousands of people? He whispered in puzzlement. What Dean did not know was that Thales' heart skipped a beat at that moment. Cavaliers. Cavaliers? Cavaliers who entered the desert. The pure black orc walked past Louisa, patted her shoulder with his huge left hand, and curled his lips. In the past 10 days, they occupied almost all the strongholds in the oases, chased away all the natives, and killed those who did not want to leave. The mercenaries kneeling on the ground looked surprised and looked around. It's them? It's not you? Louisa cried out in surprise. The ones who carried out the purge and hunt in the desert are that group of cavaliers? That group of cavaliers. Thales stared at the sand in front of him. His expression was stiff. The orc turned around. Just like you, we also encountered countless corpses and camps along the way. There were only more of them than what you found. The orc walked past Old Hammer and Quick Rope, and his voice became colder. That's not all. They were merciless and did not care about the cost. They slaughtered all the bipedal creatures they saw on the way, regardless of whether they were desert bandits, exiles, barren bone people, orcs, or ordinary smuggling merchant groups. They cleared the entire northern periphery of the desert. They almost turned a small part of the desert into a no-man's land. Slaughtered. Thales felt cold sweat slide down his back. This is not the end. The orc walked in front of Dean. The pure black orc leader lowered his head and cast a profound glance at Dean. They did not leave. Instead, they maintained the defense line, which they paid a heavy price for. They transported supplies day and night, fed their horses and replenished their grass without restraint, just so that they could stay in the desert for one more day. Dean narrowed his eyes. What? Their roaming cavaliers moved around and patrolled back and forth. They killed anyone they saw, drank water they saw, and gnawed grass they saw. The entire northern end of the desert was disturbed by them. Moved around. Patrolled back and forth. Thales felt his breathing become slower and slower. The orc continued to move forward. The friction between his huge feet on the soft sand was chilling. We hunt, graze, and use them as food to fill our stomachs. But even the stupidest of our tribesmen knows that when we get what we need, we must keep the cubs and not touch the seedlings. The slightly panicked Thales could feel the orc's footsteps getting closer. This way, we will still have food in the coming year. But these people? Be it water, pasture, firewood, or campsites. These assassins on horseback take them without any hesitation. They consume all the resources in the desert without stopping. They neither fight nor occupy the place. They waste a disproportionate amount of money, food, and manpower just to clear this desolate wasteland, leaving behind a barren land where not even a single blade of grass grows. Even the caravans cannot stay in the campsites that have been cleared. The orc walked past Dean and finally stopped beside Thales, who was at the furthest side. He stopped beside the youngest human. Thales was still holding his head. He saw the orc's sturdy calf from the corner of his eye and felt it speak above his head. This is bad. This means, based on my experience, these cunning humans must have ulterior motives when they behave abnormally. Just like what they have done in the past. But since they have taken action, we must also take action of our own. The orc leader narrowed his eyes and looked at the captives. This is the reason for us to head north. This is the reason why I have decided to lead a large group of tribal warriors to the far east and north in the desert. It gritted its ferocious teeth. So, outsiders, over the past month, you are the only ones who came from the direction of Blade Fang's dune. You are the only ones who set off from the same direction and place as those mad cavaliers. You are also the only ones who might know their intentions. The captives kneeling on the ground had different expressions. On the sand, rows of orc warriors stood around them coldly, looking at every single human captive who was either trembling or puzzled. The expressions of the 3 holy guards did not change. They waited for their leader's next words. Finally, the pure black orc slowly extended its hand and raised the iron fork on its wrist. Its tone was cold. And you will tell me, what? It spat out a name that made everyone frown. Constellation. Why are they doing this? The mercenaries stared at each other. Even the merchants were shocked and bewildered. Why did they send so many troops deep into the desert? Why do they have to lift every layer of sand here? Why do they not hesitate to spend money, food, and human lives? Under the assault of the chill, Thales felt a chill on his neck while he was still in shock. A cold iron fork was pressed against the prince's neck. As the mercenaries cried out in surprise, Thales was forced to raise his head by the strength of the iron fork. He looked at the orc leader's bright yellow eyes. Thales met its gaze in a daze. He looked at the scars on its face and its inhuman face. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the armor under its fur. He looked at the faint bloodstains and scratches on it. He felt his body go numb. It was different from the other orcs he had fought against. Its eyes were calm and steady. It seemed to hide many secrets. There's someone. The orc raised its gaze and looked at the others. Its hands did not stop moving. It still hooked Thales' chin with the iron fork. Can you tell me? There was no response. There was only the howling of the cold wind in the sand. And the crackling of the flames. But at that moment, only Thales knew. The truth that this pure black orc tried so hard to obtain. The secret that caused the desert to be in turmoil. It was trembling slightly under its iron fork. What should I do? Thales thought desperately. At that moment, that's enough. There is no need for the famous Kandarl Nushin in the desert to make things difficult for a human, Sereno. It was a gentle and mature male voice. Just like the day he saved Thales. The moment he finished speaking, the orcs began to discuss among themselves. They seemed to be in a slight commotion because of a certain name. Thales, who was so nervous that he was almost suffocating, felt his neck tremble slightly. Finally, his neck relaxed. The iron fork left his artery. Thales sighed in relief and started to breathe again. He anxiously thought about what he should do about the predicament in front of him. The pure black orc turned around. Its gaze made all the orcs quiet down. Who is it? It slowly walked to Thales' side and the speaker's side. It stared at the bald human. The person who spoke to me. Who is it? The speaker raised his head, put down his arms, stood up, and looked up at the orc. I am Dean. I can be considered Louise's assistant. In the next second, the orc's iron fork was pressed against Dean's neck. Louisa gasped softly. But the bald mercenary did not move. He just let the orc size him up. The orc leader lowered his head and stared at him for a long time. Human, you left a deep impression on me during the battle just now. You have skill and intelligence. The orc leader narrowed his eyes. You know who I am? The captive nodded with an indifferent expression. I know. I recognize your arms. I recognize the color of your skin. Dean stared at the orc without blinking. You are not a pure-blooded mixed, pure-blooded desert orc. You have the blood of glacial orcs, so your skin color is different from theirs. Damn glacial bastard, Dean thought in his heart. Thales looked at the orc's skin. When he saw the black color, he understood. Surprise appeared in the orc leader's eyes. Dean sighed softly. You are Kandaralnushan. You rose to power as an exile, and you are a mutant blood who has ruled the desert for 20 years. Chapter 380. The commoners and minor nobles in the Hall of Stars immediately became restless in fear. The guards could not help but berate them loudly. You really have the guts to say that, Cyril? Val, the Duke of the Northern Territory, gave Cyril a profound look. Thanks to you, no one should be talking about returning to the closed, small meeting room now, right? The appointed counts on the stone seats responded in silence. It will happen sooner or later. Duke Fakenhaz's gaze was dark. Even as he laughed, his shrill voice was still audible. Hee, I merely removed your hopes and fears. Duke Cullen sighed. The unwelcome guest at the banquet really lives up to his name. Zayn, like most of the counts from the 13 distinguished families, wore a gloomy expression and did not say a word. More than 10 seconds later, from Star Plaza to the Hall of Stars, the crowd's panicked buzzing noises became louder and louder. The news of the impending conflict between Extet and Constellation was made public. Count Sorrel's gaze was unfriendly as he stared straight at the king. Your Majesty, you have achieved the effect you wanted by announcing this impending disaster to the people. The problem is, how are you going to end it now? Kessel V, whose face was as cold as ice, did not speak. He only glanced at Sorrel, but the latter was still stubborn. That's easy. Count Talon stared at Sorrel bluntly. Do you want to fight or negotiate? If you want to fight, everyone will return to their respective territories and sound the call to arms. We still have a chance to negotiate. We have allies. Just like 12 years ago, we can ask them to mediate between us. Zayn slowly raised his head and looked at the suzerains. War may not necessarily break out as long as we pay a certain price. They died in the diplomat group. The prince was King Nuven's only son, the only heir of the Walton family. Fakenhaz interrupted the young duke and said in a strange tone, Pay a price? That's right. Give that northern territory to Extet, and it will probably be done. We will not give up an inch of the northern territory, Count Samunto said coldly. That is the land our family has guarded for generations. But that prince did die in your territory, didn't he? Dagestan sneered. This is your responsibility. Of course you have to pay the price. If you're not joking, Dagestan. Count Fries raised his head, his gaze fierce. Then we can duel on the stage of eradication right now. All right. How about we give them 20% of the eternal oil supply in the East Sea? Duke Fakenhaz pretended to be deep in thought. He first looked at Duke Cullen, then at Zayn, and smiled nonchalantly. Or how about the crystal drop mines in the south? There's a limit to joking, Cyril. Duke Cullen was unusually serious. Zayn gave him a friendly smile and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly. All the nobles quietened down and looked at him. Under the king's gaze, Gilbert nodded and took a step forward. According to the channels of the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City already knew about the prince's death in Constellation yesterday. He frowned and said, and the Archduke of Black Sand region was even faster than their king. 2 days ago, he began to recruit soldiers and mobilize the army. The other 2 archdukes in the south of Extet were half a day later than him, but they were almost the same. There was an immediate uproar in the hall. Silence! Gilbert said loudly and sternly. Amidst the complicated emotions in the hall, the Supreme King said in a deep and sonorous voice, if the 2 countries go to war, the royal family and the Talon family will do everything they can to support the Northern Territory. Count Talon nodded firmly. The king looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory with a calm expression. Val, how many soldiers and supplies can you provide? How many soldiers? Are you joking? Val Arund replied solemnly, I have already gathered all the vassals, 15,000 infantrymen, 1,000 archers, 500 heavy cavalry, and even a small number of mystic guns. They will reinforce Broken Dragon Fortress in the shortest time possible and listen to Lady Sonia Cecier's orders. That is our territory. Once war breaks out, even the women and children will take up arms. As for supplies, it will depend on how much land we can defend. The two counts, Zamunto and Fries, nodded firmly in agreement. The 3,500 people from Overwatch City will fight to the death. The lonely old tower only has 2,000 infantrymen, but we will fight to the last man. We can withstand the pressure from the 3 archdukes of Ekstedt, but if it is the entire Ekstedt. The Duke of the Northern Territory straightened his back and swept his piercing gaze across every noble. We need the power of all of Constellation. Cohen, who was standing behind the old Count Caribbean, scratched his head and whispered in puzzlement. Isn't this a national conference for all the people? Why are they talking about the military deployment just like that? The old Count Caribbean closed his eyes gently and sighed in a barely noticeable manner. Can't you see? He lowered his voice and told his son with an exhausted expression. The northern noble's attitude is a show for Ekstedt. Do you believe that Duke Arund can gather 10,000 people? Constellation has yet to recover from the bloody year. I suspect that it would be good if the suzerains could gather a third of their military strength. Cohen was instantly stunned. He looked at the top of the hall in disbelief, at the pattern of 2 stars the size of a silver cross. As the descendant of the Empire and the shield of the Western Peninsula, has Constellation become so weak? Kessel V nodded slightly, then turned to the frightening Cyril. What about the suzerains of Western Desert? Cyril Fakenhas tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The ruins can only send 1,000 infantrymen. The Baron Bone tribe has been in a commotion recently. As for the mystic guns, we don't even have enough for ourselves. The young Count Derek Chroma muttered, Wing Fort is not known for its vanguard, but we can send the best 100 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Bosdorf also frowned. Brave Soul's fort has been in a state of unrest recently. An orc is being worshipped as a leader. He is gathering the forces of various clans. The Black Lion family can only send 200 people. The stingy decision of the Western Desert nobles caused the nobles present to start whispering among themselves. Cohen furrowed his brows. He had served at the front lines of Western Desert during the purge after the Desert War. But as far as he knew, Western Desert's military strength was definitely not that weak. Val stared coldly at Fakenhas. You were quite proactive when you revealed the secret just now. When it comes to recruiting troops, Another wave of cheers traveled to the Hall of Stars from Star Plaza. This time, it was an excited cheer, and there was no lack of fanatical voices. Sigh. Count Talon stroked his pentagram brooch and sighed. I'm willing to bet that the guards have just passed down the message regarding the military strength of the Northern Territory. They haven't had the time to pass it down to the Western Desert yet. Kessel V remained calm and collected. He turned to Cullen and asked, What's the attitude of the Sun Sword and Shield family and the entire Eastern Sea Hill? Your Majesty, most of the people of Eastern Sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. We do not have enough military strength, but we can fork out money and summon mercenaries to battle. The plump Duke grinned. If a full-scale war breaks out, as long as it is not winter and the coastal waters are not frozen, our fleet can still harass Ekstedt's east coast. On the stone seats beside the Duke of Eastern Sea, Count Noah Hawea and Count Clark Amund exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Duke Fakenhas said darkly, Thank you very much for reminding us. It is December now, winter has arrived. Kessel V knocked on his stone seat and asked meaningfully, So there is no manpower, only money? I remember when we fought the Desert War, the Prime Minister told me that there was no money, but there was manpower. It was just that it was a little far to transport troops from Eastern Sea to Western Desert. 5 years ago, People didn't know how to go out and earn money, so there was manpower. But now, people have all gone out to earn money, so there is no money, Duke Cullen answered with a straight face and a smile. The king snorted softly, while the Duke of the Northern Territories' expression was extremely unpleasant. King Kessel turned his head towards the nobles in the south. There is no usable cavalry in the entire South Coast Hill. The Covendier family can gather 2,000 infantrymen from the surroundings of Jade City, and they also have some mystic guns, Zayn answered worriedly before His Majesty could ask him, but the long march to the north will be a problem. My vassals will definitely not be happy, and I will not be able to guarantee the quality of the soldiers. The old Count Caribbean's expression was also solemn as he spoke in a timely manner. It is the same for Walla Hill. Even with the addition of the vassals, I do not have the confidence to recruit even 300 soldiers. Behind the Count, Cohen lowered his head and sighed softly. He still remembered that the last time his two sisters went out to visit friends, his father directly sent 500 soldiers to escort them. Count Lasha was even more straightforward. The soldiers from the swamp are not suitable for the Northern War at all. Kessel V did not say anything else. He only exhaled softly. The Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs and the Guardian Duke of Blade Edge Hill have not arrived yet, but I reckon that they, as well as the remaining 4 families, probably have the same attitude. As the nobles of the Land of Cliffs Hill, Count Sorrel and Count Dagestan both turned their heads and did not speak. Instead, the chiefs and merchants who were listening started whispering to each other. They were more worried about the impending war. Is this how you report back to Constellation? The Duke of the Northern Territories' face was ashen. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the double-cross-shaped star above his head. He said angrily, "This is the country you swore allegiance to, and it was once the greatest country in the history of mankind. Even though the Northern Territory is not your territory, the double cross-shaped star flag still flutters above it. It is the same as your land." "Your Grace, I also fought for Constellation 5 years ago," Count Dagestan said coldly. "In the end, I lost my eldest son forever in the Western Desert. I guess you, who do not have a son, will not understand. Bullsh *T. Val's eyes widened in anger. He turned his head abruptly. "My only daughter, the heir of the White Eagle, is now at the Broken Dragon Fortress at the border between the two countries. She is under the command of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Cecere. Her life and death depends on the outcome of the war between the Great Dragon and Constellation." Upon hearing this, Cohen could not help but lower his head and sigh. He looked at Raphael, who was behind the Black Prophet. Duke Cullen shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps there is no need for war. We can choose to negotiate. Even if Extet sends out troops, it will only be for benefits." "And then force the Northern Territory to give up its territory?" Val was like an eagle hunting its prey. His sharp eyes stared intently at everyone who replied. "Now, we all know the bargaining chips and the number of troops in our hands." At this moment, Zayn raised his head with a resolute gaze and looked at the king. To fight or to make peace, it will depend on His Majesty's will. Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards Kessel. Val's gaze was eager and intense. Cullen's gaze contained a complicated smile, Cyril's gaze was playful, and Zayn's gaze was as calm as still water. "So, this is my country?" Kessel slowly raised his head. His gaze was like a knife that sliced at every suzerain. The king can only bring his own regular army and direct vassals to face the entire army of another country? Or else, I have to represent Constellation and accept their possible conditions in humiliation? Cyril Fakenhas laughed sinisterly. "Hee, without military strength, we can't fight, but the dignity of the royal family, we can't even talk about it." Kessel V sighed. "Looks like it's just as May Knox said. Kings are all lonely people." At this moment, a loud and furious voice came from the main door of the Hall of Stars. "Your Majesty, please take back what you said. With us around, you will never be lonely. As the nobles of Constellation, the descendants of the Empire, how can we retreat even the slightest bit?" Amidst the uproar in the hall, A nobleman in his prime, whose left eye was covered by a terrifying scar, wearing a yellow-black cloak with a deer standing on its hind legs, walked up to the 6 stone seats with a cold and arrogant expression. Some of the nobles in the hall, including the commoners, began to applaud enthusiastically, while others either snorted or shook their heads and sighed. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, flashed a helpless smile. Val and Zayn looked at him solemnly. Cyril Fechin has laughed and said, "One-eyed dragon of Nanchester, I thought you would only arrive at night." The Castellan of Steep Forest City, the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, Coaster Nanchester said with a stern expression, "Compared to this, look at what you have done." He kissed Kessel's ring, but did not sit on the stone seat. Instead, he turned to Val and said, "Sir Arund, please do not worry. The entire army of Steep Forest City will be mobilized north to Broken Dragon Fortress." But under Val's surprised and complicated gaze, he immediately changed the topic and looked at Kessel V. "In the face of this war of the entire nation, as long as your majesty can make your followers feel at ease, I can't think of any reason to retreat." Almost all the nobles in the hall frowned. Make his followers feel at ease? "Coaster," Kessel V said slowly, "what do you mean by this? Your majesty, do you still not understand?" Coaster said sternly, "An all-out war is imminent, but the nobles are panicking and making excuses. In this situation, only you, as our king, are enduring the torment of whether to fight or to make peace. This is not fair to you. But why do you think this is?" Coaster shut his single eye tightly, took a deep breath, and then said firmly, "The Iron Hand King, your Majesty Kessel. The suzerains and nobles do not dare to follow you. The whole of Constellation is panicking and uneasy. 12 years have passed since that tragedy, and the late king's remains have been buried. But we still do not know what you are thinking. We do not know what kind of king we are following." In an instant, the nobles were silent. Gilbert and Gines furrowed their brows at the same time. Kessel, on the other hand, gently tightened his grip on his scepter and looked at Coaster with a complicated expression. But Coaster still did not back down and said, "We are all afraid of you. No one knows what kind of things a king who lives alone in the world without any scruples, the last person of the Jadestar family, will do. Moreover, this is war." Coaster turned around. His single, sharp eye swept across every suzerain. He enunciated each word clearly. "Your Majesty. The color of blood has faded, but Constellation still exists. But why do you have to bear the suspicions of the nobles even for an obvious choice of war?" Kessel V's gaze became colder and colder. The 4 dukes avoided his gaze at the same time. Coaster pointed at the double-cross stars at the top of the hall and said loudly, "Your Majesty, for the interests of Constellation, for the dignity of the Jadestar royal family, we cannot hesitate in this crisis. Therefore, Your Majesty, please put the heavy burden of Constellation on our shoulders. Whether it is war or peace, let all of us bear the price of this decision. If Constellation is stable, the future is bright, and the royal family is not broken, I think no one will back down in the face of such a national war." At this moment, many people had already sensed something. Marat Hansen lowered his head and silently curled up the corners of his mouth. "It's coming. So fast." Zayn pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. "It's coming. I hope it goes well." Cullen, on the other hand, watched Coaster's performance with a smile. "It's coming. Interesting." Val stared blankly at the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, gritting his teeth. "This is their goal? Both Guy and I are prey?" The counts whispered to each other on their stone seats. Some were worried, while others nodded frequently. Only many civilians who were listening were still whispering in confusion. But everything in the Hall of Stars was still going on. "Your Majesty, you will soon be 48 years old." On the eve of the war between the dragon and Constellation, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Coaster flung off his cloak and waved his arm at the nobles in the hall with a cold and stern expression. "Please choose the heir of the kingdom among us nobles." Use your actions to tell the nobles that you still care about the stability and survival of this kingdom, and that you still trust these suzerains who are your arms. At that time, we will fight for the dignity of Constellation, for the glory of the Jade Star royal family. Absolutely no complaints. Absolutely no retreat. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Suffocating silence. No one dared to be the first to speak after these words, until a sharp and presumptuous laughter broke the deathly silence. Ha! Duke Fakenhas opened his mouth wide. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, he laughed wildly, his scattered teeth appearing especially terrifying. What is that saying from the Far East again? Spread out the map, and the dagger will be revealed? Your Majesty? Want to fight a dignified war? Use the throne to exchange for it. Ha! Chapter 381. Very well if no one knows. Under the collective silence of the merchants and the curses of the mercenaries, Kandar looked around with an indifferent expression. Then let the duel begin as soon as possible. Thal's heart tensed. *T. He clenched his fists and fixed his gaze on the blue-faced orc, Duraman, in the distance. If the worst comes to the worst, if the duel cannot be avoided, then how am I supposed to survive? Thales sucked in a deep breath and entered Hell's senses to observe the enemy's condition. But a sudden bang came from outside his eardrums, and it shocked him. Thales only realized after a few seconds that the orcs were looting the goods of the merchant group in the distance. His fight against the Star Killer and the Raven of Death in the land of barren rocks had improved his sin of Hell's River, and his Hell senses had also become much stronger. But it was precisely because of this that Thales learned his lesson. Hell's senses could give him extraordinary senses, but sometimes, being overly sensitive was not necessarily a good thing. When the countless information that was usually isolated from his senses was surged into his brain by Hell's senses, Thales was in a state of chaos. He could not tell where he was. For example, during the chaotic battle just now, in Hell's senses, the sounds of the orcs grinding their teeth 20 meters away was deafening. It sounded like a large army marching, and it was often mixed up with the sounds of swords and axes 1 meter away. The movements of the enemies in the distance were clear, as if they were right in front of him, causing Thales to subconsciously raise his hands to block them, and he ignored the threat that was right in front of him. Being able to hear and see well might seem to be something everyone envied, but the people involved in this would suffer unspeakably. The slightly louder sounds and brighter lights were unbearable to Thales. He would overreact and his senses would deviate. He needed time and practice to get used to his new state. When he thought of this, Thales shook his head. In his hazy memories from his previous life, the seniors who were reborn, cleared their meridians and enlightened their acupoints, skipped the adaptation stage, and used their new powers to show off their prowess were probably born superhumans. He tried his best to focus the slightly out-of-control Hell's senses on his opponent, but he could not help but frown. With Hell's senses, the fluctuations reflected by the orcs were not scattered like those of humans, but were solid and thick. At least in Duraman's body, Thales could not find any signs of light that was similar to the power of eradication. But when the teenager looked at the ripples of its muscles, bones, listened to its heavy breathing and powerful heartbeat, he subconsciously gulped. But Thales did not doubt that this so-called Holy Guard, the blue-faced orc, could unleash a power that most superclass warriors could not achieve even with the help of their power of eradication. He silently came to a conclusion. Based on his current self, who was still trying to adapt to his new power, there was no chance. Not to mention, Thales glanced at the other 2 holy guards with a headache. The orc war chief, Kandar, stared at Thales with a cold glare in its eyes. If he loses, there's no need for all of you to live. Obviously, the desert god doesn't like all of you. His words made everyone nervous. At this moment, a strange feeling crept into Thales' heart. He instinctively raised his head. Something was not right. The prince said to himself, something's not quite right from the beginning. Where was it? What was wrong? He turned his gaze and looked around. At this moment, A timid male voice rang out from the crowd. I know, the captives frowned. A trembling hand was raised in the air. I know why the Constellations sent their army. Great War Chief. Thales was a little surprised. Kandharl turned its head around slightly. See, I knew it. Kandharl flashed a scornful smile and strode to the other side. As humans, all of you are very lazy, and all you need is just a little bit of motivation. Dean and Louisa furrowed their eyebrows. What's going on? Dean could not believe his eyes. What does he know? A bald man curled up on the ground laboriously held his belly and straightened his back. He did not care about the dust on his body and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. If I tell you, Great War Chief, will you let me live? Kandharl stopped and lowered its head coldly to stare at the master of the merchant group, Seth Tormorden. It depends on what you tell me. Thales widened his eyes. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and tried to guess what Tormorden wanted to say. Could it be? Duraman the orc roared angrily, as if he was very dissatisfied with the delay of the duel. Tormorden shuddered as he knelt on the ground, but his words prevented Thales from immediately suffering misfortune. Around 10 days ago, in Bladefang's camp, I was chatting with my cousin. He's a regular soldier in the Western front lines, and he's William's subordinate. He's the one. Kandharl's gaze turned cold. I know who Williams is. Get to the point. All the captives stared at the conversation between the two, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The orc's eyes seemed to have some mysterious power, and it made Tormorden tremble even more. The merchant spoke faster, and he stuttered even more. My cousin, he told me that the important people will seal the borders. That's why I thought about pulling a merchant group out to smuggle and earn some money. Kandharl stretched out its remaining left hand. It grabbed the necklace around Tormorden's neck and pulled the frightened merchant up from the ground. His legs were off the ground, and it pressed its mouth against Tormorden's face and roared. Get to the point. Tormorden was just about to scream, but the roar scared him back into his mouth. As he stared at Kandharl's ferocious face, Tormorden was like a vole facing a venomous snake. He had nowhere to run. A few seconds later, the merchant said with a pale face, his teeth chattering. Baron Williams told a few nobles who are officials in his room, and my cousin heard it. The important people entered the desert, and they seemed to be chasing after someone. When he heard this, Thales' breathing suddenly froze. His expression remained the same, and he forced himself not to look at Dean and Louisa. What does this Tormorden know? This is bad. I have to face the threat of a duel. I have to think about how to escape. There's also the risk of exposing my identity. Thales gritted his teeth. Is today an unlucky day? He frowned a little. His uncontrollable hell senses gave him and Kandharl's heartbeats. The master of the merchant group was almost scared out of his wits. Kandharl might seem fierce, but his heartbeat was still calm, even though Thales did not know whether this was a unique characteristic of orcs. In the distance, the sounds of orcs plundering the spoils of war rose one after another. Their movements were crude, and the noises were endless, causing him to feel agitated. That strange feeling was still there. What's wrong? The teenager's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Through hell senses, the orcs in the camp were very noisy. Their crude whispers and rough movements seemed to be very close to his ears. The strange feeling in his heart became more obvious. Chasing after someone? Kandharl seemed to be deep in thought, and it loosened its grip a little. Tormorden shook his head violently. This action made Kandharl tighten its grip again. It put away the corners of its mouth. You seem to need more motivation? Tormorden screamed, No, 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 I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. He sounded like he was crying, and his tears were running down his face. I swear on the honor of my ancestors as nobles. I really don't know who they're chasing after. Dean and Louisa sighed at the same time. Mickey, who was beaten to the ground, sneered in disdain. Kandharl stared at Tormorden for a long time. A few seconds later, the orc war chief stared at the snot and tears that flowed onto its hand in disgust. Only then did it loosen its grip. Tormodin fell back to the ground with a thud. The master of the merchant group sighed in relief. He sobbed and patted his chest. But since they're as despicable as you said and didn't spare a single living thing in the desert, then they must hate that person to the core, just like how they hate you to the core. Kandarl lowered its head while it swung its hands. Realizing that he might have said something wrong, Tormodin raised his trembling hands. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I just. But Kandarl ignored his disrespect. You said that Constellation traveled all over the periphery of the desert to chase after a certain person? My cousin heard all of this, Kandarl snorted coldly. Just who is it? Is it worth it for the entire western front lines of the kingdom to go to war, and they won't stop even when they are drenched in blood and corpses are strewn all over the place? At that moment, Thales trembled. I see. The teenager suddenly understood. He understood where that strange feeling came from. The prince's chest heaved, and his gaze changed rapidly. So, this was the answer to the mystery. It was also the only way for them to survive in the hands of these cruel and cunning orcs. Kandarl and Tormodin's question and answer session continued, but the prince was no longer in the mood to listen. While everyone's attention was on the other side, Thales' spirits lifted, and his lips moved slightly. The teenager tilted his head and whispered to the captive beside him, Dean, the orcs are plundering your goods. Of course, they like human spoils of war. Dean was a little worried and hesitant. He glanced at Kandarl, who was interrogating Tormodin, out of the corner of his eye. Listen, Waya, it won't let us go no matter what, so you. Thales shook his head. No, Dean, listen to me. Even though they're plundering, they're abandoning valuable items like their worn-out shoes. Instead, they're hastily searching for food, water, and even medicine. Dean's eyebrows twitched. What? The bald mercenary asked curiously, how did you know? As he listened to the movements beside his ears, Thales paused for a moment. I was the last one to see it. They're looking for the necessary supplies. Looking for supplies, Dean was deep in thought. On the other side, Tormodin cried again because he was frightened by the orcs. Dean, Thales continued to say softly, there were at most a dozen of us who picked up our weapons to fight back just now, and according to the war chief, they only lost a few people, right? Dean pursed his lips. Why? But there were nearly 100 of them, and almost half of them were injured. Thales gestured with his chin at the rows of orcs. That included the war chief himself. There were dried blood stains and new wear and tear on his armor as well. Dean's gaze froze in midair. Louisa said that for the sake of concealment and ambush, they deliberately stripped off their armor and attacked with light armor. But what if they weren't wearing light armor on purpose, but were forced to? The bald mercenary's spirits lifted. You mean, their condition is not as good as they say, Dean? A flame known as hope burned in Thales' eyes. They went through a battle not long ago. They're traveling with light armor and they lack food and clothes. They're running for their lives. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two of them changed. The dark night seemed to have become much brighter. Dean was silent for a long while. That means, Thales nodded. We just need to think of a way to. He did not finish his sentence. Because in the next moment, bang, a thunderous noise suddenly rose, and everyone swayed on the spot. Regardless of whether they were orcs or humans, merchants or mercenaries, war chiefs or princes, all of them turned their heads in panic and looked in the direction of the loud noise. In the dark night, a terrifying, raging fire was burning in a camp not too far away. The fire was so strong that it even reached the sky and was more than 10 meters tall. The light from the fire illuminated the sand dunes in all directions, and it was incredibly eye-catching in the night sky. Thales and Dean stared at the fire in the distance in a daze and looked at each other. Kandarl, one of the holy guards, Yaku, stared at the burning camp in shock. He swiftly took out his black bow and said something to the war chief anxiously. Hura, war chief Kandarl roared at him, but it still turned its head around and waved its arm. Yaku nodded and led a dozen orc warriors to check on the situation. It turned its head around and grabbed Tormodin, who was also terrified and pale. It pointed at the fire and said furiously, "What's going on?" Tormodin waved his hands desperately, trying his best to show his innocence and cooperation. The army in Bladefang's dune has been mobilized frequently these few days, and the scale is very large. They are busy, and the management is a little lax. The merchant had a long face. So I took the opportunity to transport some military supplies, such as a little bit of eternal oil. Your subordinates might have been snatching. I mean, they were careless when they were rummaging through. A little bit? Mickey, who was lying on the ground, repeated sarcastically as he stared at the fire on the sand. Kandorl stared at the fire, then at Tormodin. Its expression was one of anger. Its cheeks twitched, and its 2 rows of teeth were about to crush each other. You might not understand the characteristics of eternal oil, and there might be more than a little bit of it. Tormodin stared at the fire and forgot how terrifying the orcs were for a moment. He said in pain, "So, if we want to put it out, we should use a lot of sand." Kandorl howled in anger and threw the unfortunate Tormodin aside. As expected, a minute later, the orc Yaku came back with more than 10 warriors covered in dirt. With a solemn expression, it shook its head at Kandorl, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Kandorl roared in indignation. The war chief turned around and gave an order in their language. Quite a number of lightly armored orcs immediately moved and spread out around the camp. The fire was still burning. Looks like Tormodin's insatiable greed and audacity helped us this time. Dean narrowed his eyes and whispered, "They're retreating. Your guess is right. We have a chance." Thales pursed his lips. In the unexpected chaos, Kandorl seemed to have finally remembered the group of human captives. "What a pity." The orc war chief turned to them and coldly stroked the sharp iron fork on its wrist. "It's going to end early. I wanted to chat with all of you for a little longer." The captives' expressions immediately changed. Kandorl snorted softly and looked at Thales. Its black face was illuminated by the fire, and it looked even more ferocious. "You know, Sekka, I really wanted to see how you would react when you faced Duraman." Duraman roared and slammed its spiked mace on the ground. Thales felt a chill in his heart. "This is bad." The orc war chief walked forward slowly and stared at Thales. "Especially since I just figured out a lot of things." At that moment, a spark rose from the ground on the other side of the desert and let out a shrill, sharp sound. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk it was bright and piercing to the ears. Everyone, including Kandorl, instinctively looked in the direction of the spark. A few seconds later, on the other side of the sand dune where the spark appeared, a few barely discernible voices traveled into the distance. Asterisk thud, 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 thud. Asterisk it was dull, low-key, and hurried, but there was a certain rhythm to it. It was getting closer. Almost at the same time, an orc warrior's shout rose abruptly from the other side of the sand dune. Cruelly, before the shout could finish, it stopped abruptly and turned into a cry of pain. "Ayaha!" Before Thales could react, the expressions of all the orcs present changed drastically. The warrior's cry of pain had yet to disappear. But Kandorl had already let out a furious roar and turned swiftly towards its warriors. The tribe's war chief did not hesitate. It flung its powerful arm and roared at the loudest voice it had ever used since it appeared, "Musa!" In the next second, faster than the blink of an eye, all the orc warriors roared and drew their weapons. Under Yakir and Lucaina's lead, they took large strides and formed a team of their own accord. They started running. Except for Duraman the orc. It pointed at Thales, who was among the captives, and said something to Kandorl in an agitated manner. This orc who had a blood feud with Thales seemed to have made up his mind to end his grudge here. Thales' heart sank. "Don't worry," Dean said calmly from beside him. "I've already talked to Louisa. We'll look for a chance to counterattack." But his comfort was not effective, because Kandorl was even angrier than Duraman. It even mercilessly punched the Holy Guard. In the end, Duraman cast Thales a resentful glance and joined its companions. The captives stood at the center of the field and watched in shock and bewilderment as the busy orcs ran past them with frenzied expressions on their faces. They ran in the opposite direction of the sparks. They did not have the time to care about the captives anymore. How? That was the surprised Louisa. The next scene revealed the answer. On a sand dune not too far away from them, a tall figure moved past the obstruction of the sand, broke through the dark night, and appeared under the illumination of the fire. It was a knight, a horse and a man. His feet were in the stirrups, and he held the reins in his hands. He stepped on the horse's back with swift hoofs. He rose and fell as he galloped, then charged down the sand dune. The two orc sentinels on the sand dunes saw the knight. They roared angrily and raised their terrifying weapons. With astonishing steps, they charged towards the intruder with their majestic bodies. The knight on the horse ignored the approaching threat. He only arched his body and increased his speed. The distance between the two parties grew closer. Then they came face to face with each other. The orcs' angry roars were filled with hatred. A heavy hammer and a broadsword drew dangerous arcs in their hands. With terrifying power and a howl of death, they were about to cut open the horse's abdomen. Thales was shocked. But the knight whistled softly. At that moment, the steed under him turned around nimbly. It moved its hooves and changed direction before the weapons could reach its body. The moment the knight turned around, the sharp-eyed Thales saw the pattern on his robe. It was a crow. It was a dark blue crow with only one wing. The knight narrowly avoided the orc's interception and dodged two deadly weapons. But it did not end there. A light and sharp spear shot out accurately from the horse and pierced the neck of the first orc. As the two orcs roared, the knight withdrew the tip of his spear. With his superb horsemanship, he galloped far away, leaving behind only a splash of his enemy's blood, and a ponytail that was a few inches long. This symbol is the Chroma family's Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Old Hammer could not suppress the excitement in his heart. It's the famous 2nd Commando unit of the Raven Guards, the Lightning Ravens. Thales thought of something. The Chroma family? Sounds familiar. The orc whose neck was pierced howled in anger. It trod with frightening heavy steps, ignoring the blood that spilled everywhere. With its companion, it chased after the knight. But they could not catch up. The knight turned in an arc and rode further and further away on the sand dune. He rode faster and faster. Finally, the orc whose neck was pierced fell limp after running for quite a distance and almost dyeing the sand red. Before the last of its blood flowed out, the orc's tenacious life allowed it to raise its blade at the knight's drifting back. But its blade was too short. I can't reach it. As it thought about this, its thick arm trembled in the air for a moment before it fell limply. It could no longer move. Under the sand dune, War Chief Kandara watched its warrior fall from the distance and roared in grief and indignation. The orcs shouted in unison to vent the hatred in their hearts. "Oh, it's been 2 days since we last met, you bastards from Stone Splitter." The first human knight looked at the burning camp not far away and the angry orcs below him. He reined in his horse. He stopped on the sand dune. His laughter traveled from afar and traveled into every orc's ears. "Holy Pursuit Day isn't here yet, and you're already holding a bonfire party. Don't you think it's a little too early?" Another orc sentinel howled shrilly and charged at the knight. It did not manage to reach its destination. Thud, thud, thud. The second knight charged over from the other side of the sand dune. When the orc turned its head around, he flashed a saber and brushed past it. As Kandara roared shrilly, the second orc's head flew high into the air with an indignant and resentful gaze. The captives were silent. The orcs shouted in grief and indignation. Thales watched the scene in a daze. He watched the powerful orcs die one after another. Kandara's roars became more and more urgent. Under its orders, the nearly 100 orcs quickly split into 2 groups. With an astonishing presence, nearly 20 orcs lifted their heavy weapons and stepped forward. They formed a formation facing the sand dune where the knight was. The rest of the orcs shouted loudly. They gritted their teeth and put away their weapons with hatred. Then, they turned around and ran in the opposite direction with all their might. "What are they doing?" Quick Rope looked surprised. Old Hammer shook his head. With his rich experience, he gave a short and concise answer. Running for our lives. Thales was about to ask, but he realized that in the next moment he was seized by the neck by a huge orc. Why? While Dean and Louisa shouted angrily, Thales was restrained by Kandarl's left arm. But the orcs guarding the captives did not move. They stood coldly behind the humans and suppressed everyone who wanted to fight back. Thales wanted to exert his strength, but he realized that the orc's strength was the most terrifying he had ever encountered. He did not manage to finish speaking because in the next moment, Kandarl's iron fork was pressed against his throat. Silence! The orc war chief seized Thales' throat and looked at his surprised and bewildered gaze. It said coldly to the captives, "This will end soon. I don't want to make the scene too ugly." In the next second, Kandarl pressed its mouth against Thales' ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Tell your father and tell Morat. I was the one who found you first. And I know who you are." At that second, Thales froze completely. Dean and Louisa were still shouting excitedly, but it was no longer important. "What? Father? Morat? You found me first? You know who I am? What does this mean?" Kandarl turned Thales' head towards it. Its bright yellow eyes were sharp. With great puzzlement, Thales stared at Kandarl. He suddenly realized that Kandarl's expression was incredibly serious at that moment. It did not have the humor from before, nor the grief and indignation from before. It was calm. A rare calmness. "So, Jadestar, I fulfilled my promise." Kandarl lowered its voice and said, "What about the rest of you? We'll meet again, Sekka." In the next moment, Thales felt pain in his forehead, and he instantly swallowed a mouthful of sand. Why? A few seconds later, Thales, who was helped up from the sand by Dean, was still in a state of shock. He could only watch the orc war chief leave into the distance with a heart full of shock and puzzlement. He watched Kandarl and its warriors join the tribe's team and run into the distance. "What's going on? Are you all right? What did it do to you?" Thales did not answer. He only blinked, his face full of shock and bewilderment. Its promise? Jadestar's promise? He did not understand. This orc, just who is this orc? My God. Quick Rope blinked in disbelief and pulled Mickey up from the ground. "We survived. They're gone." Dean looked at the fleeing orcs in the distance, then at the orcs who stayed behind to form a formation. His expression was complicated. The knights on the sand dune whistled and rushed down. There were more than 10 of them, and they agilely bypassed the orcs who had already formed a formation and chased after the running Kandarl. As the orcs left, the captives regained their freedom, but they did not have the time to celebrate their luck, because soon the next thing attracted all their attention. Waves. In that second, Thales thought that he had heard wrong. But he was right. It was the waves. The faintly discernible sounds of waves assaulted his ears repeatedly. Asterisk, what's that? Quick Rope asked in terror. "Oh no." Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. Under the light of the fire, the captives looked around in panic, but they did not see anything other than the dark horizon. But the waves did not disappear. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk more than 10 seconds later, the waves drew closer and became bigger. They turned into terrifying, raging waves. Asterisk rumble. Rumble. Asterisk in the next moment, the captives looked at the ground in terror, then at the distance. Asterisk T, Dean cursed. Everyone felt a tremor that could not be ignored. It traveled continuously from the sand to their feet and up their spines. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the tremors on the ground grew stronger, more obvious, and more frequent. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales even felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk finally, the uneasiness brought about by the raging waves ended. In an instant, at the top of the sand dune in front of them, at the border between the sky and the earth, countless black shadows appeared at the same time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk amidst the blazing flames, the black shadow formed a continuous black line. They were like densely packed ants, but also like a black tide that swept over. They covered the sand dune from top to bottom, dyeing the sand under the light of the fire black. It was like the night. My God, that's... Louisa narrowed her eyes. Her face was pale. Fales could not help but hold his breath. He saw the black shadows clearly. They were people. To be precise, they were cavaliers. Countless cavaliers. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, they stomped on the ground with their iron hooves. Their momentum was astonishing, and they covered the sky and earth. They were like black lava that devoured everything at the mouth of a volcano. They pounced on the small camp. They were unstoppable. They were unstoppable. Fales watched the scene in a daze. At the top of the sand dune, a cavalier who looked like a commander appeared within the range of the fire and gave a loud order. The cavaliers responded to him with a yell. But Fales did not notice him. What he saw was another cavalier galloping behind the leading cavalier, holding a tall flag in his hand. As he galloped, the flag was completely flung open in the light of the fire. Fales stared at the flag in a daze. He looked at the pattern that he did not know if it was unfamiliar or familiar. All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. That was a flag with white edges and a blue background, a flag with 2 silver cross-shaped stars. In the name of King Kessel. In the next second, the leading cavalier raised his sword and pointed at the camp under his hooves. Anything that has less than 4 legs, leave no one alive. Chapter 382. Amidst the deafening galloping sounds, the sand on the ground began to shake slightly. It sounded as if the whole world was collapsing. Under the illumination of the fire, the cavaliers on the sand dune were indistinct. Countless iron hooves struck the sand inch by inch, bringing with them a dull roar that filled Thales' eardrums. Thales could hardly hear even the nearest voices clearly. They charged towards the small camp of the merchant group. They were getting closer and closer. No. The master of the merchant group, Tormodin, seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at the group of orcs in front of him, then at the shattered stone tribe who were fleeing for their lives behind him. In the end, he turned his head around and looked at the Constellation Cavaliers who covered the mountains and plains as they charged towards them. He muttered in a daze. The other merchants did not lose to him. Some of them even cried in fear. Dean were caught in the middle. Thales, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by the female captain's words. He stared at the cavaliers who were charging towards them in the name of his father. They were fierce and full of murderous intent. His face instantly turned pale. Obviously, this was not the best time to smile, wave, and say, "Good day, comrades." After all, he did not have 4 legs. They're charging. Amidst the galloping sounds and the roars of war, Louisa looked anxious and shouted at the top of her lungs, "We won't survive." The captives panicked. Oh, desert god above. A merchant trembled as he watched the approaching cavaliers. He was so terrified that he could not speak. No. Tormodin crouched down and squeezed out a sob. We'll die, and my goods? Damn fatty, you better King stand up and shut up. The bald mercenary dragged Tormodin up from the ground and irritably interrupted the impromptu speech of the master of the merchant group who was trying to distract them. The galloping sounds rumbled, and the ground trembled. More and more cavaliers entered the illumination of the fire, and they were blurry and indistinct. The 20 or so orcs in front of them roared fanatically. They rubbed the weapons in their hands and were ready to fight to the death to stop them. Their target is the orcs. Dean's expression had never been so grave before. His gaze moved back and forth between the orcs and the Constellation Cavaliers. His gaze was steely. As long as we can find cover and avoid their first wave of attacks. Old Hammer coughed. Also, don't forget about the orcs who are running for their lives. Constellation's army will not let them go. We still have to stay far away from their pursuit. Mickey spat out a bloody tooth and pointed at a remote dune on the left side of the camp. There. Very good. Dean's eyes lit up. He strode forward and kicked away a box that was blocking his way. Everyone follow me. Don't leave any weapons in your hands. The female captain gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Dean. Let's go. The group of captives used their hands and feet to flee in a panic. Behind them, more than 20 orc interceptors were closing in on the cavalry. The captives finally hid under the sand dune on the side of the battlefield. They threw themselves down and shielded themselves from the cavaliers' line of sight. Then they relaxed a little. Thales slid down the sand dune with the others, then flipped over and climbed up 2 steps. He imitated Dean and peeked out half of his head. He watched nervously and in shock as the cavaliers rushed down the sand dune and occupied most of his field of vision. At least 100 cavaliers. On the other side, Old Hammer did not seem to be in a good condition. He leaned against Quick Rope with a pale face and panted, but his gaze on the battlefield was still sharp. And there are nearly 20 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers among them. This is not common. But it feels like there are thousands of them. Thales clenched his fists and said quietly. In the distance, War Chief Kandarl led its 100 or so subordinates to flee in the opposite direction from where the cavaliers had appeared. They were getting further and further away from their companions who brought up the rear. More than 100? Quick Rope asked in puzzlement. He looked at the fleeing orcs. But there are 100 or 200 of those gray mixed breeds. With their strength, they can fight against 10 of us alone. Why are they running? Old Hammer shook his head and did not speak. Who cares? Tormorden cut off Quick Rope, who was about to ask more questions. He patted his chest, still unsettled. Anyway, those mixed breeds ran away. This is a good thing. At this moment, Carolee! The other blood's furious roar rose from the other side of the battlefield, and it came from the fleeing group. The captives turned their heads and looked to the right, at Shattered Stone Tribe, who were fleeing madly. Thales' gaze instantly focused. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk on the other side of the battlefield, the thundering sounds of horse hooves rose in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. What followed were countless cries for murder. My God, that is. Mickey widened his eyes in disbelief. Unfamiliar and swift figures appeared before the people's eyes. The hooves of the horses beneath them tore through the darkness, and the armor on their bodies shone with a cold light. Cavaliers. The second group of cavaliers. They were like fatal killers who had been waiting for a long time and suddenly appeared from the dark. They charged towards the fleeing group with an unstoppable force. Mixed breeds. A cold shout rose from among the newly arrived cavaliers. Do you like surprises? In the face of the sudden arrival of the enemies, War Chief Kandarl's roars became more and more urgent. The fleeing orcs had to slow down and reorganize their formation. Old Hammer stared at this ambush solemnly. The newly appeared cavaliers let go of their reins and galloped forward. The sound of their hooves was louder and deeper than the Chroma family's cavaliers. Their equipment was also more uniform, and they exuded an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Outflank them. The Chroma family's cavaliers are just long poles used to herd rabbits. They're in charge of driving the enemy into a pocket, while the ambush by the cavaliers on this side is the real trap. The veteran from Constellation sighed and said, they must have set up their tactics and formation beforehand. It's different, Dean suddenly said. In the face of the others' puzzlement, Dean pointed at the newly appeared cavaliers. Look at the flag. Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. He activated Hell's senses and saw the fluttering war flag among the cavaliers. I knew it. It was not a single-winged crow. Instead, it was a flag that Thales did not recognize. The picture on the flag looked like a few bright stars from afar, and they were shrouded in a cloud of fog-like dust. Stardust War Flag. Old Hammer said in surprise, it's the Stardust Unit. When he said this, many people were shocked. The Stardust Unit, from Blade Fang's camp? Louisa asked with a frown. Thales looked at the others in puzzlement. Old Hammer nodded. Look carefully. Their warhorses are different from the Chroma families. They are not ponies native to the Western Desert. They are taller, bigger, and heavier. The veteran observed the newly arrived cavaliers carefully. They are hybrids between Northland horses and Plains horses. Their charging and explosive power are also stronger. This group of cavaliers are stationed at the western front lines. They are the regular army directly under the command of the royal family. Baron William's Stardust Unit. The regular army of the royal family? Thales' eyes lit up. That means that this group of people can be trusted, right? Thank you, Desert God, Sunset, Bright Moon, Dark Night, and all the previous kings of Constellation. Tormodon patted his chest, and his eyes were practically brimming with tears. I knew it. Ever since my great-grandfathers served the virtuous king, our family has been loyal to Constellation for generations. Fate will not let us die here. Everyone pursed their lips and did not answer. But Old Hammer frowned slightly. Unbelievable. The Baron's Stardust Unit and the Chroma family's enlisted army. This must be a big operation. After the Desert War, this is the first time I see these two groups of people who can't see eye to eye going out to battle together. Old Hammer mumbled. Thales frowned slightly. But those are orcs. Gray mixed breeds that can't be killed. Quick Rope counted the number of people and asked in surprise, I've counted. This group of newcomers. Stardust Unit. There are only a few dozen of them. Can they really gain an advantage if they rush in like this? As he spoke, the Stardust Unit's cavaliers mercilessly stabbed into the fugitives' flank like a sharp knife. They encountered the enemy much earlier than their colleagues from the Chroma family. Quick Rope's question was immediately answered. Thales saw the dozen or so orcs at the back of the group stand in formation and form the first line of defense among the fugitives. They turned their bodies sideways to avoid crashing into them. At the same time, they raised their shields and weapons steadily. They bulged their strong muscles and tendons, ready to stop the charging horses. The cavaliers at the front instantly arrived in front of them and faced their sharp blades. The prince held his breath. He thought he would see the cavaliers clashing head-on with the orcs, but he was wrong. In the next second, as a piercing sound rose, dozens of tiny black shadows shot out from the cavaliers and instantly sank into the orcs' formation. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk as the orcs cursed and cried out in pain, 2 of the dozen or so orcs bent down in pain. The group of fugitives instantly fell into chaos. Cavaliers' crossbows. Old Hammer cried out in surprise, as expected of the Stardust Unit. This kind of weapon can only be used by the elite cavaliers to tear apart the enemy's formation. Before he could finish speaking, the Stardust Unit's cavaliers threw away their hand crossbows, stepped on their stirrups, and drew their swords and spears with furious roars. They fought against the orcs at close quarters, but they still did not fight head-on as Thales had imagined. The first orc swung his axe with both hands and slashed at the first cavalier who charged at him. The axe cut through the air, but the cavalier calmly steered his horse to change direction. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the spear in his hand. The flash of the axe and the shadow of the spear intersected in the air. Asterisk, the horse swept past the orc's side at an unbelievable speed and angle. The cavalier swaggered away and did not look back. The axe cut into the sand violently. The orc turned around in disbelief and lowered his head to look at his chest. A broken spearhead had pierced through his chest from the front to the back and dyed his armor red. The heavily injured orc roared in grief and indignation. The strength it felt before death surged through its entire body. Furious, it turned around to look for its next target, but to its despair, it discovered that the human cavaliers were like a swarm of bees that had received an order. They instantly split up like a wave that had run into a reef. They galloped away from the two sides of this opponent. They did not engage in a battle of attrition with it, and neither did they care about its weak cries of grief. Asterisk thud, thud. Asterisk horse hooves galloped past, and the orc's fingers could only sweep past the air helplessly. In the next moment, it knelt on the ground, and its body was permanently buried in the yellow sand. It was not the only one. Not far away, an orc faced a cavalier who charged at it with a saber. It roared and raised its shield, then exerted strength in its waist and feet. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with the orc's advantage in strength and size, it only swayed its legs and withstood the heavy strike. But before it could counterattack, the second cavalier swept past the other side of the orc. A cold glare suddenly flashed. The saber in his hand gently sliced past the orc's unprotected neck. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk blood gushed out of the orc's neck as it let out a deafening roar. Its shield fell to the ground with a thud. Idiot! The cavalier's disdainful voice was mixed with the galloping sounds, and it only reached its ears at that moment. Such a scene could be seen everywhere during the cavalier's first round of charges. Some orc warriors died from a tricky thrust. Some orcs were slashed a few times by the cavaliers who charged past them at high speed, and in the end, they bled to death. There were also skillful orcs who strenuously and beautifully parried a few cavaliers' attacks, but the next enemy who always appeared next to them seized the opening and sliced their heads open. Some orcs swung their axes madly and fiercely, but it only made the never-ending cavaliers wiser to avoid their blades. There were also orcs who were covered in wounds after the first round of charges. They stood on the spot while swaying, and they cried out in grief as they stared at their companions who were all over the ground. More orcs were injured and bled. After their futile rampage, they fell to the ground because they could no longer hold on. Wherever the horses' hooves went, they left behind a trail of blood. War Chief Kandarl's voice reverberated through the sky, but it could not prevent its subordinates from dying. The captives who hid at the side were dumbfounded. Did you see that? That's the answer. Old Hammer shook his head and said, when we're standing on 2 feet, we can't even win against their little fingers. But when you step on the stirrups, sit on the saddle, and charge forward with a mount that weighs more than 700 pounds, everything changes. Your field of vision becomes wider, your weapons become longer, and the world becomes smaller. Even the opponents who were once invincible will inevitably become weaker. Even the orcs. Quick Rope stared fixedly, as if he had forgotten to answer. Elites. The Stardust unit is a rare group of elites. Don't forget this. Mickey snorted coldly. They're 1 in 100, Old Hammer shook his head and coughed loudly. Don't forget, ahem, that they're not facing desert bandits who collapse at the first blow or exiles who put their lives on the line before matters of principle. Instead, they're facing one of the few terrifying forces of power in the Great Desert. They're the elite warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe under the Dragon Skeleton Throne. They're also elite soldiers. They move together, and their discipline does not lose to Constellation soldiers. They face death with equanimity, and they're comparable to the heroic Northland warriors. Mickey turned his head away and did not speak again. Thales listened attentively to their conversation. Just like that, the Stardust unit, who charged forward with high horsepower, tore apart the first line of defense the orcs hastily built with an unstoppable force. They did not care whether there were any survivors in the first wave of attacks. They charged straight into the group of escapees. In the chaos, Kandarl's furious roar rose again. The second line of defense was built. More than 10 orcs with spears and shields roared as they stood together. They took care of each other and protected their companions' flanks. When they saw the cavaliers approaching, the orcs shouted in unison. Under the command of a leader whose face was covered in scars, they raised their shields to fight against the enemy and thrust their spears forward. However, the leader of the cavaliers who rushed towards them only looked at the formation of spears, frowned, and whistled. In the next second, the cavaliers turned their bodies to the side, lifted their reins, and changed directions. They went around the enemy's formation from both sides and gave up on fighting against the formation. The scarred orc roared wildly, as if it was indignant at its opponent's cowardice and evasion. But the attack did not end. The sound of horse hooves rose again. This time, the attack did not come from the front. A group of cavaliers went around the line of defense, gathered on both sides, and changed directions. They rushed towards the unprotected flanks and even the rear of the orcs' formation. Old Hammer sighed under the sand dune. On the battlefield, when you have one more leg than your enemy, you have one more choice. Hurrah! The scarred orc roared in anger. It knocked away the cavalier's saber that came charging at its head, and the powerful force brought it down from its horse. But then, a sword that came from the side cut off its head. Blades flashed and blood splattered. The orcs who stood with it also met a horrible end. They either died from the ambush from the side, or had their backs pierced by cold swords and spears. The orcs who turned around to face the pincer attack had their throats slit from the front when they were defenseless. Even if there were orcs who survived, they usually fell to the ground powerlessly when the cavaliers regrouped and launched their next attack. The second line of orcs' defense immediately collapsed when it was attacked from multiple sides. Thales stared at this scene in disbelief. He still remembered the scene when the merchant group was attacked. Amidst the screams and sounds of fighting, the enemies attacked them from all directions. Their powerful strength was almost unstoppable, and their sharp blades tore apart their companions' bodies. There were people falling at every moment, and blood and death followed them like shadows. At that time, he swung his shield and longsword with all his might. He suppressed his panic and fear and withstood the orcs' endless attacks, but he could only fall to the ground weakly in despair and pain. But now, the orcs, the group of terrifying tribal warriors who gave him lingering fear, were the ones who were beaten to the point that they could not fight back at all. Now, it was their turn to be terrified, confused, and flustered. They faced the blades that were everywhere, and in fear and anger, they experienced the deaths of their companions and the strength of their enemies. After this round of attacks, the cavaliers from Stardust Unit penetrated the group of fugitives diagonally. Before more orcs could surround them, they spurred their horses and broke out of the enemy's formation. They galloped for a distance before they pulled on the reins, turned around, and regrouped. Then, they charged out of the highway again and charged back into the formation. Charge, attack, break away, turn around, charge again, attack again. The human cavaliers, who numbered less than 100, repeated this process over and over again. They were like sharp blades. They stabbed forward, pulled back, and stabbed forward again. They brought about a new wave of carnage and harvested the orcs' lives. The captives watched until they forgot to breathe. Kandarl's roars became even more rapid and shrill. Chariots and knights are usually the favorites on the chessboard. Dean sighed with emotion. The others turned their heads to look at him. Dean shook his head slowly, because in the same round, they moved the furthest. Mickey, the barren bone man who had been staring at the battlefield, growled, "The Chroma family." The captives turned their heads. On the other side of the battlefield, the 20 or so strong orcs who were left behind to cover the retreat finally met the Chroma family and the cavaliers who charged down from the sand dune. Unexpectedly, compared to the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers' nimbleness and agility and the Stardust Unit's charge back and forth, the Chroma family chose a completely different strategy. At some point in time, the Cavaliers, like the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers, had already bypassed the interceptors. The frontmost row of the Cavaliers were now heavily armored. The fully armored Cavaliers had a fierce single-winged crow painted on their shields and horse armors. They stirred up sand and charged forward. They were awe-inspiring and had an imposing presence. They went up against the 20 or so similarly muscular orc warriors who were dressed in armor. It was obvious that they were born to intercept the Cavaliers. Louisa narrowed her eyes. "No way. They're going to," Dean nodded with a solemn expression. "The heavy Cavaliers are going to charge. Clearly, the single-winged crow doesn't want to waste time." Thales widened his eyes. "That's right. Charge. Meet force with force. Iron against iron. Face to face. Charge without dodging or dodging. Charge without any fancy moves." With a shout, the heavy Cavaliers in the first row lowered their spears in unison. The orcs covering the rear roared and turned sideways. They used their shoulders to push against their shields, drew their blades, and prepared to fight back. Finally, asterisk bang. Asterisk amid a frightening loud bang, the heavy Cavaliers' spears clashed violently against the orcs' shields. The sounds of spears breaking, the shattering of shields, the orcs' pained cries, and the humans' curses instantly rose into the air. It was incredibly chaotic. Thales' face was filled with shock. He once again witnessed the great strength of the orcs that no one could compare to. In the front line, an orc with a ferocious face held his shield with all his might. His tendons and bones bulged, and as he roared desperately, he stomped on the sand and took 3 steps back. Not only did he block the charge from the heavy cavaliers, he even exerted strength in his waist and abdomen to flip the cavalier in front of him along with his horse. This power, the prince understood. There was a reason why Kandar left behind this group of elites to cover the rear. But their performance ended there. In the next moment, under the captives' shocked gazes, the moment the orc who flipped over its opponent raised its head, the second heavy cavalier leaped over the horse on the ground and rammed his spear into its shoulder. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amid the loud bang, the orc, who was already at the end of its tether, could no longer endure it. Its body tilted to one side, and it could only watch as the heavy cavaliers charged forward. The third heavy cavalier charged forward mercilessly and rammed into its chest without any deviation. Amid the terrifying crash, the orc, who had just used its strength to break through its enemy, was sent flying backward like a sandbag that was hit by a hammer. It fell to the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in pain. It had no strength to get up. Soon, the orc would no longer have to worry. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a second later, the 4th, 5th, 6th. Countless heavy cavaliers charged forward with iron hooves that no one could stop. Their hooves mercilessly stepped on the orc who was lying on the ground. Amid the bone-chilling thuds, the cavaliers crushed its bones, muscles, and organs one after another. They crushed the orc's former pride. The dying orc did not even have the chance to stand up. It was drowned in the endless sea of heavy cavaliers. It was the epitome of the 20 or so orc interceptors. The orc warriors, who had looked death in the eye and had an imposing manner, were like waves that were drowned in the sea and thrown into the sand in the desert under the charge of the heavy cavaliers. They disappeared without a trace, without a sound. It was just like the order given by the Chroma family before they charged forward. Leave none alive. Chapter 383. As they watched the battle of strength and weight that ended in an instant, the captives lying on the sand dune practically forgot to breathe. My God, Quick Rope exhaled shakily. He stared at the heavy cavaliers who were charging forward and wanted to join the pursuit. Are these heavy cavaliers? That's ridiculous, aren't they? Those are orcs. Giant orcs that are 8 to 9 feet tall. Did you just say that they weighed 800 pounds? Louisa retracted her head and quietly said to Old Hammer, I guess that for heavy cavaliers, the weight of their armor must also be included. That's why we need to find a place to hide ourselves. Dean watched the heavy cavaliers trample over the merchant's camp. His expression was unpleasant. The Northlanders' heavy cavaliers are even more terrifying than this. I've seen them when I was young. When they charge in a group, everything is like paper in front of that kind of battle line. Thales pursed his lips and did not speak. For the first time, he understood why the Star Killer had coldly tied him and Saroma to horses so that they could get used to the battlefield. The captives sighed in unison and turned to the only battlefield left, Shattered Stone Tribe, whose flanks were suddenly flanked by the Stardust unit while they were fleeing. Compared to the Chroma family's heavy cavaliers' assault, which did not cause a single splash, there was only the aftermath of the battle. There was no doubt that the warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe were brave and fearless. Every time the human cavaliers broke through a line of defense, the next batch of warriors would surge out of their own volition and stay where they were to form a new line of defense. With futile battles and certain deaths, they delayed the Stardust unit's relentless pursuit and bought time for the fleeing orcs. On the other side, every cavalier from the Stardust unit was like a ferryman riding on Hell's River. They charged left and right, and their blades, spears, and spears flew one after another. Wherever they went, the orcs' sorrowful cries, angry roars, blood, and pain filled the air. It was not that they did not suffer losses. 1 or 2 unfortunate cavaliers were shot down during the battle. The lucky ones returned to their own horses or the horses of their comrades, while the unlucky ones. But compared to the casualties suffered by the orcs and the passive disadvantage they were in, it was not even worth mentioning. In the face of the swift, agile, and speedy cavaliers, the power and explosive power that the desert orcs were so proud of along with the endurance and violence that they gained from being heavily injured, were all rendered useless. The tribe warriors who were once unparalleled in the world seemed clumsy, weak, and helpless at this moment. The knights on horseback would often ride over and suddenly change their direction, cutting into the side or rear of the orcs. Then, with their speed and momentum, they would stab or slash at the orcs. Then, regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would lift the reins and gallop away, narrowly avoiding the powerful counterattacks of the orcs or the infamous counterattacks of the orcs. Then, they would escape far away before the tall orcs could swarm them. If they faced a group of orcs, the human cavaliers would work together in twos or threes. One of them would charge forward to lure the enemy, while the other would circle around to ambush them from behind. They would even raise their crossbows or javelins and shoot at the same time. Then, they would run far away, and once they were out of a dangerous distance, they would turn around and attack again. As for the troublesome opponents who had seen the orcs charging at them and were prepared for them, the cavaliers would rather avoid their attacks and look for another chance than take the risk to attack. In fact, when they were halfway through their charge, they would whistle and turn around to run, causing the orcs who were prepared to fight to let out indignant but helpless howls. Then, they would receive the next fatal or non-fatal attack from their backs or flanks. However, many of the orcs were ambushed, injured because of this cunning, despicable, and almost shameless tactic. But they could only let out furious roars of grief and indignation as they watched their swift opponents flee into the distance while they bled non-stop from their fatal wounds. They swung their weapons in vain while they were in a frenzy due to their heavy injuries. They vented their terrifying endurance and explosive power, but in the end, they welcomed their tragic fate. They died of exhaustion. The number of orc warriors who were still fleeing decreased. Kandarl's roars became hoarser. It was just like the fate of its subordinates. Thales heaved a deep sigh. If that's the case, is this how the legend of the Holiness Exorcism campaign 3,000 years ago, where 2,000 human cavaliers defeated 20,000 orcs? At that moment, a discordant voice rose in the chaotic and devastating battlefield. F***ck them all. The person who spoke was a cavalier who looked like the commander of the Stardust unit. He saw the Chroma family's unstoppable attack in the distance. The cavalier broke away from the main group. While he urged his horse forward, he spoke in a gruff voice. "That young master is really... Hurry up, girls. This is all our credit. We can't let it be snatched away." Right after he finished speaking, a sharp sound shot past his head. A long arrow landed not too far away from him. The cavalier only reacted then. Still in shock, he turned in the direction where the long arrow came from. Among the fleeing orcs, an orc with white lips drew another arrow and coldly knocked it on the huge black bow. The sharp-eyed Thales recognized him. He was one of Kandarl's 3 holy guards, the orc Yaku who killed the mercenary Palka with 1 arrow. F***ck you all. The human who spoke just now whipped his horse and galloped towards Yaku. He cursed loudly, "It's you again, you bastard who wears lipstick who's neither a man nor a woman. Didn't your mother teach you not to shoot moving targets at night if your vision isn't good?" Yaku's reply was another arrow from Yaku. *whoosh. The speaker was startled. The long arrow was powerful and heavy. It shot past the speaker's ear and sank into another cavalier's steed. As the horse neighed in pain, the pitiful cavalier fell to the ground and was immediately surrounded by a few orcs. When the human saw his subordinate die, he flew into a rage and slapped his thigh. F***ck me. Snake shooter. Illusory blade. He roared and pointed at Yaku. "Get rid of the one with lipstick." Right after he finished speaking, a cavalier from Constellation responded to his command. He raised a longbow on his horse, knocked an arrow with a rope tied to its tail, and shot it at Yaku. Halfway through its flight, before it could reach Yaku, the arrow fell weakly and sank into another orc's shoulder. The orc cried out in pain and held onto the arrow. The cavalier who shot the arrow whistled, pulled the long rope, and galloped to the other side, as if he wanted to drag the orc down. The orc roared angrily and grabbed the long rope as well. He pulled it in the opposite direction, trying to drag the cavalier down. The long rope was pulled, becoming straighter and tighter. Thales was slightly shocked. He had seen the orc's great strength that could overturn a heavy cavalier. He could not help but want to remind the cavalier, "Don't fight it with strength." However, just as the rope was about to be pulled taut and the cavalier was about to be dragged off his horse, the latter slyly let go. The orc who was holding onto the other end of the long rope and was about to exert force suddenly lost his grip. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. "Ha, idiot!" The cavalier who shot the arrow laughed. The other cavalier whizzed past the fallen orc. His blade flashed strangely. Before Thales could see it clearly, he saw the orc on the ground whimper and blood spurt out of its neck. "Stop fooling around, snake shooter," the cavalier who had the strange blade flashing said in an angry female voice. The boss said, "Be obedient and work." As she spoke, she stopped her horse, and 3 orcs surrounded her. "Magic blade. Be careful." The cavalier who started cursing hurriedly reminded her. But Thales, who was watching the battle, was shocked. The part of the rope that was shot out seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly bounced up from the ground. Like a giant python, it instantly wrapped itself around the orc closest to the female cavalier and wrapped itself tightly around its neck. The orc dropped its weapon and painfully pulled at the rope around its neck, but the rope automatically tightened and shrank to a position where it could not reach. But the rope did not end its journey. The extra part of the rope bounced up again in a strange manner like a snake and wrapped itself around the necks of the other 2 orcs. "Don't worry, boss." The cavalier named Snake Shooter pulled one end of the long rope and flashed a thumbs up at the cavalier who spoke with a smile. "Everything is under control." In the next moment, the blade flashed. Thales did not even see how the blade moved, but he saw blood splattering everywhere. The 3 pitiful orcs avoided the fate of being strangled to death. Their necks were slit one after another. "Enough, Snake Shooter." The female cavalier named Magic Blade flung the blood off her blade. She rode on her horse and raised her blade at Snake Shooter, who was pulling the long rope in a daze. She said in dissatisfaction, "We are going to kill the one with the lipstick." "It's not for a fool like you to act cool," Snake Shooter screamed. "You don't understand, this is my way of fighting." Thales looked at the male and female cavaliers in surprise. His gaze moved back and forth between their snake-like rope and the strange blade. "What is that power?" The captive's surprise seemed to be no less than Thales. They looked at each other. Only Old Hammer's expression became more and more strange. "Shut up." The cavalier who started cursing seemed to be very angry. "That young master is coming to snatch the credit. Work hard, F*ck his mother, what the F*ck?" He was careless and separated from the charging group. He was actually knocked to the ground by a despairing and enraged orc. "Boss!" Snake Shooter and Magic Blade cried out in surprise at the same time. Thales recognized it. The orc had blue battle makeup on and held a spiked mace in his hand. He was one of the 3 holy guards. The orc, Duraman. It was Thales Fruka. The blue-faced orc roared angrily. He raised the spiked mace in his hand and aimed it at his boss, who was pinned under his horse. Thales sighed. At that moment, the 4th cavalier dashed over. He raised his hand from afar. In an instant, the sand around Duraman flew up like an explosion. It pounced on Duraman's face. Whoosh. As the sand and stones flew, Duraman put down its spiked mace, covered its eyes, and retreated in pain. Thales watched the scene in front of him in surprise. The flying sand seemed to be controlled by someone. It blocked Duraman's vision and prevented it from killing its boss. But more orcs saw Duraman's situation. They avoided the charging cavaliers and drew close to the warchief's holy guards. The cavalier who stirred up the sand urged his horse to rush over to save Duraman while he shouted, "Strange fire! Stop them!" Further away, the 5th cavalier named Strange Fire dashed over. He bent down and took out a few round jars from his saddlebag. "They're here." As his steed galloped, the round jars flew out of his hands and smashed at the charging orcs. The round jars broke one after another, and black liquid sprayed out, drenching the orcs' heads and faces. The cavalier named Strange Fire snapped his fingers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Thales was shocked again. Flames. Endless flames erupted from the bodies of the orcs who were splashed by the black liquid. They screamed in pain and rolled on the ground from the heat. With the efforts of a few cavaliers, the boss finally crawled out from under his dead horse while cursing. But on the other side, Duramin finished rubbing its eyes and pounced on him with a roar. The other cavaliers rushed over in a hurry, but it was too late. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the spiked mace smashed down from the air. It smashed onto the shield that the boss had drawn. The boss grunted. Thales, who had seen its attack before, felt his heart tighten. Asterisk T. The power of Duramin the orc. As expected, the blue-faced orc roared with all his might, and the spiked mace came crashing down. The boss's face contorted, as if he could not withstand the orc's great strength. F***CK, strength? So amazing! He muttered intermittently. His whole body trembled, and he looked like he was straining himself. But the next scene exceeded Thales' expectations once again. The boss trembled and used his right arm to push against the shield. He slowly stretched out his left arm and grabbed one of Duramin's arms. Her dash, before Duramin could curse, it was shocked to see that its spiked mace was being lifted up inch by inch. What? The human captives who were watching the battle were equally shocked. My God, is that Hercules? Quick Rope blinked. But there was no mistake. In this contest of strength between humans and orcs, Duramin's weapon was being pushed up bit by the human in front of it with his physical strength. The cavalier named Boss gritted his teeth, raised his eyes, and continued to grab the enemy's hand with his left arm. Ah! The boss roared, and the muscles in his arm gradually tightened. Thales focused his gaze. He saw that the boss's left arm was one size thicker than his right arm. Finally, the boss erupted with unimaginable strength and lifted the spiked mace over his head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he kicked Duramin back violently, then fell on the ground to pant. The orc Duramin looked at its weapon with an unpleasant expression. It obviously could not imagine that it was suppressed by a human. It panted heavily, and the anger and indignation in its eyes grew. It took large strides and attacked again. But the orc could not move forward. The sand under Duramin's feet suddenly moved, as if it had turned into the softest and weakest water, causing the orc to sink into it. As the sand sank to its waist, Duramin could no longer move freely. It grunted and struggled desperately. In the next second, a rope that came out of nowhere slithered over from the sand like a snake and wrapped itself around Duramin's hands. Its spiked mace fell to the ground. F***CK. Mystic eyes, work harder. The cavalier named Snake Shooter's expression was tense. He held the reins in one hand and the rope in the other as he stared at the entangled orc. This guy is so strong. The cavalier named Mystic Eyes urged his horse forward. He also had a constipated expression as he stared at the sand on the ground. He looked like he was having a hard time. This is already my full strength. Snake Shooter, don't be lazy. However, they still firmly restrained Duramin, who was trying to break free. Then, the boss panted enough and got up from the ground. He walked up to the chained Duramin, looked at its hateful and angry eyes, and repeated in disdain. So what if you're strong? Boss, hurry up. In the distance, the cavalier named Strange Fire ran back and forth anxiously. He threw round cans at the orcs who tried to get close like a madman, igniting fire on the enemies. He held them back with Phantom Blade. I'm running out of oil. The boss spat, clenched his left fist, and stretched it back to the angle of a punch. The muscles on his left arm surged again. Duramin roared in grief and indignation. But, that's right. The boss chuckled. Having great strength is amazing. In the next second, the boss instantly threw his fist. It was so strong that it even caused ripples in the air. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a crisp sound rose. He threw a standard uppercut. Thales then saw the originally terrifying orc, Duramin. Its chin was pointed straight at the sky. The blue-faced orc no longer moved. On the sand dune, the captives watched the fight between these strange people in a daze. Dean smiled and patted Thal's shoulder in a teasing manner. He pointed at the dead Duraman. "What a pity, Sekka, who has just come of age. Your dear Fruka, he was killed by someone." Thales responded with a polite smile. The prince waved his hand in a seemingly resigned manner. "It's a pity that I can't kill it with my own hands." My God! Old Hammer did not seem to have any intention of joining in on this little joke. He stared at the group of strange cavaliers with their own nicknames. "Those people are not as simple as the Stardust unit." "So, who are they?" Quick Rope asked curiously. "Freaks," Old Hammer said coldly, "or the Freak Squad. That's what we call them in Blade Fang's camp, and even in the entire Western front lines." Everyone responded in surprise. "Freaks? Freak Squad?" Thales mulled over this term, and his expression changed. "Could it be, yes, that's a group of freaks?" The veteran of Constellation turned around with a conflicted expression. Baron Williams personally pardoned and recruited them despite the criticism and accusations. Since their establishment, they've caused countless troubles. Most of them are scum, criminals, lunatics, prostitutes. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.